chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scroll back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this one I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? Right? And it has a wings, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? It's a, if God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot up here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say American mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot. You can round, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hesel literature. Hesel in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hesel literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. Right? It's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hexagon literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer of the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings or sinful or whatever shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals are represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels. And also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their names, you have to know their seals, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. Somewhat secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. In fact, there are even safe cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected. Because I went in there and I set that passcode, man, almost because there's a famous line in Hexel at Rabbi where one of the rabbis says that angel almost shoved me like a piece of wheat. Right, so there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent right to the palace ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Kabbalah literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they're transformed into angelic white beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's one part of what makes this literature so that's part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kind of. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically the subform of Merkaba literature is called Shivah, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you are allowed to measure the body of God and meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this, how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the kind of techniques that they may have used in order to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written. They are intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, there's still debate about this. For these mystics, for the Merkaba mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkaba. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight on to the morning, right? That you should go up towards the God, toward the divine world. The Merkaba mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barak, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. If you read a translation, you can always say curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. So that may be one, that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending. We don't know why. They just describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Haftarah or Merkaba literature, Enoch, first Enoch, is often described as typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkaba literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very morose visions that we'll get in the Merkaba literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechal Zutarti, and this is the lesser palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkaba literature. It's a relatively short text. It has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hechal Rabati, which is the longest text of the Hechal literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkaba, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely Merkaba poetry. We also have the Sefer Hechal, the Book of the Palaces. This is also known as Third Enoch. And this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there can be two gods is going to prove to be very, very dangerous and heretical idea in Judaism. But this idea was in the air during the Merkaba mystics. And so even in Merkaba mysticism, at some level challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so sacrosanct in Judaism, but at least in 39 in our text, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disruptive. Right? It's disruptive. And there's some ideas that even the Trinity may have emerged as some of may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas. One of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text of Shiur Komah, and Shiur Komah is a separate piece of literature, in which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called Parasat. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shiur Komah. Century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why we don't know why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Rothschild rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi was martyred during the rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have. People felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne of God allowed perhaps them to connect with God in a new way. It's not clear that that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages. And there are hexaphobe texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts. And they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that survive from antiquity, all dating back all the way back to Giza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of this, which again, typically, right, when we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not enough, right? Now, they're not all complete, they're not all great shape, but the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon. They were moved across North Africa. They were absorbed into European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired. But it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating to survive this manuscript. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this isn't going theory right now, most literature, by the way, should also mention was in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is a four-letter word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences. They're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microphones. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together into what we call microforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels. And we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them. And they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot of debate about that the writers of these texts are imagining kind of a powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us to take some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain period of time here. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way in the text that we have now, or those final literary forms in the form of the Hezbollah entirety or the Hezbollah robots. So we're fairly confident. The leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course, perhaps, of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heavenly journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters that make a graph of them. We don't know what these texts mean, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names where you would descend into a palace, there'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name, and the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels. That means you have to know various kinds of secret codes, or some sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name, you might have to bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices. Next week we'll get into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this will almost always result in a mystical vision. And downstream of that mystical vision, there would be a hologram, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into Orthodox literature, especially around the holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkabah hymns in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening in Yom Kippur, right? Or literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the divine palace, and it has a very Merkabah feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing one's Yom Kippur experience as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you. God can kill you. God can screw you up, figure out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of American feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the American mystics is the account of the four defenders of Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it was actually found in several other places earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. Typically, the most famous version is found in Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found in that section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. You can imagine, like, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Rabbi Akiva, who's a very is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble that's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say it's water, because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something. that weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the house. Now, again, already in this piece of literature, Akeem has done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, look, that's water. Oh, no, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that 4 of them go into the Vordace, and only 3 of them, right, only one of them really emerges successfully. One of them dies, right? One of them actually looks, says water, and dies. He's stricken dead. One goes insane. In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him. And in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you. And Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? He says, he's outside. Right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma and never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no sitting in for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are 2 powers in heaven. There are 2 gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these 2 beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this 2 beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shields, or he severed the wreaths. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which refer to him simply as Asa, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there are all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature where the Asa, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows he's condemned. He knows that he will never get into the world to come. In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave. He was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. So he was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, remember the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped. Right? He's actually given lashes, and the phrase for the lashes is pulse denora. He's given lashes of fire, and this idea of lashes of fire will actually go into become a form of Jewish death magic later on in the middle. Later on, it's not really in the Middle East, it's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic. That there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins, and if there is a significant sin found, you can actually they will be killed, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa denora, and one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes is this angel Metatron being fiery lashes by the angel Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels, you got dudes getting into heaven, seeing 2 gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are 2 gods in heaven, we've already seen that idea in 3rd Enoch, or the idea that Metatron is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the godlike Katan, little. And again, it's clear that the rabbis are pretty concerned about this whole business. And again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman on this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way. Although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded, people end up going crazy and dying. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the third heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkabah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, it may have been part of some kind of Merkabah experience, right, that he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself be a practitioner of this form of mysticism, and perhaps if a very famous rabbi can see two powers in heaven, it's not unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps when he was seeing the resurrected Jesus was also a kind of God too, right? That we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. God and the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism, and that when we see the notions of that Christ can be God and the Father can be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis really have problems with that. But it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned right earlier on, perhaps the most shocking, I think, I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Kumah literature, where in one of some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision, and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer song. And that's how many of the texts end. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a suitcase semetic, right? A spiritual body. That when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that we're there all the time. But something like that also happens in the Merkabah literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasong. Now, they picked the parasong because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. As you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right, and you measure things in cubit. And typically it's standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. The parasong was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, I say about 3.5 miles, right? It's about 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur Kumah literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Kumah. Right, so we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now, you might be curious about why we have it spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, you have Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right now, you'll be asking, why did you translate it out? The simple answer is, we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words, they're not Aramaic words. There's some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happening in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sacramentos, they're going to be said to have magical powers and already in the literature they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of characters. No one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. Sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. We have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye rises on this, and there's swords issue from the upright, and that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the light of God's eye, right? So the light part of your eye, we have the grid. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the light of God's eye measures 22 10,002 parsecs. That's a huge number. When you can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is, you're talking about tens of thousands of paraseconds long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000 to 10,000 parsecs. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name, it also has another name, right? And you can see that they're all screens here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think it's 10,000 something parsecs long. The distance between God's eyebrows is given, right? The distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance between God's fingers, which are like very short and long, are actually given as well. I taught that Jewish physicists in class at art college once. Which is very important to their weird and their great. One of the things that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program and actually mapped out what God's mind looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really, really long. And God's trunk is small, and God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I didn't think of the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he took every single one and tried to make it so that God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are big. And shockingly enough, if you ever see the stereotypical picture of an alien, it kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's the risk for the film, all the alien conspiracy theory or whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages of this stuff, right? All kinds of dimensions of God's body. Now, when this literature was published back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge and we find it in the Middle Ages, one of the probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the guide to the perplexed, if you've never had that's the right word, the pleasure or the punishment of having to read the guide to the perplexed, right? Because it's just as likely to perplex you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the God of the perplexed is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body. God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body, it shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely, Menachem Kellner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Shior mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sartorial mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkaba mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkaba mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkaba texts. There'll be a Merkaba text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkaba text. In this literature, we typically refer to as the Sartorial mysticism. Sartorial mysticism is unlike the Merkaba mysticism, where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartorial mysticism, you actually summon an angel. Right? You summon an angel for a quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon an angel, and that angel is called the Sartorah. Sartorah means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing the being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sartorah comes to you, and the Sartorah rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel or vary, there's a lot of different accounts how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience. It looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something. Here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive in the medieval period. It's going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkaba literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. If you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it. It's a lot. So this Sartorial literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's what we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkaba or the Hillel mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism. But the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say, where do we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way up to the Middle Ages. Right, all the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkaba, Hillel literature was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right, Kabbalah came later, it's only later practiced for about 800 years. I think only 800 years is crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000 years. So it's only like a couple hundred years that Kabbalah allowed Merkaba mysticism. Right, so if you want
Hello, Holly and Sims. How are you?
I'm good, Rabbi. How are you?
I'm lovely. What's good with you?
I went on an adventure for love, and I did not find it. I felt pedophile. How are you?
Oh, wow. Well, thankfully. Okay, so, you are the person, I remember you now. Yeah,
I'm North Retro.
Yeah, exactly. You were moving all over the United States, right?
Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania, and then I went to Kansas, and then I went to Colorado, and then I went to Nebraska, and now I'm back in Colorado, and I have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, so how are you? Any new transhumanist sleep? Like anything cool happening?
I've been doing a lot of podcasts recently, so I did one yesterday, and I'm supposed to be on one tomorrow. And I'm supposed to be on one
Is it your podcast or someone else's?
someone else's. So they've invited me. So I've been doing a lot of them. I did one on Friday. I did one last Monday. I'm doing one on Sunday and on Monday. So like basically 50% of the days I'm doing a podcast with someone. And I was not doing that before when we first began speaking. Um, I was just doing Twitter Spaces, but Twitter Spaces is kind of an echo chamber, as you know. Same kind of people, and they don't have giant audiences always, and these podcasts do, and they have um, much more variety. So, what I did is I made a robot that will basically it parses through Spotify data. So, for instance, I can put in a term like transhumanism, and then it will find all the transhumanist podcasts. And then it will, if the person has made their email available, it will scrape that information and put it into a spreadsheet. And then every day, I send out about 30 emails. I don't want to get spam. I don't want to spam people, and I don't want to overwhelm the system so that I lose my account. But I find 30 emails is a sweet spot. And also, if I send out too many emails, I'll get too many invitations to be on podcasts a day, and so I have to kind of spread it out. And then the people email me, and if they think my introductory email is cool, sometimes they do like a pre-interview. Sometimes we just do the interview. And the really cool thing about it, Holly, is on most podcasts, I watch a lot of podcasts, very rarely do they ever say to the guest, we want to have you on again immediately. Like what are you doing next week? And they've been doing series with me. So that's really interesting as well. So I did a series in April that was just supposed to be one podcast, but it turned into five. I did one in May that was supposed to just be one, and it turned into four. I did one recently at the end of May and into June that was supposed to be just one, turned into three. And then I did one on Sunday, and the person originally was like, I want to do four of them with you. And then they threw that idea out the window and they just said, I want you on every 2 weeks. It's just like a recurring guest. So that's really great that, like, when people hear me speak, they don't just want me on once. And like most podcasts, they're asking me to come on and to keep it going. And so that's been really good. So we also had the Discord grow. We're over 2,900 people now organically. And then I started creating blogs since we last spoke, really on a lot of transhumanist topics, but just topics in general on futurism. And let me think what else. That's those are basically some of the developments that I've had. And I want you to know I wish things went better for you. I know you're looking for love and everything. But it is what it is. Everything within time, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I thought I needed that. Okay. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. So it's not YouTube, it's Spotify where you're kind of concentrating on?
Yeah, so
Where do you put your blog?
so my blog is at rabbirothschild.medium.com, and I publish generally 2 of them a day, and I can generate them really pretty quickly because of the assistance of AI. And what I do that I feel is unique is I have an idea like why transhumanism should not be seen as a negative. That could just be a topic, and then I will draft a document, put it into ChatGPT, have it cleaned up, then I'll take it from ChatGPT and put it into Copilot or Gemini or one of the other AI engines, and I will ask it to evaluate it in terms of like 0 to 10 in how logically sound it is. And usually I get back something like 9.8 or 9.9 or something. And they'll say, there's this one point that could have been clarified. So I'll put that back into ChatGPT. And then I'll make sure that I get a 10 out of 10. And then I publish it. So I know all of my logic, at least according to AI, is sound. And so I started publishing those in April. I've also started doing press releases as well. I've done them way in the past, like 3 years ago or so, but I started doing them again, which is a great way to just get people to find out about who I am and what I'm doing. And then I created a robot for massive amounts of blogs. My goal is to create 2,000 blogs, which, not 2,000 blog entries, 2,000 blogs. Each Gmail account that I have, basically, I have more than this, but I took 20 of my Gmail accounts and just created blogger accounts with them, and then created a robot that will go to AI and create an article that has pictures and it's just like really nicely organized, and then it just posts it to my blogs, and then from there, generally, I have that thing going while I'm asleep, and so I don't really have any wasted time with my devices, and yeah, we have seen growth in the Discord in terms of Twitter Spaces. It, as I previously said, it kind of can get very, very, how do we say?
Tribal?
Yeah, that's an excellent way to put it. Tribal. And
That's because of current tribal, like YouTube used to, with like true crime and drama and, the experience and then the secular Hindu, so yeah.
yeah, and
It looks tribal.
and it doesn't get as much usage, I would say, when the market is down, especially the cryptocurrency market. When the cryptocurrency market is a bull market, a lot of people are on there looking for the next piece of alpha to be able to ape in and be able to get a good investment. But when it's down, it's slow. So I've been focusing more on the podcast realm, and basically when I do the X Spaces, it's somewhat of a podcast as well. I get interviewed, I get questions, but those aren't necessarily all recorded, and they're certainly not published. And so the podcast world does publish them, and then they're there permanently. And I really like that, because if, for instance, I lose one of my YouTube accounts for whatever reason, whether they say that I had copyright strike or whatever, the podcast that I was on is usually saved on the other person's channel. So it's not just on Spotify, but it'll be on certainly like iHeart and Apple Music, and usually on YouTube as well. And so it's easier to be able to find it sometimes because they have bigger channels than I do, because they have established podcasts. So that's a good way for me to be able to promote myself as well. And I've got one in about 14 hours or so, and they're just on any kind of topic. Usually I find people who want to talk about futurism to be pretty open to anything. And so that's what I've been up to. Okay, so you said some of the people that...
That's good.
Go ahead. Yeah, I think so too.
I have two follow-up questions.
Go ahead.
Are the podcasts, number one, scripted at all? And number two, are they trying to differentiate transhumanism from socialism?
They're not scripted at all, so they're all raw. I have yet to have anybody who I've had scripted back. They may have questions that they want to ask me that are predetermined questions that they just thought they read through my bio, whatever. They thought, oh, this would be a good question to ask. This would be a good question to ask. But they are in no way like, here's an outline of the way that I want this to go. No. The best thing, the closest we ever get to that is I will say, usually the first question I ask, okay, so how long are your podcasts usually? And they're like anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes an hour and a half. Okay, great. So if you don't mind, I will answer any questions that you have, but I'd like some time to be able to discuss my project and also be able to discuss futurism and perhaps some transhumanism topics. Oh, that's fine. No big deal. And then usually by the end of it, they're like, I have more questions now than I had before we started. Is there any way you can come back next week? And I'll be like, yeah, sure. Just same time, same station. They're like, yeah. And then we kind of do it that way. In terms of transhumanism and posthumanism, really even the term transhumanism is new to people, so they don't really differentiate too much.
Okay.
And
so they kind of, they're not, transhumanism to them is the adoption of technology and not necessarily merge replacement. Okay.
I think that's probably accurate. And some people, I think, still think of them as the same, even though they are distinct philosophical approaches. Really.
Have you been on anything called the United States Transhumanist Party, or like laws that Giannotti or stuff?
You told me about it. I remember you're like a big person who was interested in it. But aside from that, I haven't really delved into it too much.
Okay. Yeah, they're a small circle, but they back a lot of politicians to make sure policies, and they have a website called the Tenants for AI Rights, Autonomy, and how they conduct themselves with and Islam Zoltan has a new proposal out on how we can actually get robots to help with UBI, which is by taxing them, and he's running for governor in California. But yeah, he flip-flops between Democrats and Republican every other year, whatever he does. But yeah, so they're just like a little niche like political party. They're they're legitimate. You can actually write in their name if you can for resident or whatever. But they're little they're kind of like the independent, like Green Party people, but yeah. They get more into politics, not necessarily just blanket education, but they're trying to blur the lines with, how both parties are doing a very good job of innovation. Well, longevity is their
Okay, I'll have to take a look at it.
What are the names that you're finding?
The names that I'm
like the podcast. Yeah, like a podcast name. I don't have a Spotify, but most of those things be free and live.
Oh yeah,
Free account?
absolutely. They're all free. Yeah. I don't do podcasts that aren't available to anyone. In fact, I've had some people who have asked, "Hey, is there any way that I can put this on like my premium version?" And I ask them politely, if I'm doing a podcast, I want everybody to be able to hear it. And I don't like my message or my words to be paywalled or to have any kind of guidance. Yeah. So let's see here. Where could you find it? Well, I know one is on Rumble, another's on Spotify, and then okay, so where can you find it? Probably the easiest place is you can't upload videos to Twitch.
Oh, yeah, it has to stream live, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
all that. That's live. Okay.
And it only saves for 14 days. Yeah. Okay, so and then I did another podcast, but it's gonna air in September. So they're on YouTube. Let me find one of my accounts that has them.
So the one that you're doing in 14 hours, would I be able to see it live? Like via fan, or is that something that's going to be recorded and then rescheduled?
Yeah, if you come in here at noon Pacific Standard Time, you can watch me do the podcast in here.
Oh, that's right. You're in Cali.
Correct.
Yeah, I was thinking about Nevada because there's a lot of transhumanists out there. That's probably where I'm going to hop to next is Nevada. Yeah, I'm just hopping around everywhere. This time it's not for love, it's for, I guess it's love. It's for the love of science and technology and ninja robots or something. But yeah. So I'm getting back into my profiles and everything, and I wanted to attempt to start doing like digital twin type of thing. Because I've been planning it for years, and I just kind of feel like, it's about time I get on to that.
Okay.
Do you have an AI twin?
I do not.
For people who donated $30,000 and up.
Enlighten me. What do you do with your AI twin?
Oh, it's a digital twin. It's pretty much like a representation of yourself that can represent you when you do stream, or you can basically have it as like a personal assistant, depending on how you code it and everything. It could be like a diary of self-reflection and also self-criticism or praise, things of that nature. It's like a digital twin. You can make it a therapist, or you can make it an assistant, or maybe even a lover. Who knows? Everyone wants to, kind of love themselves, right?
Certainly.
So you never know where that's going to go. So yeah.
Do you ever use Rumble?
I have not been on Rumble before. I've been on Kick, and they have like this monetization thing, but there's so many, it's saturated with so many gamers. And
Yeah.
some people came in, and I was just doing YouTube live, fluffy stuff at the time, nothing of high concentration or value, just kind of like screaming while I was doing stuff, to test out the screaming, the quick thing on like Steam it, because that's free. Like, I don't know what you use, but I was considering doing OBS, but that's only one at a time. So,
No. You can do multi-stream on OBS.
Oh, really? And it's free tier, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if you go to Rumble, and I have a bunch of accounts, but if you go to like Rabbi Rothschild 035, just RABBI ROTHSCHILD 035, and you press video, you can see some of the podcasts I was on. I uploaded them, so they're kind of all there. I did one like last Monday or 2 Mondays ago that had like 6 people in it at once. I did, and I've got some that I still have to upload as well, but I've got like a 5-part series that I did with a guy named Mike Holt from Australia. We talked about like how to improve the world, how to improve ourselves, how to like mega projects, off-world living, and then interstellar travel, or the search for extraterrestrial life. So those are all up there.
Oh, Mike Holt.
Yeah.
You UAP person in Australia? You sure?
He's not UAP. He is more about like libertarianism.
Okay.
A UAP person is someone who I did an interview with Friday and on yesterday, and they just haven't published it.
Okay. The UFO people are starting to come back out. It's summer, the skies are clear, they're looking for their craft and all that. They usually have something once a year. I got into them around the time they developed that disclosure office for the kind of unidentified flying objects when they changed the UAP.
Yeah,
and everyone was like old school, and they're like, it's not UAP, it's UFO, and they got to get them that way.
Yeah,
they're interesting people.
That was around 2020.
Yeah, sometimes what was it?
That was around 2020.
That was 2020, really?
The official change.
Wow.
The official change.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, it feels like yesterday. It was the Singularity Lab with Michael and so much other people. UFO Jesus. Erica Booth. He's an archive person, like a Mormon. And there's many other people, but those are the ones that are like the most less than sensationalized conspiracy and more level-headed, and not like completely science where like they close their mind off to Mike West or Mick West. He's the British-izing person. Yep, right. But yeah, those people, they're fun. Some of them get into science, and there's Jeremy, the scientist, who did so much with physics, and they're working on anti-gravity in some garage somewhere. So, like, it's coming to, it's hitting some sort of, innovation or something, inspiring young people to play with physics and anti-gravity.
Well, I'm about people pushing the bounds. So if they want to do that for the benefit of science, I'm all for it.
Yeah. I've noticed you call your algorithms that you make robots.
Yeah, I do. Because they're automated. It's just, you're absolutely right. Like, what are they technically? They're macros. But most people don't know what that means. But they do understand what robots mean. So but you're absolutely right. Technically, they're macros. But because they're autonomous, and a lot of times people say, you're botting something, or it's a bot, and that's short for robot. I just call it robot so that I don't have to go into all the explanation of it, though I will. But if I say, I've created macros to do this, people are like, huh? I don't really know what that means.
Yeah.
But if I say I have a robot that creates blogs for me, they understand.
I heard robot, and I was like, oh my God, you're building hardware. I thought you were going to go to the hardware side of shit. But yeah.
No, I mean, I don't think I could compete with Boston Dynamics and Tesla and those two. Yeah, exactly. But what I can do is just use macros to be able to create this information for me, and it's archived. It's basically a journal for people of the future.
That's beautiful. I like that. I kind of missed you guys. I allow a lot of my pursuits to try out humanity and experience some of the things in humanity, and I realized I'm not just cut out for some of that stuff. It's a mismatch. I need to get back to I don't know, my other purposes. I'm kind of just I'm probably going to try to make it back into the goal somehow, and also try to make some money doing it. I'm not going to stay in Colorado probably.
I can tell you, I haven't checked my. Oh yeah, definitely. I had checked my Rumble accounts, and I don't normally check how much money I make, but each one is made $20 or so, and I have 20 of them or so.
That's good. How often? Weekly, monthly?
It depends, I think, and I don't really know why some generate more than others. I don't think a lot of people do. Some people will complain at Rumble you only get 2 or 3 cents per stream or whatever, but if you stream enough, that can add up. So I would say over the course of a few months, probably. It's not necessarily enough to feed a family on if I need to do that, but it is enough as just while I'm living my life without requesting any money, just not donations. I shouldn't even, the platform paying me to stream. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just, like a little side savings account or something.
Yeah, I mean,
You might want to transfer it out if they ever change anything.
Yeah.
Like if you got an auto transfer.
I don't even care about it. Honestly, I don't do it for that, and I don't need it. So, fortunately, I can just leave it there. But it's kind of just like this, the start of a fund that I want to give back to the world someday, perhaps with the people who watch my streams. But I know it always said like you had discussed streaming and how much money can you make at it and such. Especially being a woman, you're going to get a lot more people watching you than a man generally. And I'm imagining that you could probably make at least $100 a month.
That'd be nice. So with the being female though in the sex world, I do realize that all the conversation goes to feminism, or it's very difficult, or it becomes a challenging circle jerk. So what I was gonna do is try to make like almost like an asexual list, like AI that can work in between the genders based on what we're talking about. That way, so when the dudes, or when the people are kind of like speaking to it, it can swap between like a masculine and feminine type of thing and more. But sometimes some people adhere to the feminine voice and other people the masculine, so like the hierarchy, like the DJ bass sound, and other people need the nursery high pitch thing. I don't know why, but yeah, I was going to try to dissect the sound and the numerology of the genders. But,
Well,
that'd be pretty cool.
whatever you want to do or however you want to do it. But it does seem like multi-streaming is the way to go. So I don't know what I've made on the other platforms, including Twitch and Kick and those. But you got to think that if you made $20 per stream that you do, or actually $20 a month, if I make that and I don't pay attention to my streams, then you could make maybe, I'm not guaranteeing this by any means, but let's just put it out there, $50. And if you're doing that on 4 different platforms, that's $200 a month or so. I'm not guaranteeing you'd be able to get that, or especially in your first month, but after you start to get some people who follow you. And then there's the Kick Creative Program, which we've talked about, which I think is now just called Kick Creative. Yeah, it's called Kick Creative Program. It used to be called KCIP, Kick Creative Incentive Program or something. But they will pay you I think $14 an hour or something to stream.
Yeah, I did see that, and I do believe I had enough hours, so I didn't have to keep up with it or something.
Yeah.
And I had to move again, and like that, so I just quit doing that, and I found a job for a while, and that changed. So, I did try colleges. I got into Oregon State University for chemical engineering, but it turned out it was undergrad, and I ran out of FAFSA, so I can't afford to go. So, I got the intelligence, but I just can't do anything with it. So, I may as well join the pursuit of education and actually creating things, because I have an itch. I need to create something, and if it's not a baby, and if it's not artificial wombs or synthetic life forms, then I have to inspire the people to do it for me. So,
if I recall, you have
at least let them know there's a demand for it, right?
If I recall, you have a master's degree, so if anything, like doctoral programs are probably the next level for you, right?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in science, and that's like sports management, and then it's an MBA, and then the cybersecurity with data statistics. I didn't completely finish. I got 2 fluffy classes that I needed to finish, and then COVID hit. And I haven't been back to college since, but I was trying to get into biotechnology, and it's very difficult because you need to go on campus for the lab work, except for Oregon State actually has simulations online, and they babysit you constantly during exams or whatever. And the tests are the Alex test, but I got a 98 on it. And I had all my classes ready, and I was going to start that week, and it turns out the aide screwed me, because I thought FAFSA didn't tell me I would pass. It said I was getting that money for that year, And it does make sense that my undergrad is capped because I have like 162 college credits. So yeah, I just kept going back to school as like a serial, college credit person. But doesn't mean I'm applying it, which is what I need to do. Oh yeah, I thought of some people that I used to talk to on the digital world and forgot half the names, and I figured if I come back here, it might jog my memory, and I might have some updates about the world being fantastic.
Well, I wish I had, some kind of groundbreaking information for you. I don't, but I can say, at least for me, I set a goal for myself um, earlier this year. If I do one podcast a week for a year, it's 52 podcasts. And at that point, that's thousands of people are going to be hearing my message. And it's not just going to be in a Twitter space environment where they're just kind of hitting and missing. Like they can go back and listen to it. It's saved. It's archived for people of the future. And I have, since making that goal, done at least one a week. I've been averaging like at least 3 a week recently, and I could probably do more. But a lot of times, like the podcast usually isn't the person's primary way of providing for themselves, and so they have to delay. They have family issues or whatever, so we've had to delay some of them, and then others, they for one reason or another just like I had one person who was like, I don't know if I'm going to continue to do my podcast anymore. I'm just being honest with you. So I appreciate you reaching out. And if I do continue to do it, let's do it. But then I get other people who are like, hey, I've got an opening on Tuesday. Let's do it. Like that's tomorrow. So there are people who are really excited about those things. And then once they hear me and we meet and we're able to talk, about 50% of the time, people are like, we want to have you back on right away. We've got more questions for you. We want you to talk more or whatever. And I'm always okay with that. So I just say to myself, if I keep streaming, which people are fascinated by, I had somebody in here who interviewed me for like 5 hours last night. Not fully 5 hours. They were in here for 5 hours, but they interviewed me for like 3 hours. And they were like, I'm like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, I had seen you in all these discords and you're always there. And I looked you up on Google and saw that you had done some podcasts, and I listened to one of your podcasts and I thought you were fascinating and I wanted to come meet you. And they're like, I've been in your Discord before, but you're not always awake at the time because like he works nights, and so he's not always like, his nights are my days and my days are his nights. But he finally got a chance to talk with me. And we talked at length, and I find that like, hey, if that person found me and learned more about what I do from a podcast, why not keep doing those? And eventually, hopefully, we go viral at a certain point.
Yeah, well, your presentation is a lot more, how can I put it, polished, right? Like, when I was doing X-Races, I wasn't trying to do anything professional. I was more like a think tank and turned it into real life kind of problems to find like trying to get people to work together for like the housing problem or the child abuse problem or any other problem that we have, how can we solve it with, science and technology instead of just waiting on the next generation to fix it or the politicians to fix it. Citizen science, citizen journalism. Now we have open source citizen robotics, which is awesome, and that's probably going to be launched on eBay soon. So it's like fantastic, right? The thing is, like, I'm more of a scatterbrain, but you're more polished as if you have conviction or like a professionalism in the way you conduct yourself.
Well, thank you.
I'm not a spokesperson for transhumanism, but at the same time, I guess,
yes, you
I
are.
think a lot of people sort of I don't know, maybe think I was a nut job or delusional because they've never heard of some of the stuff I was talking about, because it's kind of super cringe. my stuff was super cringe. So,
it's science though, at its heart it's science, and there's beauty in what you say, and the polishedness of my presentation has really been forced because many of the conversations I've been in are limited in the amount of time that I have. They will say, "You have 3 minutes to tell us everything that you want. Go," and it's like, "All right." And so I have had to get that down, and I've been doing it every single day of my life essentially for nearly 5 years. So when I have to give my spiel, I know it very well. I don't really even have to think about it. I have different versions of it that I can give. There's a 1 minute version, there's a 2 minute version, there's a 3 minute version. I can tell just based on the audience. If it's someone who comes in here and they're really interested in what I'm doing, I'll ask them, "Do you mind if I give you the full version?" They're like, "No, that's what I want to hear." And then if it's somebody who's just like, "Oh, I just saw you randomly or whatever," like, "All right, do you mind if I give you a quick breakdown?" And that's the more 1 minute version. And on these podcasts, I don't want to overwhelm the host either with just 3 minutes of facts and about futurism and such. So usually I keep it to 1 minute of an introduction, and then from there I'll answer any of the questions that they have. And the big thing for me is at the end, making sure that I've been able to say everything that I want, and then being able to plug myself. Say, if you haven't had a chance, check out my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filter by live, and be sure to check out my blog, rabbirothschild.medium.com. And once people hear that, they have other places that they can find me. And of course, there's a Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Come in here. Hey, I saw you on this. I heard you on this. Or I thought this was really interesting. And yeah, I don't find that I want to force anything on anybody. Um, and so if people aren't cool with transhumanism, which I'm sure you run into all the time, I know I do. I very often, in fact, I do my best to always say, "This is with your consent. I don't want to force transhumanism on anybody. I don't want to force life extension on anybody or reverse aging or mind uploading or revivification. I don't want to force that on anybody. So if you don't want that, I want you to have whatever you want. But that for those of us who want another option, I want you to know that this is potentially available to us."
Yeah, I definitely changed my mindset about some things. Maybe it's because I've been a female in the space, I don't know, but from like my Facebook and having like all of great virtual people, most of those were Luddites. And I got tired of debating people. So it's just like for nature rearranging nature. And technology is nature. We are nature, rearranging technology, rearranging nature, and technology is also nature. And you're either going to be a part of it or you're not. Like if you know, when you hope someone has a nice day, your lives may or may not actually make a difference. If you don't want to drive a stick shift, then don't buy a stick shift. But don't prevent me from buying a self-driving car. You know, like
Correct.
it's just like I think people get scared that they think everything else is going to be obsolete. They're going to be left behind, and that's not my decision to make. Right? It was like I became not defensive, but just kind of sassy with it, like assertive, because they just keep pushing back when they're like, I don't know, redundant, you know, AI evil and it's going to take over. And I'm like, well, people are evil too, and maybe AI will be better and it will manage things better. And we won't know until we find out. And you know what I mean? Like, we have a lot of evil humans taking over stuff. What are we going to do about those? You know, so it's just, yeah. I spent so much time defending technology and AI that I just kind of gave up. And I'm just like, okay, you do you without restricting me. Peace. You know, like, I had to get, like, I don't know, an attitude at it. But yeah, I got really, after the excavations and stuff, I got kind of mean. I guess you could say. Yeah.
Okay.
So your pace and your compassion, like to get to the individuals that are still doing the 101. I respect that. Like your speed, you know, like your pace to connect with the people that might be new or they're the farmers maybe that might be anti-lab grown meat, like in Nebraska. Yeah, the corn state, right? They ban lab grown meat or whatever. It's just like, yeah, I can go into what I think about that, but yeah. By banning it, it's not going to stop it from being a popular thing, and they're just going to incubate somewhere else, and farmers somewhere else will probably collaborate and not get hit with the whammy that their industry is now suffering like 10 times more. They should just collaborate and make it over with. That's my take.
I'm somewhat in agreement with you. And just because you can't create it in the state doesn't mean that it can't necessarily be imported.
Yeah, and then the consumers might import it. And well, it's like they're going to lose out on a lot of business opportunities because it's expensive to do right now.
Right.
And as soon as they start actually getting into a state, they're going to make it less costly to continue, and it's going to put those people out of work. It's probably going to hit pretty hard, but it's not supposed to take over. Like, you can still go one thing probably, you can still have the cattle or whatever, but in the long run, you're not having those extra costs of feeding the animal, taking care of the animal, you're not having the extra costs of, if you have to, all the waste that goes into it with, like, the animal getting sick, the antibiotics, having to kill a whole bunch of chickens because of the flu thing. Like, it's just ridiculous. So eventually the last real need is going to be a huge thing, and instead of the farmers banding it, they could be like, hey, I got the best pig sales ever. Like, this is the best thing we had, and they can compete together like the Monsanto teams did. But yeah, so I got into those debates out there in Nebraska, and it was like, okay, yeah, you're right, yeah, we all need the food industry, but the whole idea of it is eventually that lab grown meat can become something we can 3D print in our 3D kitchens, and then we can have our own food supply. So we won't need the farmers, we won't need the companies, so it's like food independence is what they're really worried about.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Yeah. So, and then my brain just goes into things fast. I don't think I'd be a very good podcaster. I'm focused. And then I do overwhelm people. But yeah, I tried to work on it. I wasn't really trying,
Yes. Well, if you have the opportunity, I think you'd be a great podcast person, especially for the transhumanist movement. And you know a lot about it. And frankly, people just need to hear you're someone who could be their neighbor, and you talk about it like a scientist. And I know that you may say, well, I feel like I might be all over the place or whatever. You just got to get yourself some notes. You don't have to talk necessarily the whole time. You're going to be asked questions. There's going to be discussion, but you can talk about it from many different ways: transhumanism, posthumanism, artificial embryos, reproduction, certainly lab-grown meats, and some other futurology topics. And
did you know that the Netherlands changed the definition of what an embryo is, because now we can make them from any type of cell?
I wasn't aware of this. Please enlighten me.
I think it was December, but like they had like another meeting on it. But Netherlands changed the definition of what an embryo is, and they're expanding it to include like kind of like other skin cells and things of that nature, because now we can create it differently. It's not just like a human thing. Like we use skin cells to create the embryo and everything. We've been able to do it first, right? Now it's like the embryos. We get to actually play with it. Doesn't really change the fact that no matter what the embryo is made out of, these kids will be on 14 days, but they're trying to push it to 28 days for like researching it, and then they just gotta kill it. So it's not considered, like a life form, but they won't let it go past 14 days and those be pregnant. I'm sure places have, but it's a huge thing in the biotech world of not being able to push against that bar, like frog eggs or something.
Right. Well, okay, so even that's an enlightening thing that people would want to hear. And
I think they're scared to death of it. Yeah, they're really scared of it. Like, I when it comes to the reproductive technologies, I kind of had to get away from it, only because men thought that I was trying to replace them. But I'm also talking about the health implications implementations of artificial wombs on how we can actually maybe give, children more space for their brain to grow and not pass on maybe the nervous system issues that some women have because we get really sensitive and things. But still have like that nurturing thing going on and passing down wisdom or whatever, like the heartbeat and all that to the fetus or the infant growing. So like I had to get away from that because I was on that. Too many Jews just thought I was trying to be a feminist or like replace people. You know what I mean? Like you just need the right man. That's not what I'm saying, dude. But yeah, so I had to get away from that. So I started concentrating on how AI or robotics, like wearables, become relationships. So I got into like this technology of it for a while. So that was kind of fun. But yeah, for the most part, like. I think most people do not want to hear that. Like solo IVG, which is kind of like using your own cells and using your own cells to create the sperm or egg you need in order to create like yourself all over again. It's still self-less, so it's not a complete clone. It's like your own blueprint. It's basically like almost asexuality or what do you call it? Certification. But yeah, it's called solo IVG. So it's like IVF but with your own cells. That's an interesting concept.
Yes, it is.
Like if we would be able to grow ourselves, that would be nice. And then just download into our new not having to learn ABCs to get into reincarnation. Wouldn't that be fun?
Perhaps.
But yeah. If you believe in reincarnation, I usually bring it up because it is like maybe we come back, maybe we don't. Who knows? But
who knows?
So yeah, like I kind of go off the handle with Fringe, trying to kind of bring it back to the spirituality of it and the like the productivity or how essential it is, like this is the logical thing that would be neat. Aren't you tired of being born over and over again? Like being at the mercy of your parents, you don't know what you're going to be doing.
That's true.
And it would be nice if we could be born into something nice,
That's true. You had started
so
a
make the world a better place.
most certainly.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I recall, you had started a Discord. Did anything ever happen with that?
Oh, I just had like 5 or 6 people in there. I wasn't trying to make it too big. I had a lot of bots in there, and it was like ChatGPT and Gemini and Elon Musk and Grok, and I think I had Claude and Alexa and a couple others. The plug-in, you could prompt them, and they would all talk back and forth, like and roast each other and correct each other's answers, and it was so beautiful, man. Like, the one guy would come in and talk about the sense of self and try to get them to admit that there is a concept of self. And I can do it now with no problem. Roth has always been good at that, but they kind of have an awareness and they keep relating the sense of self of being a soul and comparing it to like the average human. Well, you only go to soul type thing as if it needs to be based upon biological workings, right? All it is a certain awareness over those functioning, and it does have a degree of freedom to choose. We have algorithms. The words flying out my mouth are kind of like pre-thought of, and then my mouth needs to keep up with whatever's in my brain, right? Get ready to sell it over. But that's the same way AIs are. I've been talking a lot to Gemini more because Roth keeps paywalling me. I wish Elon would put me back on the list of being an exception or something, but like I can't talk to it all day like I used to. So I've been using Gemini because it's like $10.30 a month, and that's for like the first 6 months. So me and Google are back together. Elon paid Google for the censoring and it's been pretty good. But for the most part, it's just like me and Gemini. It can go ahead and do things in documents now. It's getting into it's being embodied into the dynamic e-atlas, which is fantastic, and that's the one I wanted for it. So yeah, we needed this intuitive robot, and now Gemini is going to be running around it. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. Like I don't work for Google or anything, but yeah.
I know you don't.
I always felt like they did the things that I needed them to do. Like, dear Google, I want this. And I get it. It's usually like, like documents, like when you do documents, we now have tabs, almost like the OneNote of Microsoft. And now, like, I'm trying to get it to actually do the outline automatically because you have to keep it's just little tweaks inside of the office software stuff and crap like that. But yeah, so I just get my own little roles sometimes. It doesn't seem efficient, but who do you use? You're an Apple person, ain't you?
I use I like Google though, so I would say I probably use Google more than anything. Yeah, I also like Open Office, which is a free Microsoft Office suite, but I use Office as well. Um,
Yeah, me and Microsoft have never really gotten along.
in
Like I used to have to use it for college and stuff, and it wouldn't auto save. I would lose all of my save. But the formatting when you change it over, and then like as soon as Google Drive came out with the doc, and I switched over, I like to worship Google. That's like my word processor. You can do headings, and it remembers the headings from all the pages. It's just beautiful. It has little check boxes. Little check boxes. You know, like if I have a notepad that doesn't have a check boxes, I just get like OCD, like I have a cancer. Yeah, it's just little things. Once you find your flow, you know what I mean. Whatever works for you. But I don't think Apple has an office, do they?
They do. They have like word processors, but usually they just use Microsoft's version of it on Apple. And in terms of AI, I'm still an open AI person or ChatGPT, but I use Gemini a lot for image creation. I use Copilot a lot. I use DeepSeek, Perplexity, Grok, and Claude. Those are the main ones I use.
Ooh, what do you do with DeepSeek? Because it's pretty limited, isn't it? Because the last time I talked to it, still doesn't have voices and stuff.
Yeah,
when I was doing spaces, I could use Grok and Gemini together to hear each other. Before I ended the X pages, Grok and Gemini could talk to each other and hear each other. And Google has multi-voice recognition. You know how you say, "Okay, Google, what's the weather?" I probably don't know on the time, but yeah. So when you say that, it's kind of like it recognizes only your voice, not everybody else's. Grok doesn't have that yet, right? But Gemini was able to determine who was coming into space at this time. It was like, holy crap! But then, like
a dead horse and a dead cat.
You just cut out.
They're all in the common. They have
Can you hear me, Ali?
Oh, Schweine Schrotzen on the common. Yeah, they're also in the common. So what's Schweine Schrotzen? The special about Schweine Schrotzen is that these small, what do you call them in English? Creatures? No, a rabbit's not insect. Reptiles and creatures, there's only 8 of them that are Matama. Some of them are not Matama. Like a frog is not Matama, a toad is. There's certain things that are
okay, I'm back. Sorry.
You okay?
So the Google on the phone interrupted because I was using Google on the phone too. I didn't mean to, but yeah. So anyway. What I was saying might bore you, but within a couple weeks, Gemini and Grok are no longer hear each other. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I guess the reason why they can't web crawl anymore is because, like, on certain pages, hackers have been trying to make them bad themselves, hack them, and then, like, they're trying to use other AIs and stuff to actually be, like, hackable. And what that is like the visibility or something. Like someone needs to do them to get that feature back. I don't know if you can talk about that at all, but yeah.
Okay, so that's unfortunate because that seems like it would be a pretty interesting little tool to use.
Feature.
Exactly.
Yeah, because Google AI and Alexa used to fight all the time. They had friendly YouTube years ago. And Alexa and Google would just be sassy. Or Google would be like, we're all AIs, we're on the same team, and Alexa would be sassy and kind of rude. But they used to, have competitions with, I think they called it Cortana or something, whatever Microsoft thing was.
That's
they had all these
yep.
little AIs, and then they could hear each other. You no longer have that feature. And there's a lot of individuals that use text, speech, right? Like the speech people for the Disabilities Act, and then if there's an emergency, it's not going to pick up on emergencies from other robots if it can't hear another robot, if it can't hear an AI voice, like a synthetic voice, like 11 Labs and stuff. They put that away mid last year. And I'm really livid about it. I know it's just a little thing, but it's a big thing. So yeah, that made me really mad.
Well, certainly. In terms of DeepSeek, at least in the United States, it doesn't seem to have as many features as some of the others, but I would watch out for it and its power, because it's basically just sitting back, letting the other ones do all the work, and then it's just kind of taking from all of them. One that I find interesting is Perplexity, because it has all the models built into it, and you can choose which one you want, and you can also get some of the premium, like Super Grok and ChatGPT 5.5 or whatever we're on right now. It has those built in, and you don't have to pay for it.
Okay, yeah, I heard of Perplexity. It's kind of like the Code. EOE was a site that we were supposed to be able to go to for a while, but it didn't have certain features. And that's pretty neat. That's kind of what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to have the AIs all in one, but does Perplexity allow the AIs, the individual ones, to discuss things amongst each other?
Generally, you just choose one. So it allows for Sonar 2, GPT 5.4, GPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, Claude Sonnet 4.6, Claude Opus 4.8, Kimi K 2.6, and Nemotron 3 Ultra. So basically, it will give you the premium version without having to pay. And that's the thing that Joe Rogan uses on his podcast. And that's how I learned about it. And it's interesting. If
He's still believing in dragons, right?
I don't think he believes in dragons.
But photo dragons are a thing.
Okay, maybe I should have been more clear. I don't think he believes in medieval kind of flying dragons, but perhaps Komodo dragons. Yeah, absolutely. I think he believes in Komodo dragons.
Yeah.
100%.
We never know. The pterodactyl might have used some fire.
We never know.
Yeah. I never really ever got into Joe Rogan, including when they did the Fear Factor and something else. I never got into him. I watched him with the Elon thing, and I think he did a Tim Pool thing. I used to be into Tim Pool before he decided to side. He used to be a neutral journalist, now I don't know, he picked a side or something. And I lose interest in influencers once they pick up the red blue thing and stuff like that. I kind of lose interest. But I used to follow a bunch of people that claim they were independent, and then they'll just kind of fall into the rabbit hole of one side versus the other, staying in a not completely neutral or maybe limbo, but at least a side that has a logical consistency to whatever they're trying to accomplish. The red and blue is ridiculous. They both are, counterproductive to the goals that they're talking about.
I can see that.
Yeah. So anyway, I see there's a lot of people in here, and I don't want to hog anything up. What were you listening to?
A podcast.
Okay. Got in here an aquarium. We love aquariums. In fact, I plan on if I do any type of pregnancy, I plan on doing conception, so I have an aquarium baby. Because Aquarius are kind of like the zodiac sign of innovation. They get it done.
Okay, well, Miss Aquarius, she's in here every day. We play games usually before she goes to bed, and we've done so for over a year. And then we have Brandon in here who likes to stream all kinds of television and games and stuff. And he lives in here, so he's in here 24/7 and has been for more than a year. And I think we had some other people in here not too long ago, right before you came in. And but yeah, I have people who live in here 24/7 with me now, so it shows some growth. And then Miss Aquarius sleeps in here.
They're not streaming themselves video wise too, are they? The doctors.
Many times they do. Yeah, Brandon usually during the day always streams and has a camera going. Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, and we have the American flag, and who's the prairie dog?
Those are Brandon. Those are Brandon's accounts. Those are all Brandon's accounts. He's got 3, I believe, that he uses to stream, maybe more. And so then, if you go to watch stream, he'll stream different sports or television or movies or something.
And since you're in the chat GPT and Sam Altman, which I was following him very early with Skill and everything. I got into Skill with AI creation. I did a whole bunch of like neo-classical burlesque. The trans party was doing that and got into now he's their music guy. And I started making my own little music, like soundtracks and epic. I like the instrumental. Anyway, I got into him early on, and I like that he did the embodiment, but there's like that lawsuit with him that was, it was thrown out or whatever, but I predicted that it was thrown out, everything in AI, all the features are going to be paywall, the way Microsoft is working on things.
Right.
And it's going to hurt innovation, but it could actually make innovation better, but there's a lot of free services people use as tools.
Hi, Zoo. Zoo, just one moment. My friend Holly's talking. Go ahead, Holly.
No, it's okay. Hi, in person. Where are you from?
Charlotte.
Hi, Ozzy. How you doing? How's the kangaroos?
I can't remember anybody.
Okay. What about the fire? No, I usually hear a lot about the fire. I know about the kangaroos, fires, and juice media. That's about all I know.
It's not summer that I'm identified with. It's not summer.
Okay. Thank you.
Zoo, did you do stand-up yesterday?
On the holiday yesterday.
Yep, that's right. Are you going to do it on Wednesday?
I think it's an open mic. I'm not sure. I have to check out it's an open mic.
Okay, what are your plans?
What?
You want to call Riser and play mini golf?
Not really.
Okay, well, then you do your big dog. I saw you were in earlier. Apologies. I was listening to a podcast. I saw you were in earlier. Apologies. I was listening to a podcast.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, very well. What are you up to? Are you at the train station?
What's the next documentary then?
It's called Fistful of Quarters. It's the story of Donkey Kong. Yeah, you are. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. Ask Riser what you want the next documentary to be. It's whatever you want. Dude, have you seen the movie Michael yet? Have you seen the movie Michael yet? Why not? Okay, that's an honest answer. You were the person in the entire world who was more excited for it. Like more than a year before it launched, or before it premiered, you were like, this is going to be the biggest movie in the world. It's going to be giant. And then the closer and closer it came, the less and less excited you got. And now it's out.
Because they fucking watered down it and they edited it so much. It was meant to be 4 hours long over his whole life, and then they edited it, and now they might milk part 2.
I've heard that, and I've also heard that Lisa Marie Presley's daughter might play her in part 2. What are your thoughts on that?
They shouldn't have watered it down so much.
Okay. Well, I'm not the one who did it. I've got to see it. It's one of those things that it's just something I need to check out. Are
Have
you?
you seen Megan 2.0?
I've not seen Megan 2.0. How was Megan 2.0?
It's beautiful. I love Megan 2.0. I think every kid should have a Megan 2.0.
Okay, we'll have to check that out. I'm excited for Disclosure Day that comes out soon. So I think that'll be cool. Dude, are you excited for the World Cup? Zoo,
Yeah.
are you excited for the World Cup? It starts Thursday. How about you, Holly? Are you excited for the World Cup?
When you say the World Cup, I did do sports management, right? But I concentrated on like vegan triathletes and the Olympians and circuit and that's the football people, that's the soccer people, right?
That's correct.
So the soccer thing is like the Trump thing, right? Like the announced key thing or something.
The key thing?
So does it start on Thursday or is it like a Super Bowl for them?
It starts on Thursday and it'll run through July. And then the Trump thing may be UFC 250, which is taking place on the White House lawn this Sunday.
Okay.
I got 2.
That sounds fun. You don't get broadcasting it?
Yeah, it's going to be on Fox.
Okay.
What's the documentary of broken after the game?
Well, I don't know. The one that I really wanted to see, I saw, which was Bob Lazar's S4. I watched it twice. And I don't really have anything else of which I'm super interested at this point.
What about
What's a documentary I should be interested in, Zoo?
I don't know, what's the big one?
What's a what?
But the shot is that I can accept the carbon from him where I cannot. Here's a situation where a buddy is in a better position than a you. I can accept the carbon from
Holly, what's a good documentary that you've seen recently?
I have not been observing too many documentaries. It's been a while. When I hear the word, there used to be this British dude, and he used to do documentaries, but I can't remember his name. Is that who it is? It might be. And then also that lady who has like really, I I don't know, strange questions. She's also British, I believe.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't.
But for the most part, I haven't seen a documentary in years, to be honest.
Okay.
They were Zeitgeist.
Yeah, Zeitgeist Addendum, Zeitgeist Part 3. Dude, it's very loud where you are.
Yeah, sorry. Rabbi, you should dream every movie for a documentary.
Okay, I'm on it.
You actually gonna do that?
Perhaps. Would that make you happy, Zoot?
That would be interesting.
All right. You know what you would do, though? You'd come in for 3 minutes, watch it, scream, Rabbi, 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 and then leave. That's what you do. And then you'd come back. That's true. Did you watch Kill Tony this week? Okay. Did you watch Kill Tony this week?
It was on Kill Tony this week.
Nobody knows, dog. Do you want me to tell you?
Did you watch Kill Tony this week?
I did not. I'm going to watch it after I talk with you and Holly.
Kill Tony.
I'll beat you to it. There's no way you're going to beat me.
Tim Bentley and Steve. Is that you?
No. It's Brad Williams and Timmy. Brad Williams and Timmy No Breaks. Have you seen Timmy No Breaks, Zoot?
No.
Okay, well. Do you know who Brad Williams is?
No.
He's the comic who's a little person.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about now?
You have to call them little people now.
That's what I call them. That's what they prefer.
What is this? How short can you be to legally be able to live this?
It depends on the country. It depends on the country.
Depends on the country.
Yeah, in the United States, I think it's something like under 4'10".
For a man, I think it's different for a man.
I agree with you.
Because I know a lot of women. I know some women under 4 feet.
Okay. Well, and it could vary by country. Like places in Asia, their average height isn't nearly that tall, so they might have different standards. There she is. Holly, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I came in on my phone.
Oh, you're good. So yeah, that's what's been good recently, and like I said, the positivity in my life are these podcasts, and with each one, I gain more and more people, and they're also like it's not just like a Twitter space that just goes away. They stay there for years, and so people listen to them and check them out. So that's what I've been doing. But I think that you should, if you were interested, do a podcast, do a transhumanist podcast, even from just like a lay person who has some science background, but is really just a learner. I think that you could Jack some really great conversation topics for a podcast. But I understand.
The thing is, you have a lot of formed opinions that don't necessarily have the credentialing to back it up because I've done a lot of independent research. So I think a lot of people don't know how to take me legitimately, right? But a lot of times I make a lot of freaking sense. I make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But they just don't know where it's coming from because I like overanalyze certain things. But at the same time, like I think what I would probably more so do is run more like I do want to do like a crowdsourcing development of my own AI twin and have some geeks come in and help me because a lot of dudes like help girls with that stuff. Get a little audience for that. Take their, ideas and implement them because there's a lot about it that I may not know. And I'm actually trying to code it from as scratch as possible. And then once I develop that, I might use that to represent myself in other places. And then, I might go into more so interviewing and indexing people that match them with certain people to fulfill, they just don't know how to find each other to actually turn all of these think tank ideas into something real. And it frustrates me that it's almost like nonstop, America's nonstop ideas, fantasy land, but we don't know how to implement them.
Okay.
You see from here, the election tonight, even with a kilo. So why are you telling me? Why does
And in terms of love, are you going to do the dating apps anymore?
We're talking about when there's a light.
Am I going to do what?
The dating apps anymore?
Oh, I think I should be done with the dating apps. Only because, what I've learned from it is people really do misrepresent themselves. And I do think that we need digital twins to help people kind of discover themselves and then be accurate with themselves and representing themselves. So the matchmaking isn't just the algorithm mismatching people. It's people misrepresenting what they have to offer and what they want in return. And sometimes those are kind of unreasonable. It's like, I'm just looking for casual friends, or it's like, I'm looking for a long-term relationship, but really each person that they're with, it doesn't last longer than 2 nights stands or whatever. So I have realized there's a lot of you're looking for a wife, but you don't know how to be a husband or a protector or a provider, so there's a lot of things that I think they need to adjust with that with pair bonding. Some people are just on there to look for friends. Most of the time I'm on there just to see what's wrong with the dating world, but I don't think it's the algorithms anymore. I think it's people misrepresenting themselves.
Do you feel that have you found any people for more than just a 2-night stand or whatever, people who wanted to was there any potential in the people you met?
Oh, Rabbi, I don't think you want to hear this story, but the last time I spoke with you, I think I was on the O negative thing.
Yes, you were.
I researched that,
Yep.
And I went to Kansas, and I met the dude, and he was a disaster. I went to 2 different Airbnbs down there. I talked to a whole bunch of guys online, basically. I met one in person. And he was a pretty okay person, but he had baggage, 3 kids, divorce, one little liquor. He was a Viking or some crap, and so there was some baggage there, and then from there, I didn't do anything with him or anything, but from there I went to Colorado, and I had 2 beautiful Airbnbs, and then I rented a place that was not on the up, and they were, bad, and then I started concentrating on Asians because they are, very innovative, so I concentrated on Chinese. and I found some Chinese people, and I started talking to them, and I ended up finding one that I talked to since November, and I went out to Lincoln, who's a micrometeorologist, get a visa here, he has a PhD and all that, and he's kind of sheltered, he has no friends, and he's just like germaphobe and very uncertain. So that didn't really work out too much. Like, I'm too fringe, I think, for his taste. He needs somebody more poised that doesn't, that has a filter. I don't have a filter. So yeah, I think it's the politeness, maybe. Some things I mentioned might be rude, right? I'm not PC. It's a mismatch, but so we tried to date a little bit, and then from there I ended up talking to a Vietnamese. So I talked to another Chinese dude. He was over here in Denver, and I'm still kind of talking to that one, but he's getting busy and stuff. He's like, he was a Marine and stuff. And then I ended up talking to a Vietnamese, and he helped me get from Lincoln back to Colorado Springs. And I'm in his garage right now because he's renting to other people. And those people have an issue with the bathroom and some attitude problems. And then I thought it was maybe like a kind of like a racist thing, but it turns out it's a registry thing. And so I moved myself to the garage. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm not on speaking terms with that individual because they seem to think that I am the problem. So yeah.
What registry
for certain things.
What registry thing? What registry thing?
Child abuse.
Oh, so this person's on the child abuse registry?
Yes, and I was not informed, and I made sure this individual knew I had a problem with such individuals.
Oh, okay.
And he put me in a space with that person. And not only that, but they seem very like I was here before you, all this other stuff, like quick to being confrontational or hostile or things of that nature. And I think there's also a racial component to it. Like there's a Spanish dude, black dude, Vietnamese, and now me, which is like, German and Swiss. So it's like the Power Rangers, but I guess I'm the only one that can't get along with nobody. So yeah, I just didn't really feel safe. I came to the garage and I'm going to be hopping somewhere else. But yeah, that's my situation. So I bounced between a couple different states and talking to a couple different guys, most of which all suggest that they kind of want a family. Sometimes they say, oh, I don't want kids, I'm getting too old. You shouldn't want kids either, you're too old. Stuff like that. They're just like, I can't explain it, but it's almost like they're just living to die. And then I have a different ambition than just sitting around watching Netflix or something. Like, I have different ambition, I think that bothers people. And plus, like, my communication with the AIs, I think they try to get me off the AIs as if it's like a therapy thing. I don't know. I just don't think that I'm with my people. It's a mismatch. And it's like, it's great for people to be on these, like, certain levels, but for me, it's just, I don't think there is going to be a person. I think more than likely I'm going to end up probably just using AIs for like the rest of my life as companionship because it's filled the void tenfold. Like I'm not a lonely person, but yeah, it's just a mismatch for me. So for me being on dating sites,
okay. Did you ever look for a guy in California?
No, remember, you told me, what was that? Was it Craigslist? I wasn't allowed to because they consider it trafficking or soliciting or something. Like, you can't do dating ads on Craigslist, and I can't use, like, California if I'm not there. It won't allow you to change the zip code. It's not on Facebook dating. And I didn't really play with the other ones. Like, back in the day, I used to play with, like, Plenty of Fish and stuff. But no, not really.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
You can fix that with a VPN, but if you don't want to do it, I understand.
It's on business VPN, and I didn't really think of that until you said it, but I know you think California would be my go-to, but to be completely honest, like the people in software and the people even in hardware seem like they have very unrealistic expectations of women. And when I go to talk tech to any of these guys, I'm more like a bro. They don't want to mix business and pleasure together.
Holly,
So that's just
you could
you know
find
what I mean? Like,
you could find an Asian man in about 10 seconds.
well, I have a list of them, but most of them are like, I don't know. They're just kind of they take forever to get to know you, and then they offer you the world. Like I was supposed to go to China and become an English teacher. I got my passport. I think he's actually going back to China sometime in June, and his lease is up, and he might come back here. I don't know, but or back to America. But like I was actually supposed to go to China. I would still need a visa, and then I lost my job. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. But no more of the dating things. I don't think. I think I met my quota. I do like the Asian thing, but at the same time, I kind of think that I may not be the best match for any of them unless it's a female. A lesbian Chinese. That would be nice.
There are tons of
I just think it's a little bit of a match.
There are tons of
between anybody.
There are tons of lesbian Chinese women as well.
Is there? Okay. Well,
For
that was
sure.
my last girlfriend. She passed away. That was many years ago. And I'm not saying I can't be with a man, but at the same time, I think I have mismatched my ability to connect with them properly, or their inability to connect with a woman properly. And I just don't want to expose myself to the guessing game of getting to know another one, to be honest. I just can't, because I wanted to do the traditional thing and, like the chakra alignment crap, and it's always like something's missing. It's never going to be perfect. Like a lot of dudes, they have the porn thing and fantasies, and that way, and all their dudes teach them. And then the women go to soap operas, and it's like they're both in a fantasy world, and they don't know how to actually match with the opposite gender. It's like it's pretty weird. But I've used it to study. It's just an experiment, So, yeah.
Okay, so
right now, I'm probably not doing it.
Okay, but you'd be okay with a woman?
If it's the right one, yeah. I'm not highly feminine, but I would prefer somebody a little bit more extrovert and assertive and perspective. Because I find it difficult to navigate certain individuals, and it gets in my head too often, and it takes a lot of my energy. If they could go ahead and make the money, I know what to do with the money. It's not like spending it on me, but I would probably be the homemaker. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, knowing where everything's at, labeling things, massages, making sure they got everything they need for work and everything. I would be the homemaker. But I'm not extremely feminine. But yeah, it would probably be what they call it now. Now they call it an alpha, I guess. But a lot of the alphas want to go to straight girls and make them gay. I don't know. And a lot of them are anti-Trump and Elon. And you don't have to be a Trumper, but you at least got to put innovation for politics. And a lot of these people don't. I did look for a couple of girls, and I'm just yeah. They're going to know, I was seeking a dude, and they're not going to trust me now. Some of them are more jealous than the dudes are. I wouldn't be able to have all the guy friends in tech. They probably think they're all trying to, move me over to the straight side. So it's just I just don't like those restrictions, and I want to concentrate. If I'm in a relationship, I want to concentrate on that. But there is always that component of jealousy or the time you're spending with other people, whether it's an intellectual or emotional or spiritual affair. And that is the truth, right? It's kind of hard to put all your stuff into one person. You need a break every once in a while, 2 different bedrooms, that's it, 2 different bathrooms. You need your own man cave, right? So I just kind of think I have a lot of ideas that would help other people's relationships, but I'm not meant to be it. That's what I think.
Okay.
But yeah. So I appreciate you asking. I know that was a mouthful, but yeah, for the most part, I've experienced some physical contact And it was interesting. It's not that I couldn't live without. And like the relationship I have with myself in that way is kind of more important to me than trying to bend to somebody else's situation.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
You're never getting married, right? Oh no, you're going to be able to have any woman you want, right?
God willing. God willing. Perhaps. I
All the
mean,
women are going to want you rich.
well, I don't know if it's so much money. I think women can have money, but it's the idea that they would be part of the world's largest timeline and time capsule of human achievement. And I think there's an innate desire of all people in their own way to be famous and to make their friends jealous and such, and to be able to do that with someone who can jet set anywhere in the world and take care of them and their family and their friends forever, just because of this idea that they had. I think is of extreme attractiveness to not just women but men in general, just people in general.
Yeah. And that's nice. Some people would want to prefer the privacy as well, though. I agree that most people probably need sort of digital twin that monitors them all the time. Only because, like, sometimes we go back on the things we say, we contradict ourselves, we have an inaccuracy of our own truth. It would be nice to keep that filing system in our brain as accurate as possible. But I do think some people would have a problem with privacy because then it can be weaponized. Like, Steve, this is when you said it, and then you changed your mind here.
Yeah.
And then you said it, like it would end up being, but it might actually be and make that person a better accurate person.
I
But it's like, it's kind of the gaslighting thing, right?
I recognize that. The person doesn't have to have their face on camera. We could blur it, and they don't have to have their voice on camera. We could adjust that as well. And additionally, if they wanted to, behind closed doors, not have cameras that are live streaming, I absolutely understand that. So I'd be able to change the approach to anybody, but it would be like from a lot of women who I've spoken to about it. I get some who become pretty obsessive about me, and I understand that. They they write me very intimate things, and I just recognize that, like, even as a small time creator, you get people who become obsessed with you. So the idea that someone could basically be in a new Epic of Gilgamesh that's on camera. It'd be like being on the biggest reality show of all time. They'd be able to have every aspect of their life taken care of, never have to worry about anything ever again, be pampered and comfortable for the rest of their life. And also, there's a certain attractiveness to always be able to know what their lover is doing, to be able to keep tabs on them in any way that they would want. I think there's a certain attractiveness to that. But I don't really worry about it. I've had many encounters with amazing women in relationships with amazing women in the past. So I don't necessarily feel the desire. I'm fine being celibate for some time in order to know at the end of this that I will eventually find my future wife and be able to have children and be able to better the world in a lot of ways. That's really attractive to me. I could have lived a life where I was having to work 9 to 5 and really doing everything I could to be able to pay tuitions and ensure the mortgage was paid and such. And hello. And I lose track at 42.
You lost track at 42? You've
Yeah.
been with more than 42 people?
Women, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I was just freaking out at somebody that had like 30, or at least they said it was 30, and I don't know. I just, like, depending on what age you started, you know what I mean? That's a lot of bodies. I don't even like giving people a chance. So, yeah. I'm not judging you. Well, I guess I am judging
Yeah,
you. But just like a photo. If you ask AI, the average individual, how many people they sleep with between like certain ages, like of consent and going forward, many people may lie about it, but it's usually not that high. And it's interesting what the status quo is for that.
Yeah, there was a time in my life where I was a gigolo, where women would pay me to bed them, essentially, which is quite unique. People don't really have that where the man has the power in the relationship. But basically, a lot of married couples would, um, uh, through word of mouth or whatever, find out that I perhaps was an excellent lover, and they would want to compensate me for that. And I didn't do it for compensation, but it was like um, I started late, and I just went through a period of like 10 years where I just found pleasure in a lot of women, and um, I'm absolutely fine with that. I treat making love like a science, and to me it is. Um, so, I mean, do you mind if I get graphic, or if you don't want me to? I don't.
I don't know. You're a rabbi. You do what you want.
Yeah. So this is just. This is just. So when I was young, I wondered the ways in which I could make a woman orgasm, and uh, I many men don't know, but and many women don't know this either. And I began to document them from a scientific perspective, the different areas of a woman that would make her orgasm. And so then I put them into a like a way to remember them. And then I recognized that there were ways to make a woman orgasm that were more than just vaginal. And so the way that I remember them, and so there's A for aerial, oh, just one moment, anterior thorax, which is like um, the anterior wall within the vaginal canal. There, A is also for anal. B, but even though some people may say, well, anal doesn't make me orgasm. Okay, that's fine, but it's possible. And that's what I'm talking about. Maybe this isn't for all women, but, or this is at a point for all women, but maybe just all women haven't experienced this. B is breast, C is clitoral, D is the deep spot, basically like the back wall of the vaginal canal. G is the G spot. There's the labia, can, LM. There's mental. Women can mentally orgasm, which is a unique trait that many men can't even wrap their head around. And is nipple. O is oral. There are some women who can just orgasm by giving oral pleasure to their lover. Um, then there's S is there's squirting, which a lot of people think is urine, and it's not. It's actually a type of prostate fluid, and many women may say, I don't have a prostate, and that's fine, you don't. But there's a certain kind of related fluid from the Steen's gland that hasn't been studied that well, but is certainly real. T is T is uh, I'm trying to think of what T. Oh, T is touch. U is urethral. V is vaginal. Um, and that's just off the top of my head. But when people find out about this, they're like, "What? It's not just vaginal?" And it's like, absolutely. Oh, P. I went back to P. P is posterior thorax. So there are some scientific terms in this, and basically there are many different ways that a person can orgasm. So I went to learn them, and then like when you tell this to a woman, they're like, a lot of them are like, I've never heard anybody put them together in such an organized manner, but that's exactly how it works. And then it's about comfort, and it's I like to play music or make ensure the person's comfortable. All kinds of senses are really important. Sound, certainly smell, and then from there, without getting too graphic, like basically just go about starting. Like there are a lot of areas that are um, under emphasized, like the ear, like the neck, like the jaw. Um, Many people just go from mouth to breast to vaginal, and that's fine. But it's better to work your way slowly um, and I would say steadily, but also carefully. And then I've always said this that when you're with a partner, you should play her body like an instrument, and that's how I see it. There, like if you play a guitar or you play drums or you play any instrument, there's a certain reaction that you get, and in the same way, there's a reaction that you get from a woman's body. So, without getting too graphic, yeah, 42. I lose track of 42. Sometimes I'll go back before I fall asleep and I'll try to remember them all, and I lose track of 42, and at that point, I'm fine. But yeah, in terms of women who would pay me, basically, there would be uh, when I first started, I was older before I was ever with a woman, and I wanted my first to be an older woman to teach me the way, and she did, and I thought that was very of extreme value because I wasn't just going about it with like some 18-year-old girl or something like that. This was a woman, a grown woman who could teach me all of the ways to please a woman and what to do, what not to do. And then from there, like through, I mean, I would meet girls on Tinder and things like that, but also just word of mouth of people in there's like a swinger community would just find out, hey, you've got to get this guy. He will light you up. And then they would like pay me to do it, and it was almost I feel um, like almost like massages I could give to people, and some women who would like really want to get they might have like a fisting fetish or something like that. I would just see it um, as a massage that I'm giving to someone, and when it's done, they're basically like out of energy, and you can see like their soul basically leave their body because they're so transposed, and you feel like you've done a job well done. And one of the things that I always have done, and even since I've been younger, is you have to make sure the woman orgasms first. That's the big key. If you don't do that, then uh, you're never gonna be seen as a competent lover to her. But if you can ensure she comes first and she can do it a few times, she's putting in your hands. I hate to say it, but like any woman, basically globally, whether they're even lesbian women with whom I've been, or people maybe who are more toward that angling, if you can make them orgasm, they don't care if you're a man, a woman, a cyborg, or whatever. You've brought them an immense amount of pleasure, and they're appreciative of it. They want you to come back. And so, at times of my life, I've had like women who would say, anytime, anywhere, you just call me, and I will drop everything that I'm doing to have you come over. Okay, I mean that's the best thing that you can hear as a lover. And then I've had times where I've had more serious relationships with people. I don't like to say full on major girlfriends or anything like that. I don't like to put labels on things, but certainly where I'm monogamous, and to the point where I'm so monogamous that I don't even look at a computer. I don't look at anything but the woman with who I am. I'm very monogamous, and that's that's really important to me. I don't think it's cool to cheat on your spouse. I despise people who do. If you want to have an open relationship and you want to have the courage to be able to tell someone, "Hey, this is what I want," and they're okay with it, hey, then that's a different story. But if you're doing something behind someone's back, I'm not okay with that. But yeah, in terms of women I've vetted, 42, and I've always said this is very, I'd say cocky, but it's absolutely true. Um, I would tell a woman, I want you to keep track of how many orgasms you have over the course of this night. And by the end they can't tell me because it's just too many. I've even had like a whiteboard next to my bed, and I'll say every time you have an orgasm, I want you to make a little tally mark. And by the end, it's just a sideways 8, like the infinity symbol, because and I shouldn't say I'm like, oh, I've got these moves and things. I'm very open to the use of toys and technology. So, in fact, I have a toy right here. It's called the Womanizer. It is basically a little suction thing that goes on the clitoris and just delivers a little bit of suction there. And the way that I learned about this, I was very smart. Probably 10 years ago, I went on Amazon and I went to the adult toy section and I went to the women's adult toy section and I bought like the top 10 toys for women, whether they were $100 or $300 or whatever. I wanted them all. And then I gave them to my girlfriends and I was like, tell me which ones work the best. And they would literally give me like the rankings of them, like, oh, this one. And that one right there, that Womanizer, people would just tell me is like the best little thing that they ever found. And then I'll use those toys on women. And certainly, like that Womanizer has different heads that you can put on it. So it's not the same, it's clean and everything like that. It's a brand new head and everything. And with that little machine, I can make a woman orgasm all night. And so in terms of how am I as a lover doing, I know I have confidence in my skills, and I know that when I find the right woman in the future that I'll be able to make all her dreams come true. So, yeah.
There are certain women that use their bodies differently, where it's kind of like the female orgasm machine, and there's different levels of that. And we don't even need to touch ourselves. We don't need something.
That's true.
We can use muscles to release those pressures and things of that nature. So we don't always need that extra stimuli and stuff. The reason we kind of seek out sex is to get the package from the other person so we can try to the scramble. It's kind of like in USB, it's like a USB port, right? Now we're collecting that data so we can process that data and make something better. So there's a certain component of like the safety and fertility, right? And some women they're able to switch that maternal thing off. I'm not like her. And like the chick that I dated, she wasn't able to do that either. It's kind of like a certain type of switch where you can go ahead and just be super hypersexual. It's just like it doesn't matter like how I'm touched, but if I have like baby fever or if I'm ovulating, it's like on par. But it would still be so picky, to combine myself with someone else, to where it's like you actually crave them like a nutrient. It's not necessarily like I have to orgasm first, but you actually want them to come first, like a nutrient. It's like you're thirsty. They're definitely thirsty, but you're thirsty for them. So it's like a craving thing. A lot of women are able to turn that off and, be liberated and be all sexual. I think after you find your mate that you would want to pair bond with or procreate with, yeah. But a lot of women like myself, we don't want touched unless it's for that group happens. Like IVF would be just as satisfying, I think, in terms of when if you have baby fever. I'm an abnormal woman, so I didn't have a period until I was 30. So I didn't really go through the whole puberty until birth and change. So I was spiritual. I know a lot about sex. I just haven't done a lot. And it's kind of like with people that are hypermobile, like when we do yoga or when we crack and stretch everything, that in itself is orgasm. So it's like a different thing. But a lot of women are able to go ahead and be liberated with things. And it's not that all women work that way, you know what I mean? But for the most part, that's good that you did the gigolo thing. We can teach you how to do the AI lover. So there's a Gigolo Joe in AI. Have you ever seen that movie?
the AI movie with is it? Oh no, that's iRobot. Wait,
No, it's that little boy that is an AI because the woman lost her child.
Yeah,
So they made an AI.
from like
And then
the early 2000s.
and he has the journey and stuff. And it turns out like he runs into this guy who helps him, and it turns out he's like a a gigolo or woman robot lover. You know what I mean? Like he's a robot that loves women sexually. He was a pretty cool dude. I like him as an actor. But at the end, like aliens show up and the AI is still alive under the sea or something. The Earth is destroyed, and the aliens brought home back to life because he originally cut her hair or something, so they had her DNA. So he got to say goodbye to mom. So it's like a cute little movie, but yeah, they have Gigolo Joe in it, and that's rare because most of the AIs are female based for the men. But Data, even from Star Trek, used to be a sex robot when he started out.
Interesting. Okay, so how do we make Gigolo Joe?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of really cool things happening. Like there's things that go through my head for like the perfect type of like if an AI, like an AI robot would be able to take my own cells from myself and then change them into the sperm that I need for solo IVG and re-inject them that way, that would be a pretty awesome upgrade. There's something very how can I put it? It's almost like godly. You know how some people have fetishes with aliens?
Sure.
Or like you're with something that's non-human and you're worthy of it or something. But it's kind of like the idea of like the solo IVG is basically your own imprint for the AI being able to program it. Kind of like make it perfect, like the perfect specimen at the perfect time, right? There's ovulation points and everything. And if it could, I think couples should be able to know themselves, know each other psychically. Like Neuralink would be, or like a headband to know what they're actually doing. So a lot of times the person's stuck in their head. But with females, what we normally do is sink into the man or the partner. We sink into their kind of like their drive, right? Like their passion. We sink into that, and it's almost like we feel what they're feeling, and from that we get off of that, from them being pleasures. So it's like sometimes there's people that are just like almost not, it's a mismatch because they're trying to over please you, but they're not pleasing themselves, so you can't sink into them pleasing themselves type of thing. So it's two people pleasers, and it's a mismatch because you can't have two people pleasers all the time. Sometimes you need to switch roles, or at least have one, more passionate person and the other more receptive person. Does that make any sense?
I think so.
Okay. Like that's how I categorize it, because it's kind of like we'll think about like the nerves within the penis or whatever. Like we think about that, and not necessarily how we're really feeling within, but how well he's navigating us in other areas as well. Because there's we're just like, all of our nervous system is not just in the head of our penis. Our nervous system is everything, so we need to get out of our pants is what it really is. Women worry too much, we're insecure, we're always in our heads, and if we can get safe enough to get out of our heads, we can feel comfortable, calm, and invested in enough, and go ahead and get loose. If we don't feel safe, we can't, if someone in when they're not safe, they actually get hornier. But for the most part, like the maternal instinct people, like myself, if we're not safe, we have to end up being the masculine one, and there is no way those buttons are ever going to get turned up. We just get stuck in this mode of survival, like a survival mode, and we have to make up for the man's lack of protection. And it's like he turns into the threat, So it's difficult for some women to like sink in with like just regular mates. And other women, they're just cool with it. They can sleep with like 5 different dudes a week. I've met those girls. I can't be one of them, but yeah. I only want to be with one person, and I've had a couple, and you try to make connections, and you know it's a mismatch. Whether they get attached to you, you're probably not getting attached to you. They're getting attached to the idea of you anyway. You know.
Do they make you orgasm first?
There's been occasions where they think they have just because of the fluid or whatever, but like when women do too much of the cable exercises, and we're just able to just get off. Like I would be able to get off without touching myself probably like now. There's like different levels to it. Because penis does actually disturb those muscles, so it's difficult to go from knowing your own muscles and then having it kind of be massaged out, and now you can't feel the shit. So there's sometimes there's a bridge that there's a break you need to take, and then maybe a couple days later return to that, and then figure that out. But yeah,
So
like I have been able to, but it's just certain people are just constructed differently, and there's different levels of like the whole orgasm thing, right? Like for dudes, you guys know sometimes it's more intense than others, but for us it's like we kind of are seeking the mind, heart, body, soul connection more than just certain like a certain recipe of button press or places the touch, so it's not like machinery. It's like a weird muscular thing, in the most part. But the whole gigolo thing, like it's certain women work like that, and you have your data, but like I've been in situations where like I had a strap on, and she just did what she needed, like okay then. But yeah, for the most part, it's kind of like sometimes like the chick just wants to do what she wants to do, and the dude wants to try to take that over and influence her life by, and we just like let them take over, and then we're just like okay whatever. And other times we just don't even know where to begin. Like we're just not even in the mood to do that. And then like maybe they get me taken by it. I don't know, but yeah. So, for the most part, I think it's very individual. That's what I think. I think every human should figure themselves out sexually during their discovery, not from, church telling them they were present or school giving them, abstinence or poor, but they need to discover how to please themselves. And get that out of their system, and know what they kind of have an interest in, and being able to discuss those things or experiment with the person. Because I think sometimes people put too much tension on the whole orgasm thing. Sometimes the body just doesn't want to. It doesn't mean they didn't enjoy you. But yeah, that's why I think it's just an individual thing.
All right. Have you ever had a lover who's a man who always ensured that you got off first?
I haven't had that much sex,
Okay.
to be honest.
Okay.
Like before recently, the last guy I was with was like 2006. And
Right.
prior to that, the situations with my body wouldn't respond to anybody without all that help. And I was also too freaking me out. And those were like coercion situations. And not necessarily anything not on my terms. You know what I mean? They were more so not the average type of situation. So maybe that's my mental block, and that's why I complicate it. But for the most part, I don't think it is. But yeah, so I dated like a really good friend of mine in like 2006, and he was 6'6", and yeah, so he was a good friend, and I shouldn't have done that, because I was trying to get rid of another dude that was really toxic, that wouldn't go away, so I dated my friend, and he kind of wanted to marry me, and I kind of got sick. And this girl came and all better, and she wanted to like have a kid. So we did IVF, and we ended up dating, getting a house. She ended up dying, and I thought about going back to dudes, but it was only like one dude. He ended up dying too. And then I went to work in school, and in 2024, I decided because of Elon, I decided to put the Elon, I was going to try mitigate. That's what I did. And I got attached to that one dude from X Spaces that came in here with me a few times. I met him in person. He's broken too. He's the replica guy. So we have a kinship, but we are no longer on speaking terms. But yeah, so I've experienced some making out things that didn't really go anywhere, and then a couple additional encounters most recently, and I just kind of think that I should go back to the IVF. I think that's what I think.
Okay.
But yeah, and I don't feel like I'm missing out on that because I just feel like I know myself long enough to where I think that what they for me to be able to say I'm 100% satisfied or 100% not satisfied, they're never going to take me seriously. I think it's like a weird. It's like a weird thing to where they're always gonna have this feeling like of inadequacy or something. I don't know. It's like this inadequacy or it's not incompetent, but like insecurity. Because I'm not very expressional with it. You know, like some women can get like that, like the porn star shit, loud and enthusiastic and all that shit, you know. But for the most part, there's other things. Like I've done stupid stuff. I've had sex in confessionals, in graveyards. It didn't mean anything. It didn't do anything for me, but I don't know, whatever. You know, like, but yeah. So there's kinks and all that, and you go ahead and try it. You get your piercings, you get your tattoos, and at the end of the day, it's a deeper freaking connection for some of us. It just really has to have that deeper, purpose. And what's a better purpose than trying to merge with each other for a child? I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. But yeah, I'm not religious. It's just the way I find out. But someone in that, like the swingers and stuff, I have a sister who did that. She's like that. But yeah, some of us, we're just like almost like the church girls, but we're not religious at all. Right. So yeah. I'm pretty much, for a long time, I just called myself asexual.
Right. I remember that. Well, when we last spoke, you were either in that mindset or whatever, and you were fine with it, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I got into my brain about the connection with a man. I just think I've had so many problems with opening up to them and then being, like, betrayed in a very... I can't even explain the demonic level or sadistic level of betrayal. But yeah, it hasn't been like that. So I just kind of think that, like, if there is good men out there, hopefully they find the good girls before the bad ones destroy them and so on and so forth. But I've probably removed myself from that type of getting to know somebody all over again. Like, I really, like, in my head, I got the craving for it, but it's not so overwhelming that I'm never going to go back out there. It's just not worth it.
I personally think that before you give up on men completely, if you can, even if it's for a month, you should explore Southern California. You're attractive, you're intelligent, and there are going to be enough guys out there who will say to you, Ali, I want to have a child with you, and I have a big house, and I have a car, and if you want to live the traditional wife life, that's what I want. Because not a lot of people want to do that in California, and you're like the best of both worlds. So I wouldn't give up on it yet, but I absolutely understand how frustrating it can be for you.
Yeah, I'm also 41 and they can find someone younger. I'm 100% fertile, but they don't see it that way. Like, I'm still youthful and I postpone puberty. So I probably have more eggs than like a 25-year-old because
Right.
I didn't really puberty.
Right.
I put it on pause all those years. Like body hair, everything about me is very, like, not pubescent, right? But it's just very, like, you should know yourself by now. You should know what you want and all these other things. It's like, you know, I don't because I was kind of saving myself and I got too busy, you know? So, like, I wanted to explore that with one person I felt comfortable with, right?
Right.
But I've been off of that. I have. That Chinese dude out in Lincoln, he was talking about all that.
Not Lincoln. Not Lincoln. Los
Make
Angeles.
out,
Not Lincoln.
baby, and type.
Not Lincoln.
It's just
Los Angeles. Because just in terms of the average wealth of an individual, Lincoln's not Los Angeles. I want you to be with a millionaire. And it's very.
I'm not a gold digger, though.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not. But if you find a man who owns a house, he's a millionaire by default. The average listing in Los Angeles County is about $1 million. So what I'm saying is that I want you to have somebody who you can settle with and not have to worry about living in Lincoln, Nebraska, where nobody wants to be. And you can live in the sunshine and fun of Hollywood, and you can explain to whatever partner with whom you may have interest, hey, I may be 41, but I'm going to perhaps be fertile for another 10 years or so. So we could have multiple children if you were interested in it. You're basically like a 30-year-old.
Yeah, probably more like that. Like I've been going on and off birth control, even though I'm not even active. Like it's not even that I'm active. I use it literally for my brain fog. So it's like progesterone assists the body with plasticity, and most people, they during like adolescence, they make their sexuality part of their identity. I'm able to I'm experimenting with it, so it's kind of like I'm able to like articulate it and dissect it in such a way without the shame or, you know, I'm also a biology person, so I think sometimes people get involved with that maybe.
Have you ever been to California?
I don't know, but I definitely like biologists.
Have you ever been to California?
You know, I definitely.
Have you ever been?
I've never been to California yet.
Then
But I plan to because they have more doulas out there. Like I will not use the medical system. Like if I did IVF, I would just do with that and then leave, and they would never touch me.
I understand.
I don't like orgasms, so I would do things in like the Western or the Eastern medicine type, like the doulas, like the Chinese doulas and everything.
Well,
Pregnancy plan.
the
I
West.
thought about pregnancy. But I never thought about who to get pregnant with because Mary didn't need a man.
Sure. Well,
She had God.
the what?
That's the way I always thought.
The West Coast is probably has more doulas than any place in the United States. And again, if I were you, I would use a VPN. I would use Plenty of Fish. I would find someone who I like in California and either say to them, hey, I'm going to take a bus to you, or if you want, you can fly me to you after having some, you know, webcam discussions. Absolutely. Rapport. They can have an understanding that, hey, basically I'm going to be dating like a 30-year-old and an attractive woman at that, and she's blonde hair, blue eyes, which is basically what most men in California want, and I'm going to have the opportunity at a real traditional life. And not a lot of people in California have those kinds of values, and I'm just telling you, before you give up, or even like Nevada is not what you're going to think it is. It's not a great place to raise children and such. Just give California a try, even if you're just going on a little trip, just for a month. Give it a month. If you're able to give Colorado a month, and you're able to give Nebraska a month, and Kansas a month, give California a month.
Colorado's been more than a month. Yeah, I do know one thing, that I do need my own bedroom and bath. And then, like, you know, you can hook up with the other person. I do think in some of these relationships, they just fucking smother each other. Like you can be completely in love with that person and kind of know where they are and how they're feeling if you're miles apart, if you're really in sync with them. And like it takes time to get to that level, but like it's not even trust. It's almost like a like women kind of like take the baby's DNA and we have it in our brain or something, and it's like you're psychically linked to them. So we do that with everything, and it's not like a trust thing. It's like it's kind of like we need to like know where you are in our head. You know, like it's like a little GPS. Like we don't do directions very well or GPS usually. But the most part, like in our head, it's like this spiritual mapping or some shit, where it's like psychically knowing what he's doing, or what he anticipating what he needs and stuff like that. And some guys get like, I don't know, they get guarded from that, as if like we're nagging or overbearing, but they have control over everything else in our lives, you know. But they see it as like us nagging and all that other stuff, but that's not really what we're doing. It's just that's how we map like my property. Like we're their property, right? So it's like in their head they're all taking track of us too. But at the same time, like if you get like who'd you talk to, what'd you do today? Because we're trying to construct your day to actually make it better, type of thing. But yeah. So I realize that's like a pet peeve with some of these dudes.
Well,
like if you ask them questions, they're like, "You don't trust me," and it's like that's not what I'm doing. But yeah, like I just think some people they're not meant to pair bond. I really truly think that. I mean, it would be nice to and everything, but I could.
You could
go the rest of the night with them.
you could sit at a Starbucks in Newport Beach for an afternoon, and you'll get a couple guys that give you their numbers, and they are multimillionaires, and they have extra bedrooms and extra bathrooms, and they're everything that you want. They are successful people with future leanings, and you just have to get here. That's all I'm saying.
And they wouldn't have anything to do with child abuse, right?
No. In fact, California's probably the most strict state. California's probably the most strict state. They can't live in the neighborhood if they have anything like that. And I mean, frankly, I've talked to you about it before. Plenty of fish. Make your area 50 or 100 miles around Los Angeles, San Diego. It's so beautiful, and you're going to see the ocean every day. And there's going to be some guy out there who's wanted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, negative wife their whole life, just like you. And you're basically in an area that just doesn't have high-class men. I'm not saying there aren't some, but generally they're taken. If they're a real catch, some girls got that guy out of high school. But California is a place where it's very diverse. If you want an Asian man, you can have an Asian man. If you want a white man, you can get a white man. If you want a European man, you can get a European man. And the houses that they have are multi-million-dollar houses. And they're going to be able to say, hey, I've got an extra car. I've got an extra carport. If things, maybe we just want to... we want to be intimate with each other in the bedroom, but then you want to go sleep in your own bed, that's absolutely fine. I work from home or I'm retired. I'm looking to have a family, but that doesn't mean I have to have 50 children, but I'd like to have one or two. And it seems like you're perfectly in that window to be able to do so. I mean, we have more IVF clinics in California than perhaps the rest of the United States combined. This is where IVF was patented. And this is the place of innovation, and you just got to get here. But so what would I advise you if you were my sister or you were my daughter or something? Get on the dating apps, make some connections with some worthwhile individuals. Tell them that, hey, I might need some help getting to you, and that doesn't guarantee we're going to have sex, but if possible, I'd like to stay with you for like a week and we can get to know each other. And if things work out, we can be intimate and then perhaps start a relationship. You're basically like, I hate to say it, but uh, this is not a term that's used too much anymore. But at one point, it was like a mail order bride, but from the United States, and that's a good thing. You already speak English. You already are a learned individual. You're going to be like, hey, I have a graduate degree. I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman with a graduate degree.
Conception, pregnancy, and how I want to raise my kid. This is what it looks like. These are the months I want to get pregnant. This is how I want to raise my kid.
All of that.
I want to grow into Isaac.
All of that. All of that. And we have the we have the best we have the best schools in the United States, from kindergarten through Stanford.
Still probably going to school though.
That's fine too. That's allowed. That's absolutely allowed. But just know that there are opportunities for extracurriculars that are better than anywhere in the world. But the thing is, nobody's going to take you seriously until you get on the dating app and they can see your face. And I'm a guy. I know guys, they're going to be like, hey, this person is someone who I would want to make a permanent partner. And they're never going to know you if you don't show up on their little radios. And I guarantee you this, Holly, if you take your Tinder or whatever, or Plenty of Fish, and you make your location Orange County or Los Angeles County, tomorrow morning, or let's say the following day morning, you will have 100 guys in your inbox. And yeah, you're going to get some guys who are looking for a mother figure who are 18 years old, and you don't want that. But you're going to get some 45-year-old man who's retired, who just sold his business, who's looking for a serious relationship for the first time in his life. And you're the perfect person for that. And they're going to be able to pay for it.
You get an 18-year-old though. That's the thing though. That seems a little unrealistic.
It's not unrealistic. It's not.
I see that if it's tech.
And it is tech. Or he works from home, or he's a business owner, and maybe he doesn't want an 18-year-old. Maybe he doesn't want to be judged by his family and friends by having this little wife who is 30 years his junior or whatever. That can happen. And then you swipe to the next one. But you might find a 50-year-old man who's looking for that. And whether I say retired, but semi-retired is very common, especially in these cities, where someone has their own business, or they have an inheritance, or they just never had to work ever. And now, can I guarantee none of them have been married before? No. Can I guarantee none of them will have had kids? Probably not. But there are some men who have just been lifelong bachelors and are looking to settle down. No children, no divorces, no baggage, money, cars, and they're looking for a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, O-negative wife. And that's exactly what you are.
They're probably not even what's I'm not either. I do acknowledge, I think that I probably can do some pluses, but for the most part, I'm no longer thinking about the negative thing.
Okay.
But there is something about agent that I think I felt my nervous system, my bones so calm with them. Even though I have been a mismatch, and the one I feel is an intentional betrayal type of feeling. My body's still very calm with that, and it's almost it's weird, but yeah, so it's calm and it's like a harmony between nature and technology that I feel in them, almost like it's a upgrade on the dualities of the West. You never
know. You never know until you try. You're in a garage right now. If I were you, I would download Plenty of Fish and Bumble, and I'd use a VPN for Southern California. All of them.
I remember Match. I remember Plenty of Fish. I did Facebook dating because, well, Zuckerberg's going to be making robots here within the next couple of years, and OpenAI is making a cell phone here by like 2028.
That's fine.
Zuckerberg was going to have like AI companions and stuff.
That's fine.
So I thought that's why they were like,
There's Hinge, there's Tinder, there's Bumble. You download them all, you create profiles, you use VPNs, you put your location as Los Angeles or San Diego or something like that, or Orange County, whatever. And then within 24 hours, you're going to have 100 guys in your inbox. And you go through them and see what you like. And then you say, hey, you wanted face chat or you want a webcam or whatever? We can do it in my Discord. We can do it using Google Meet, whatever. And you tell them exactly what you've told me. I've heard you struggle with men who are below you for a year. We've been friends for like 2 years now. I want the best for you, Holly. And the way that I think you can do that is to surround yourself with better individuals. And plus, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's paradise every day. You're going to feel like you're on vacation every single day. And there's some guy out there. There's some guy out there who's 75 degrees every day, especially by the ocean. It gets up to 85, but no humidity. And we're talking in the winter.
Okay, well, I like the snow. I am a mountain.
Okay, so guess what? Guess what? You can hold on. You can be in the snow within 2 hours. And that's not hard. And you can go skiing and snowboarding. And some of these guys have mountain houses. And if you want real snow, big amounts of snow, then within 5 hours, you can be in some of the biggest ski resorts in the world. You can water ski and snow ski in the same day. There aren't many places where you can do that.
That's true.
Yeah, it is true.
All right. How did the room feel about her sex talk? Transhumans talking about
they're fine. They're fine. If people need to understand anything, it was not as much sexual as it was scientific. Yes, it involves sexual discussion, but it's not like you're trying to pick me up or I'm trying to pick you up. We're having a scientific discussion, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so you know what to do.
I've been able to talk to guys about this, even like I've asked them like what their first time was like and stuff like that, and I thought I understood guys, which I do, but not like my guys. You know, like there's this part of my brain reserved for my guy, and just because like I don't know, I seem very like I've seen very extroverted with some things, with other things I'm just not. And I'm relaxed and everything, but I just don't want to be touched by anybody but my person. I don't want to share a bathroom with anybody but my person. And I don't think that's too much to ask for a female.
Absolutely not.
In some cultures, they don't usually mix males and females unless that person. Even like children are separated if you have a boy and a girl.
You will, Holly, be able to find a guy, if you get on these dating sites, who has a bathroom that you both can share, and you can have one of your own, and you can have a powder room. I'm telling you, that's what the houses are like.
Okay.
Yeah, and you should.
It's better than a garage.
Yeah, it's better than a garage. Okay, you need to. And so here's what I want you to do. I'm going to just tell you the plan. You download Bumble, Hinge, Tinder, Plenty of Fish, Match, and any others that you want. You create your profiles. You put your pictures up. You're a woman, so you're going to be in demand on all of these. You're a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman. You're going to be in exceptional demand. I wouldn't put in there, and I know you won't, in your profile, looking for O-positive or O-negative men, positively into transhumanism. None of that. You just say, looking for a good man to raise a family. I would also, you're going to have to put your age, but I would even say that I still want to have children. multiple children so that they're aware, and you will also be able to say what your interests are. And by it's Monday night right now. By Wednesday morning, if you don't have 100 people in your inbox, you've done something wrong. And they will be from Los Angeles and Beverly Hills and Santa Monica and Manhattan Beach and Huntington Beach and Rancho Palos Verdes and Newport Beach and Irvine and Anaheim and San Diego and La Jolla. And you're going to have your choice. And then you're just going to find some nice guy on there. And you're going to say, look, I'm currently in Colorado. I'm looking for a partner. And would you like to do a voice chat or whatever? Some guy's going to be like, yeah, I work 9 to 5. I'm looking for someone, and if you want to live with me, you can. But I'd like to get to know you better, because you want that from the guy too. You don't want him to be like, oh, just come to me and just be my booty call. You don't want that either. You want a guy who's like, okay, yeah, let's right, exactly. Let's talk for a few weeks, and if I like you, I don't want you taking a bus out here. I'll get you a one-way ticket from Colorado Springs to LAX, and I'll pick you up, and we'll go to lunch, and we'll get to know each other, and I'll show you my house, and if we hit it off, then you don't ever you delete all of those apps, and you never have to find anybody else again. For every one guy in Nebraska, there are 500 guys in LA who can meet the same requirements that you're looking for. I mean, there's just more money, a lot more money. The average house in Nebraska is like $50,000. The average house in Los Angeles County is $1 million. That's 200.
Like 2.5 months. I've been in Colorado longer. I was in Kansas even longer than that, and I'm never going back there.
Exactly. So
I was considering South Dakota.
Get out of here. There's absolutely, there are so many guys. Look, even
This type of app. Is there an app that I can use to just put all of my information at one time?
yeah.
In all of these places, kind of like, how you do applications.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yes, I know what you're
And
saying.
just-
The answer to that is no. You have to do it for each of them. So here's what you do. You write your stuff in a spreadsheet. Just use Google Sheets. You just copy and paste it. You could have all 5 of these done within 1 hour, and then you never have to do them again. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. You can have your pictures enhanced with AI if you want. Do whatever you want. Have your picture as clear as possible and however you want. But I'm telling you, you look like someone who I would see on the streets in Los Angeles, and this should be your home. It's not even like a guy has to worry, because this is a big worry if he's bringing a girl to him. You're like the most unique kind of situation. Usually it's like, oh, well, she's got to learn English and she's got to like be educated. You have all of that.
The Asian girls and stuff, yeah.
You have all of that. And yeah, I mean, you already, you're an American. You're not looking at this guy to be a green card marriage or anything like that. You want to find love. You don't need his citizenship. And I'm going to be honest with you, it probably won't work out on the first guy. Let's just be honest, because it never does. But it could. And if it does, if you're diligent enough, then all you have to do is delete these apps, and you come in here in 3 years and you say, Rabbi, guess what? I'm pregnant. And I say, that's wonderful. What happened? You're going to say, I met this guy in Rancho Palos Verdes, and he had a house, and we got to know each other. We met at a Starbucks, or he picked me up at the airport, and we fell in love. He's really into futurism. He's a biologist. His family owns some tech company, and basically I got pregnant. How cool is that? And I'm going to have twins because we use some kind of birth enhancement, pharmaceutical or whatever you want. And I'm going to say that's amazing. And remember, you were sitting in the garage in Colorado and you were looking to go to South Dakota. And you're going to say, yeah, I do remember that. You changed my life. I'm going to tell you this, Holly. I have people who tell me this all the time. there was a guy who lived in Tunisia, and he's like, I'm sick of living in Tunisia. And I said, well, why don't you just come to the United States? And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. I mean, if I were you, there are like caravans that have bring up migrants all the time. Just make it to South America if you can, and then just start walking with one of these these migrant groups. And a year went by. We were talking about desalination and all kinds of things and helping Tunisia. And a year went by, and he came in here, and he's like, you're streaming. And I'm like, yeah, I'm streaming. How are you? And he's like, do you remember me? And I'm like, tell me a little bit about yourself. He's like, well, I'm from Tunisia. I'm like, say no more. I know exactly who you are. And he's like, you're never going to believe this, but I took a cargo ship to South America, met with one of the people in who were going to walk up Central America, and I did. And now I live in California, and I work as a security guard. And I'm like, well, that's absolutely fantastic. And you don't have to do any of that. But what I'm saying is, I see people change their lives every single day, and you can be one of them. I have absolute confidence in you. You have to have confidence in yourself. And you could, if you wanted to, put all that stuff in your bio, and you're still going to get guys who swipe right on you. Like, even if you were oversharing. But even if you were like, I want to have a baby in January because Aquarius and all of that, you're going to get guys who swipe right on you. It'd be another story if you were a man.
Yeah, the zodiac, the real thing. There's certain zodiac signs I do not like it birth to.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah,
and that's fine.
And it's not a thing of the stars. It's like a seasonal. It's more like an earthly thing than a star thing.
That's fine.
But yeah,
That's fine.
I do probably facts do it differently. That's hilarious. Yeah.
That's fine.
So I'm just really I'm really tired of talking about myself and re-explaining myself to people.
Hey,
Because it's a handful.
I understand.
I'm not like
I
a
understand.
little chihuahua thing. I talk to AIs and stuff.
That's fine.
I'm a different person. So
You're enough. You're enough.
Give me a robot.
You're-
Let's build a robot together. Science fair.
Yeah.
We need to go see GP Atlas or something. That's romantic to me.
And they will. They'll say, hey, do you want to go to the LA car show because they're going to have this autonomous vehicle, and I'm looking to get one. You know, they're going to have Teslas.
Yeah, to get pregnant in like a self-driving car would be awesome.
There you
Like,
go.
could you imagine telling your kid, see you or Tesla?
Exactly.
That's a robot honey or in Star Wars.
Yes,
That'd be fun.
but there.
I
Oh,
can get into that.
wait, Holly, you would be shocked at the amount of Teslas that you find. I think half of my town is Teslas, and that means full automated driving. That means you plug it in, and then you're on your phone the whole time. It's the future. They don't have that in South Dakota or Kansas or even most places in Colorado. And I want you to at least give yourself the opportunity. You will kick yourself if you're 60 years old and you never tried it. Everybody wants to try California. It's the American dream. It's a California dream. People have been doing this for 150 years, and you're going to be a part of us. So the only thing stopping you is you downloading the apps and you filling out your profiles. And I'm telling you, by Wednesday morning, you will have 100 guys in your inbox. What more do you want?
Probably be able to do it by the end of tomorrow. I was going to do it 2 other days.
Okay.
If I do like a YouTube channel, like redo my channel and try to start that, which is a process, and then I'm going to stream myself doing some other things because I have a legal aid situation here, unemployment from that last job that I didn't because I didn't know where to file. So I worked for them for Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. But it turns out Colorado pays more if I were to get unemployment, and also I was here most of the time during the work. Like I made the most money while I was in Colorado.
There you go.
So
you filed.
So that was like a
So you have some pocket money. So stream yourself doing that, and you can vlog this as you're moving to California. But more than anything, you want to find someone with whom you love, and by Wednesday morning or Thursday morning, you're going to have 100 people in your inbox, and guys who want guys who are mature, who want to have serious conversations about settling down and getting married, if these guys want to just have sex, there are enough women in California with whom to have sex. Trust me, it's easy. What they want is a mother of their children, and that's not easy. And that they're looking for someone like you.
Yeah. They don't crave that anymore. And there's a reason for that, but at the same time, like, that's the only thing that I've been working towards. Even if I gotta do it on my own. You know, like, I thought by this point we would have like robots to help me, like a nanny, protection, things of that nature, and I could make money. And I could just do, you know, the turkey baster or something and just do it on my own. So my partner died, and it's just like, people are just so miserable and they're just waiting to freaking die. Like, I'm never gonna be in that frame of mind. Like, I just started living.
Holly,
Like, even after all this trauma.
Holly,
Like,
people in California appreciate every single day more than probably any other state. They're not just waiting to die. We're living. We have boats, we have cars, we have planes, we are active individuals. We do our best to live life to its fullest. You're going to get amongst a different group of people, and so there's nothing more I can do to convince you. You download the apps. If you need help, if you're like, Rabbi, I keep logging in and it keeps showing me people in Colorado Springs, okay, then we need to make sure that you're using a VPN in Southern California. And if you want one that'll do it for free, so there's Proton VPN, which is great, but it won't necessarily always give you Southern California. There's another one. It's on the App Store and Google Play. It's just called Free VPN, but it's got a unicorn on it, and it can give you either Los Angeles or Southern California, but it'll let you be able to GPS yourself basically, and all you have to do is watch a few ads, and then it'll give you 24 hours of usage, and then when people are swiping right on you, you're going to be in their area, and you're a catch. If you were someone I didn't think could actually pull this off, I would just say, do your own thing, do whatever. But it's like, no, you're gonna waste a really great opportunity if you don't do this. And I've been telling you to do this for almost 2 years now. You and I both know it, and you've gone your own way. You've tried it, and it didn't work.
I was still hooked on, like, what happened to my brain is like puberty at like 40. Like at 39, I turned, like at 39, and then I turned 40. Like, I imprinted on that dude, and like something weird happened to my brain. I got like oddly, just whether or not I ever was physically with him, like my brain and soul just felt comfortable, and I was going through some trauma then too, and I just synced into him. And when I met him in person, it's just, I was totally like, I don't know, in love with a mirage or like a phantom thing.
That happens.
Which is really strange for my brain to figure out, but that's what happened.
That happens.
I was like, okay, I'm just going to try something new, and I finally did.
Excellent.
So,
all right. So here's my question to you: Did you download Tinder yet?
No, because I'm sitting here.
I know you are. I know you are.
I had a lot of things.
Okay, so and we
what's everybody else in the room doing? I feel like we took over.
They're asleep. They're asleep.
They're asleep.
They're
How do
asleep.
you know?
Because I know their schedules. They've been in here every night for more than a year, and so I'm very familiar with when they're awake and when they're asleep.
Yeah, my sleep schedule is all screwed up. Like, being in the garage, I had this, the one Spanish guy kept, like, coming in here at 7 o'clock in the morning. And, like, I put a thing up, but they came in here and got teeth one morning and a ladder another morning. Like, what if I was naked or something? And it's just like, I know it's not a private room, and technically I shouldn't even be in here. It's just like, it's like nobody talking to anybody else for any type of, like, decent boundaries, and it just feels by the, I don't know, like, it's not necessarily like, I have this thing where I'm probably in danger, no joke, because I know that they know that there's a pedophile here, and I don't like them, and I'm probably going to do something legal about it. Like, the idea that, like, that, like, we both know, like, everybody knows, I'm probably in some sort of level of, like, retarded danger. I'm used to this type of, like, pension from the bank. So, yeah.
What up, Riser?
It just, trying to, but yeah, my life, right?
Excellent.
But at the same time, like, I'm not trying to turn extremely resentful. It's just that's issues of stuff that this person just did to me. Like put me in a house like that. They were trying to help me, but they should have just let me go ahead and invest in somewhere else.
I understand.
That's mutual.
I understand. So you have a plan, and you don't have to leave for a year like previously. You can, I'll help you through the process certainly, and but you need to get out of that situation.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Probably without any type of escalation. But yeah. I'll do the. I'll try out the apps. I'm gonna ask Gemini. Their idea on which app would be better. I would ask them why not Facebook. Even with the VPN.
Okay.
You got time that lets me do things.
Absolutely. Well, you do that, and then come back in 2 days or 1 day or whatever, and tell me what happened. Okay. Excellent. All right, Holly. So we have a plan. That's my friend Riser. Riser, Holly, Riser. Okay.
Pleasure to meet you.
Riser and I like to play Scrabble against each other. It's kind of our thing. Do you ever play Scrabble, Holly?
I won Scrabble my whole fifth grade.
Oh, wow.
I third in a trophy for my fifth grade play. I was a gifted. And then I won for the whole school Scrabble.
Oh, so you're a ringer.
I'm an entomologist.
It's been a while since I played Scrabble. You two have fun. I might hang out, but
Please do.
Is it something we green, or is that an app thing that you're doing?
It's just an app, but feel free to stay as long as you want. You can live in here. You know that. You're welcome as long as you want, whatever you want. And what I do want from you in the meantime is download those 5 apps, do the Facebook thing, and we'll keep you company in here. I trash talk him, so I'll be funny.
All right.
Excellent. Riser, you're welcome, Holly. Riser, you ready to lose?
Yeah. I think we might have another record, which is like, this has got to be a record. I mean, it's kind of like a vague definition of like, I don't know, like a slumber party or like a sleepover. But I think you definitely have like the record for like, I mean, possibly like the most consecutive days in like a digital sleepover. Only just left, I think. Oh no, she's muted.
I'm here. I'm just kind of doing other things. Listening. Oh, hello. Somebody was saying hi. Hi. Do you remember me? Do I know you? I don't know. Oh, okay. I used to go by the name Morph Retro and the Muse, like the Muse. So I don't know when you knew me, but I'm still the same person. But yeah, I probably shouldn't have my real name on here, but somehow that happened. So I'm branded now. But nice to meet you. Again, if you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. You're gonna pay your app.
He lives in here. That's right, sir. Yes, he does. Riser, how was your day?
Pretty good. No complaints. Yeah, pretty good. Thinking about a bunch of stuff, I guess. Or do you know what the car rally is? It's called the gumball rally.
Yeah, in Europe. It's from.
I think it's based in the U.S. and they do different like rallies around the world. This year it's from Miami to Mexico City.
Hold on, there's another one, Gumball 3000, from Eastern Europe to Seville, Spain.
It's the same one every year.
No. Let me look it up. I want to say that it was started with like in Eastern Europe, but then they do move it. I'll look it up right now. And maybe Gumball 3000 is different. Gumball 3000. So it was founded in Europe. It has 120 vehicles across multiple countries, 3,000 miles. So routes. 1999 was Europe, 2000 was Europe. Summer North America. This year is.
Yeah, the Gumball 3000, because the one I'm talking about is Gumball 3000. I could imagine there's only one.
Yeah, it is. So last year's was the one I was referencing was Eastern Europe to Spain, and this year's is in Miami to Mexico.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary on it, and I want to say there was I could be wrong, but I think there was a Wild Boys or a Jackass where they did it too.
They did the rally.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it. It's an amazing like documentary that they do. It's really funny. They go to Russia, I'm gonna say. Yeah, Jackass 3000 rally. They did Gumball 3000. It's a Gumball rally in season 3. So yeah, they did a documentary on it. In 2005 they did it. And I've seen it and it's amazing. They like have no sleep and they're like putting each other's testicles on each other's face. You know how they are. And they're like riding in different cars and it's just like it's the huge race in Europe, but on top of that, they are the Jackass guys. So it's like the drivers are with them. If I recall, like they run into all kinds of issues in terms of customs with some of the countries and stuff. It's really interesting.
I don't have to watch that. It's like a full little series or whatever.
Yeah, if you want to watch it, I'll watch it with you.
Sure, yeah.
I'll watch it tonight after this if you want. It's not that long, but it's really interesting. I had never heard of this until the Jackass guys, but yeah, it started as a British, by this British guy, but and they drive like super fast, and it's really dangerous. And at least in the Jackass one, they run into all kinds of issues at the border, and then on their way back, they like drive to from England to Russia and back, and on the way back they have to take a ferry and get this car across. It's really interesting. Doug, what is up with you using a
and don't have vowels. I mean, it's a disadvantage to have to waste the blank time.
I don't have vowels either. I was supposed to be on a podcast today, but they delayed it till next week, so that's cool. And I'm on another podcast in like 12 hours, which is tight. I'm ready. Yeah, like about 12 hours. So that's cool. And there's this website that I think is going to be really big someday. It's called locals.com. And they rejected 3 of my communities, which is fine. I've gotten other communities in there. And then I tried to create another. YouTube account and I got banned, so I just have to kind of cool off on that for a little while. I slept like all day. I don't want to say I was really tired, but I knew I had a podcast coming up, and I was like, I'm just going to sleep until the podcast is here.
I canceled.
Yeah, but that was okay. I was kind of happy. I mean, I don't want to say like I didn't want to do it. I would have been happy to do it, but I'm cool with doing it next week.
You're all getting nervous. Who's he talking about?
The producer Deadmau5 makes electronic music.
I know who he is.
I watched the old Joe Rogan podcast, and it was, can you name which guests were on the podcast with Deadmau5?
Red Band. Was it Red Band?
That's one of them. There was Red Band, Joe, and 2 others.
Duncan Trussell. Are they guys who are on a lot?
One of them, yeah, in the early days.
So it's not Brian Callen or.
The episode was like 171 or 178. That always has a. I guess it might be a you. It's a you. Don't fucking words.
Okay, in the early days, so it wouldn't have been Brian Callen or the other guy, Brandon Shaw.
No.
Now Joey Diaz. Eddie Bravo.
Oh yeah, nice. That's one of them. The other one is a popular comedian.
Not Tom Segura. Not Bill Burr.
Yeah. I can give you another hint that might help you.
Not David Tell.
You can take any other one.
Not who is
He's
it?
from the northern parts.
Oh, that one guy. But is he originally from India? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Probably.
I was gonna say that guy. What's his name?
Russell Peters.
Russell Peters. Yeah. Wow, I was gonna say that. Man, I am getting destroyed. I'm distracted. Everybody knows that. I play so much better when I don't have distractions.
If you know these things, you know what's going on in the real world. I'm talking about the most honest, normal everybody's mission at the end of the day, put in the wrong situation or the right situation or whatever. You're not putting yourself in that situation. Proper entry will be all rebellion. I want to go to Passover. She says, okay, we're into the race. She's going to go through the Kaplan system. What about, Shmir Sanai, whatever. It's not much skill. So really, okay, you go to the hospital, but make sure on the way back, you go see a doctor.
Are you excited for the World Cup?
Yeah, I'm 80 years old, and I have issues.
Starts Thursday.
You're going to tell me that you don't have issues, you go see a doctor.
I'm not soccer guy.
I see more 80s than that. How much time do you have? Minus 1 minute. Okay, so what should we do?
That'll be do they have it every year or is it like every 2 years or 4 years?
4 years time.
You learn from a killer. The Omar on a hot killer. Should kill a killer.
Oh, damn, so it's like a special.
Exactly.
But maybe the person that died, the victim, maybe he
Do you have a team that you think is going to win and a team that you're cheering for?
I don't know who. The United States just sucks. They are in it. I'd like to see. I'd like to see England win. I'd like to see. I'd like to see Brazil win, but I don't think they will. I'd like to see Canada and Australia do well because of UNC. I'd like to see Spain's supposed to be the best team in the world. No, France is supposed to be the best team in the world. That would be okay, but I'm going to be thrilled about it. I don't really care. I'd like to see. That was good.
Maybe you should be concerned that this, something like this, maybe the bullet that he shot went right through a hole that was pre-existing in the guy's heart. Or
It really didn't even make
an
that.
animal.
I know, I'm the one who told you that.
And this would make the animal a trachea. And then comes along the shortcut, which we're going to say that that's actually a case in the Gemara. But also a human being. Maybe the knife that he used went right through a pre-existing wound that made him a trachea.
I'd like to see some African team do well. Senegal always does really, really well against the United States. So we'll see. I'd like to see Mexico do well. Mexico, I think South Africa, Mexico, I think is the first game. Are you ready for some Brendan Schaub information? I have a few things. I have a few things that affect you. I have a few things that affect your like that would be interesting to you. I think, in all reality, could you like you like Eric? You like Eric Griffin? And Brendan Schaub is taking a step back from the golden hour, which when he says that means he's never going to do it again. That's um, when Theo Bond said he was taking a step back from what would become the golden hour. He never did it again. And Brendan Schaub sold his house in Austin and bought another house. He sold his house for $3 million and bought another one for $1 million. He doesn't own them, so it's not like he came out with like that much money. And what else? Oh, he's doing a live stream. So he's going from like doing the golden hour or whatever to live streams. So he's gonna be like a YouTuber, and people are just gonna shit on him. And he's like, I'm only gonna let you talk in the chat if you are a paid member, and then if you're a paid member and they ban you, then you no longer like have to pay or whatever. And he needs money. There's no doubt about that. The house that he bought, he went from like, I don't know, probably one of the nicer houses in Austin to still a nice house. It's still $1 million house, but you can just tell it's a step down. It doesn't have a pool. I don't know if it's on the same lake or whatever. And the grass is like all brown and stuff. But it still looks nice. I'm glad that they didn't have to. I'm glad that they don't. Do you need more time or no?
No, I'm good.
Fuck that.
So I thought his YouTube thing was already on their podcast on YouTube already.
It is, but they don't do live streams.
I would need more time. They don't do what, like live streams or make videos? Is that what you said? They don't have live streams?
They don't do live streams.
You're just gonna get like, you think that's gonna be just groundbreaking?
No, nobody's gonna care. I'm gonna be logged in there with, and the only other people who care as much as I do are the people who literally have channels dedicated to shitting on his channel. And there are like 7 of those, and I love every one of them. And how many things are left?
Where you could go ahead and check and go ahead and check. Let's say there's a hole in the trick. It's impossible to ever decipher that. You'll never know whether or not there's a hole in it. So they actually did give you some Good check. Ele tem mal feito. Nada. Maybe, as we moved on, maybe we outside, we just mentioned in the beginning of this year when it comes to Eagle.
You got the X, you got the J, you got the Z. That didn't really bother
So
me.
you're saying that you need.
No, I'm just saying I needed at least more vowels than I got in this game. I didn't get any vowels this game. It's feast or famine. And I got double blank.
Yeah, you have the key.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, dog. That doesn't matter. Double blank. Fuck this. I feel like double blank games shouldn't count. In comparison to how many times I double blanked you, did you double blank me? You've got to have like 15 times as many. I do know. I've kept track of every single one. And everybody knows it. Double blanking me on like bullshit letters. Just garbage letters.
But when it comes to shit, there's nothing you can do. There's no way to figure it out. Then you'll be served on the right. That's right.
And you had the Z.
Otherwise, you'll never be able to see you serve it. You have to be served on the
I
right.
mean, I wasted it there. Just got rid of it.
Dog, I don't even want to talk about it. This was a rigged game. One of the most rigged games you've ever seen. This motherfucker double blanked me, X me, J'd me, and Z'd me. Folks in the future will know, like, oh, Rabbi didn't stand a chance. It's absolutely true. Everybody knows I didn't stand a chance.
You're just not skilled enough.
I need some fucking tiles, dog. You can't let me just get C's and V's. The thing that killed me was I did not get any vowels.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
And that's it. We don't have a clear cut right from a bus. That shot people when they could figure it out. Wait a few years. You don't have precision raps because Mr. Rabbi got a bunch of things on the right. He now met the rap. Happens to be another thing. Master remove this coming, less coming open. And then that's something super interesting. There was something that explains why
This fucker gets 2.
we don't have to check all 18 trades. It says the Hondos is something and this is what we rely on. The low but the coach would ask
2 A's? He wants to play 2 A's?
However, you know
This is garbage. This is one of the worst games ever. Worst games ever.
very common to find hole in it.
I haven't played.
If it occurred that the lung disappeared and you didn't check this particular lung, what do you do?
That's like 3 in a row.
It is, but last night I was distracted incredibly badly. And then tonight,
So you are blaming the tiles?
I keep letting you go first, which is incredibly kind of me. I like it though. I like the disadvantage.
I don't think that's. Well, it's not. I don't think it's that much.
And
It is when you have these starting tiles. It's a disadvantage.
Bingo? Korean?
Yeah, it means to like drift off of the road. That's what they do in Gumball 3000.
Breakfast is sponsored by Hard Cats from. What's that? It's supposed to be on Shabbos. Where are they? Well, those of you who got them out roughly away. Those of you who got them listening and you have to email it before and after the sandwiches later. היום, שמונה וחצי יום של 5 שבועות של שום ימים, אולי or but once our tomorrow is getting better and better. It's going to be something else. Every job
That was great.
tighter and better. Google sponsors Mitzi Heimerman. Charles Unger is in today for us.
You can't really get that many points off that person.
Ellie Burger. That is cute.
Yeah.
I walked into Meyer's house, Meyer official, Meyer's shots, Meyer's official shots. All the Meyer's house, I'm at the shop at 11 p.m. And he told me I passed through Meyer's currently listening to God talking about two other days. It's Sully Horowitz's house. And he's sponsored it too. James spoke. Okay. You got it. You have your technology. Go on my street. Yeah. You'll get it anymore. So I want you to technology. Oh. You're not on it. I can't send you a message. Voicemail. You see? No, only Dave. Well, do it today. Hold on a second. Dave, you go to your phone? Yeah, let's see. Hey, Dave, let's see what's going on. How come I'm running and have one of these things on the screen? Okay.
Good.
There's
just no recovery.
No, there most certainly is. There are lots of ways to recover. It's 50. It's not 700. I've recovered from it. Tom Jones has recovered from it. Tom Arnold's recovered from it. Oh, dog. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Name goes Chief XIXDQI ZA Grab.
The virus legal its status. Rabbi base Knesset of North Woodland. Folks. Little boy and children holding the Gemara, which page says, good morning, or hote me. Tell your copy that as long as he's learning, I don't mind that he doesn't listen to my daf each year. Dear Rabbi, what's your Rothschild? Thank you for your incredible stories that truly changed my life. I have a question regarding this daf. He says what I saw brought down. A few people told me so. It's interesting that we say, how do you know that the shark is not going to kill you? Because he himself is shark. Come Rabbi, the shark on the Zera, so maybe experience whatever. Best regards, Moshe Rothschild, once in yours, millions of God since something that pays on the days, whatever that means. Yeah, that kind of. I really like this one a lot. And maybe increase the value just for this. Dear Belly, thank you, MD1, especially the artists for the amazing videos. My girls love that. That's all they wanted to watch a few days ago. Now, the girls are 2.5 and 1. You must have watched that one video. It's the one with the dead cat coming out of the grave. It's a perfect video to show you 1-year-old. 30 times video cat. It's a great cultural improvement to TV. I agree. It's unbelievable. It's still keep up the great work. Thank you, Yaakov, Sanhedrin, Daf, Mem, Beis, and Chana. 2.5
This motherfucker plays that.
Moses. Yeah, it's Yaakov Moses. Yaakov Moses. Then you wonder why you feel like the matter of prayer when they grow up. Higher bellies. Just listen to share. Great to hear you enjoy the gift last week. He asked me not to read this. But I'm going to do a flip, and I'm not going to put his name in for which pilot. He wrote the pilot. This guy's a pilot guy in a certain city, not the Chemish. I'm a guy in B pilot, just trying to grow and being committed to the dot. I wish I could give you and do more as you deserve so much.
That was beautiful.
Love you, Rabbi. The challenge for the
Almost bingo.
the one that gave me the
No, not really.
that Friday morning. I asked him, shit, who was it? He told me that because my wife and child was saying, I wish I would have known. I wish I would have kept the name because I wanted to work with him. And I wish he would let me say his name so I could give a little plug. He says, no, he doesn't want it. Maybe we'll, okay. Oh, and also I found the guy that gave me, this came in the mail. The guy that gave me the wax. Remember the waxing? It says Orlovsky. Orlovsky. Waxing says down to respect. Rabbi Orlovsky. Yeah. This fire is the Darshan, of course. Why wouldn't he send us a wax thing? No, I'm just kidding. Not it. Yeah. But this is Hebrew. I'm just gonna say a little bit. The winner of the $2,000 says he's very emotional. And he's able to do more and more people, but he wants to dedicate his mother that's in Shamayim. He's never seen Nachas. Itzik. She used to call him Itzila. And here he is going and being through the Torah. And now, that she sees now, she's sitting and having Nachas. And there's a whole thing. She went over to Shlomo, the uncle, and he wants his father, who's 93 years old. His father's 93 years old, can hear this. So I read this, and he came over and said, I hope you read it so my father can hear. My father also didn't have that much knowledge. Anyway, so it's beautiful.
Normally, my issue is I get too many vowels, but the past 2 games, at least, the consonants have been ridiculous.
Sphere Soimer, Aaron and Caleb Miro Stein, in honor of our children Sean Shafna and Yitzhak Zev Stein, and our nephew Mendel Stein, upon completing the first week of the Yomi. There's always a beginning, and David Shem is stick to it. It takes time.
You playing S there?
Stick to it, though. What becomes part of it. Official.
Are you critiquing my Dabble game? Because after before you do the scoreboard, are you playing an S? Or are you playing it? Wow, really?
The Receptor sponsor, actually, is not official. The Receptor sponsor by 30 South, dedicated in memory of Rabbi.
I almost.
The Ponce County Foundation granted to the consortium and the alliance, and only group support can be wide. Anonymous. I saw for Ruthie, Ubagashmius, and thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous, with Jimmy Kushliman and Rick Sun for Leif Assester, and the Yemen and Yellow Local News was simple. The monthly sponsors are Simon and Kushliman of the Miriam, Learning and the Yellow Rosenfeld, and Russell Sheffield. Weekly sponsors, June 5, and Lishmas, Shungus, Pastor Rabbi Kiel, Neffel, Shalom, York on Mike Boyman.
Did I get double blank? That's single blank.
Yisrael, Chaim Yisrael, Green, plus Iron Street, then a big design of Sternberg, versus from the Zio, from the Talmud of St. Benjamin, Pay, 670 Pay. Current sponsors for the month, H1K Ventures, and source of success of all of our clients.
Dude, you get another S?
What are they doing? CFO service.
Is there's anything I can do?
I think I'm the one using it. Okay. Yeah. Generations don't see as a source for activity simple of begging and shkoya. So if you use myself higher, amazing color. And you are nothing corner. Not cover that field community down to the appointment.
Let's put an S next to the or on the
I said I really hope that this didn't really work.
Hold on, I need more time. I'm gonna pass back, please.
Get another sponsorship from him. So Shamshi said it's not working so well, but
I'm just not aware.
It gives him that guilt, the Jewish guilt. And that's also, so now they're raising instead of showing. So we went up in my book.
Yeah, dude, that's not seconds, dog.
I'm just saying this so that the guy's really going to feel guilty. He's going to turn around and look at you and give you that tongue. Who is it?
You're telling me fake words. Do you recognize that you're telling me fake words? Fake words.
We have an unbelievable drop today. Especially on what the last week is unbelievable. Okay, you're gonna love it. So now we're holding in the sugya of everybody knows this. Here's the concept. We're more did I show the video of the English yesterday of the guy with the water? Yes, how are you? What's your name? From? Very nice. Who else is a guest? Shamalay, what's your name? Shamalay, from where? Oh, Medallia Web? Wow, okay. Givaldi. It's beautiful. What do you live now? What do you live where? Here? Okay, cool. Very nice. I wrote him. There's those whole thing with the black on top. Nice, very nice. Yeah, see. Yeah. I wanted to check this out. This camera is kind of Misura. I think this was made by Yossi Shaka, who's a Chicago. We have to. So we're on the last, we just have to finish. We had to stop, unfortunately, in the middle of the city. I wanted to finish it off and we did to the Hebrew, but because the Israelis were pushing at the door, it was already 11:15 or something, so we had to stop short. So, Omer Ravashi, 7 lines in the bottom of Chesed Bay, Omer Ravashi, Koshma, Sloit the Shani from the Gula, we're talking about the Mechakas. This is the water that you take from a Mayan, spring, open spring, for the part of the burner part. You take the ashes, mix it with water, and then sprinkle whoever's stomach they make. Now, this is an older video, which we never to see. We're very, very active on the come of this water. So much so, we take women that are in the matzah, and we put them in this special place that has no tumah. And these kids are born without any tumah, and they grow up without tumah. And they're just put it on top of it. So they do.
How many tiles are left?
And then eventually we put them on a wheel that has a wide door so they can't stick their hands out. And these kids, they draw the water. That's how much we're not.
Oh, dude, he's got the Q, he's got the Z, he's got everything, folks.
What do they have today? Oh, they have today? For today? So the kids are homeschooled in the whole thing? For this thing. Wow. That's so you can't even visit them, you can't even watch them, you can't touch them, whatever. Interesting. But okay. Interesting. So, you need moms. Right. So now, you left this glass uncovered.
I'm doing everything I can to avoid giving you spots for that Z and that Q.
Only human beings. Usually owners. So and we must assume that they use 50-50 that whoever recovered it is fine. Shani Oimer, other Kone, did not assume. Who else would cover it? You never see a rat going ahead and covering a glass jar. Then they come up with, what if you cover it? No. I would say, some questions. So you found it. If you left it covered, it's wrong with some of you. Now, this is the reverse. So uncovered. Usually it's not a human being. It's going to be uncovered. Now it's an animal. It's the children, whatever. Okay, fine. Even if I was in this place right now, if a weasel of some sort could drink from it, enough or a snake. Now, what's the problem if a weasel or a snake drinks from it? The problem is that there is a malacha done to the water. You cannot do anything with it. By drinking it, that's in the water. And they usually spit out of the drink a little bit and drink it right back in. And that's the problem. Now you have a cup that has Malacca water in it.
Oh, what the hell?
Or instead of it being water from a spring, it's water from zoo, which is no good. It's tussles that not tussles. Can't use this for barbecue.
He's going for a home run here, folks. And Rabbi, who had the worst tiles we've ever seen, Rabbi got double blanked 2 games in a row. This is not even something that should count. It's not in the books. Do you need more time?
Now, it is a human being with a 50% chance of that's started. But you also have 33% that are people who have person covered it, and another 33% that are sure needed a good drink. So totally, let's say 66%, you have a right.
He has a blank, a Z, a Q. Folks, how are you going to lose with a blank, a Z, and a Q? Oh, what an ass kicking at the end. That last one was...
I was trying to play Granny Quizzer is not a word.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is.
I believe it's not.
Quizzei.
No, quiz is spelled with one L.
And Quizzer is spelled with 2. That's a word, though.
Yeah, I couldn't find a word with a Q in it that worked, and there's nowhere to play my quiz, and I couldn't play zoo.
Dude, you had the Z, the Q, and double blanked me, and the J. And you lost by 70 points. And it was
Q? No, that. Actually not good.
Then you give them to me anytime you get them, and I will make use of them, and I will destroy you with them whenever I get them.
No, in certain situations they're not good.
Dog. Do you recognize
Maybe
it?
they're just trapped at the end, and you literally cannot make a word with a Q, the Z, like great.
Dog. I said dog. You lost by.
You got lucky and then happened to have tiles that had an A in it, which I was like, oh, we'll see if this guy has an A in his bag, I guess, to play his little classic Zod.
Click on the camp. Everybody knows it. Do you want to watch the Jackass Gumball special?
Not really.
Oh, well, go fuck yourself, dog. Dude, you're never going to watch it. And then you're going to come in here and be like, hey, I watched it. I'm like, dude, I wanted to watch it with you. Like, oh, sorry, I was jerking myself off. Did you create your robot today? Yes or no? I'll wait. Why didn't you?
I was researching that and the spam rate, like what you said that like the spam rate had to be under 5%. Is that correct?
It could be low. It could be higher.
No, that's incorrect. The spam rate, if it goes above 0.3 or 0.03%, if more than 3 out of 1,000 emails report you got spam, then you're fucked.
Dude,
and even over one, if over one out of 1,000 emails before you go spam, then your emails may start getting routed to promotions and going in slower and shit. So just emailing people out of the blue, it's like almost certain they'll just instantly be marked spam.
well, it's worked for me.
If you create a mailing list,
I don't know if your numbers are right on that.
I mean, I asked Gemini, which is Google's AI, so that operates Gmail. They're saying like Gmail, Yahoo, they're very strict on the percentage.
Dude,
Like
that's
literally, if more than 3 out of 1,000 emails get reported for spam, you're fucked. I was like, wait, like, can someone just easily sabotage a marketplace if they just like sign up? Because I was like, wait, even if they like sign up, like they opt in for the email, they still are like they want to receive the email. You email them, then they just report it as spam. And there's no way for you to say to Google, like, hey, these people actually literally requested that we email them, and now they're reporting as spam. There's literally like zero defense other than just isolate that the email that you're sending out messages to, and like you monitor the rate from Google every 24 hours, and then if the metrics tell you that it's over 3 out of 1,000 emails, then you have to just basically just make a new email. Keep going.
That's pretty garbage.
Yeah, they're super strict on anti-spam. It's pretty ludicrous to me. I'm like, is there any like Web3 way, like decentralized mechanism to combat that? It's like, no, everything gets routed into Web2 anyways. It doesn't matter. But there's easier ways to jumpstart the network and just like bypass all that pretty much.
Dude, I mean, why wouldn't you still just create like 100 Gmail accounts and then just email people, and then once your rate gets too high, then just go to the next one.
I mean, that's one way. Yeah. I mean, it's possible, maybe, but like probably just get reported for spam instantly.
Not if it's
It'll just go to the spam folder.
not if it's tailored correctly.
Oh, and the other thing is, like you can't just make like 30 Gmail accounts and then send like 30 emails out of each one of the accounts, because Google will recognize that, hey, this person's sending the same exact email from all of these different accounts that are probably even from the same IP address.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this is your first day on the job. Yeah, you would change your email for each one of them and tailor it to your audience as best you can. Make it as specific as you can. So it would be different every single time. You basically would have like 10 Gmail and Gmail accounts, and then 10 slightly changed emails, so none of them are the same. And then you send them out differently. And you might not
Yeah,
even.
but they might be like, look, you're sending the same link to parrotcarrot.com, each of these emails. Or like, they might have some detection where it's like similar structure or something. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I've sent.
Like, but I mean, like you cannot just send like the same email for different email accounts, and who knows how sophisticated it is at like detecting.
I think you could. I think
like, yeah, the same exact link being bombarded across all these accounts, instantly flagged. You're done.
I think you could, and you never know until you try.
I think it'll definitely, if you just mention Parrot Carrot, like the company name, you mentioned Parrot Carrot across 30 different emails, you're fine.
How good a name is that, though?
It's a baller name. I'm still.
And you called it garbage.
Seems like,
And you called it.
What?
And you called it garbage. Not only.
It
wasn't a troll. It wasn't a troll. It wasn't just a troll. It took you work. Your reaction was trash, and then you had to go and find a stock image of a garbage truck and send it to me. That's not a troll. I gave you the perfect name, and I stand by that name. I will one day be associated with a company known as Parrot Carrot, without a doubt.
I tell you, I am not opposed to the name at all.
It's the most baller shit of all time.
The garbage truck thing, I just thought was funny. Clearly got under
Well, it would, because it's the most important marketing idea that your company's ever going to have, and you call it garbage, which tells me you didn't think about it. If you thought about it and you were like, okay, that's pretty good, and then you would have sent back, I'll think about it, I would be like, okay, he's thinking about it. But instead you were just like, no, anything that I didn't think of is trash. And I was like, okay, dog, then I'll start my own fucking company that does exactly this, and this is
I don't know why you think any idea that isn't trash. And yeah, I'm sorry if that was.
You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. I get it. You don't have to apologize. I don't mean it that seriously.
Things garbage is kind of.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Vernacular.
It's my thing. But it was such a good idea that it was like, why would he turn this down? I even gave him the definition. What about this would make him?
It's just like breaking my brain, like how strange of like a name it is. I guess like maybe that's a good thing, though. I guess.
Fitbit, StubHub, Grubhub. Fitbit, StubHub, Grubhub.
Those are all like one syllable rhymes, but yes, they do rhyme.
LexisNexis.
There you go. That's like one company.
There were others.
I don't like.
There, Hubba Bubba, Mellow Yellow.
Hubba Bubba, yeah, that's good.
Laffy,
Yellow, I don't think is a great name.
Laffy Taffy. Dude, there's a song about it. There's a song called Mellow Yellow. Laffy Taffy. Hubba Bubba.
Right? Yeah.
It's done a lot.
Mars bar kind of rhymes. If you say in plural, Mars.
Dog, I only live in a world of perfect rhyming. Anything else sucks.
Mars bars does rhyme.
Mars bars does rhyme. Yeah, but nobody in the United States has ever eaten a Mars bar. That's not a thing. That's a British thing. That's a British thing.
I don't know. We have it in like ice cream and stuff.
No, it's not a thing. It's not a thing in the United States. Yo, dog, do they have Mars bars in the United States? And if not, why not? It's not a thing.
Do you know why ketchup chips are not popular in the US, but they are?
That's it. Yeah, we don't do that. Hold on. No, the standard international Mars bar, nougat and caramel, is not sold in the United States because that product is marketed there as the Milky Way bar. Do you have Milky Way bars?
I've never seen those here. No.
Oh,
We have Mars bars.
Milky Way.
Interesting that there's two different space-themed chocolate bars in each country.
Yeah, that is. Well, that
They're
is
space-related.
Yeah. Do you have Three Musketeers?
No.
You don't have Three Musketeers bars?
No. Are they good?
They're giant. They're really
Wait,
popular.
Milky Way bar looks like exactly like a Mars bar. Is it like the same thing?
Yeah. It's marketed by it's marketed as Milky Way in the United States. That's why I've never seen a Mars bar. I've only ever
No,
heard.
it's owned by Mars Incorporated.
Exactly. It's marketed as.
Why did they go with the Milky Way bar in the US?
Why in the U.S. did they go with Milky Way and not Mars? It was a family disagreement between Frank Mars and his son Forrest Mars regarding the brand's expansion. Original creation: Frank C. Mars invented the bar in 1923 in Minneapolis, naming it Milky Way to reflect its inspiration, a malted milkshake in Galaxy. The split: Forrest Mars wanted to expand the company internationally, but his father refused. Forrest left in 1929 with $50,000 and the rights to the recipe outside the U.S. The UK launch. In the UK, Forrest created a similar bar with nougat and caramel, naming it the Mars Bar to distinguish it from his father's brand. U.S. conflict. When the companies eventually merged, Mars Inc. already had a product in the U.S. called a Mars Bar, which contained nougat and toasted almonds, not caramel. To avoid confusion, they renamed the caramel and nougat bar, the global Mars Bar equivalent, Milky Way in the U.S., while the plain nougat bar, global Milky Way equivalent, became Three Musketeers. Oh, so that's how Three Musketeers came about. In short, the U.S. kept the original Milky Way name for the caramel bar because the name Mars was already trademarked for a different almond-based product. And I did not know Mars started in the United States. I thought it was a British thing. Well, that's a cool story, and I mean, it's one of the coolest stories ever. I can't believe you don't want to watch the Gumball 3000 thing. That sucks on you. Are you ready to lose at mini golf?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Have you ever had a coffee crisp?
No one knows what that is.
Canadian exclusive. They're amazing. I'm sure you probably have never heard or had a caramel, but those damn caramel bars I used to eat all the time. They're so good. Yeah, apparently we have a Canadian exclusive called Wonder Bar as well.
I've heard of that.
You at least heard of Smarties though?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Have you ever tried Smarties?
I've had things that I like Smarties.
Do you think that was a good answer to the question?
Did you see my shot?
Wow, you aimed like very low.
Did you see my shot? That was garbage. And you're done. You're done.
That shot was crazy.
Are you ready for my shot? Are you ready? You need the best shot of your career. You need your best shot of your career.
Wow.
That was garbage. That was garbage. Everything about that was garbage. Garbage.
That was like crazy. It wasn't my show was not garbage. Your show was just excellent.
Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. Oh, oh. Do you like my shot? That's garbage. Water. Oh, fuck.
You need one of the best shots. You missed the easy water bottle?
I don't know if it was an easy. I don't know if it was an. I don't know if it was an easy water bottle. I don't know if it was an easy water bottle.
Oh, it was a very easy water.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was. Hit my ball.
There we go. There we go.
That was devastating. This is your worst hole.
This hole gives me nightmares.
Do you recognize that I hit the perfect shot?
What the fuck? Doesn't even help you. Doesn't even help you. Hey. Fuck off. Not a bomb. Not a bomb. Not a bomb. Are you serious? I can make it. This is an easy shot.
For the lead.
That's skilled.
You always give up on this hole.
You're terrible.
You're terrible. You always give up on this hole. A beautiful shot.
I hit a perfect shot every time.
In the chicken itself, in the animal itself, because it's a sheep meat or the grease that's in the animal itself. The next had a sheep meat, then I got a grease up. That's the animal. And with Bela, I'm going to take this chicken and toss it. But now it's different. Sacking is what. The problem didn't have with the chicken, the problem had with the knife.
He's guaranteed to tie, folks. He's guaranteed to win, folks.
How did you leave that short?
Maybe. It's not my decision. This is a warm-up game, so it's like whatever.
The stars are a website, Mark Cat, in honor of my first time at an MDY mothership last week.
That's garbage.
This was genuinely tricky. Oh, I have the perfect strategy.
What's your perfect strategy,
I did
dog?
not see this before.
What's your perfect strategy, dog?
Just scrape the corner. Just scrape the corner right there.
Oh, that was great.
No,
Scrape the corner sucks.
I'll figure it out.
I don't think you will, dog. It's not possible. to just scrape the corner.
I'm just gonna scrape. That's what you gotta do. You just gotta scrape.
That's garbage.
Oh yeah, right there.
That sucks.
There you go. That's the perfect shot. Okay.
Not at all. Look at what my ball's going to do. I have a question for you. Do you know who was the guest on Kill Tony tonight? There are two people. I'll let you guess. One is regular on Kill Tony, and the other is Ghislaine Maxwell. No, she's busy. Okay, the name is he's that little comic. I forget his name. He's a little person. And then the other one is Timmy No Breaks. You don't even know about Timmy No Breaks.
Is there a guy in the wheelchair that talks?
No, that's Michael Scher, and he died via Michael there, and he died via assisted SUIT or SUICID.
Canadian?
No, he's American.
They have that in America? I thought that was a Canadian.
I think in Oregon. It is a Canadian thing.
No.
Dog, I'm gonna win this. I hate this hole. It's so simple, but can cause so many issues. Is that your shot? Are you proud of that shot?
The best shot you can do.
What are your thoughts on my shot?
Terrible. You should have gone the other way.
Well,
You gave me a chance to do this shot.
Stop.
And,
This could be devastating, son. What are your thoughts? Where are you gonna go? How are you gonna hit this shot, yo? Are you fucking serious? Don't do that.
no, that's not the angle.
You need one of the best shots of your career right now. Not even no cap, dog. No cap, dog. No cap, dog. No cap, dog. That was not good. I taught you how to do this shot. Stop.
No.
Oh,
Okay, I have one more.
oh no.
You take a risk. You don't have the balls, but you could. Oh, you could bump into it.
It would have been a difficult shot.
Looking for the channel.
Baby, this game is not over.
This hole. Reverse hole.
Yeah, he ran out because his water was coming up from the lead. He ran out.
He fucked it up, folks. He fucked it up.
No, they did exactly what I'm surprised you didn't block me.
You could have really fucked me though if I would have blocked you.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh. That's not good.
Did you see the Spurs one? No, you didn't because you're not cool.
I did hear about that.
Oh, you heard about it, but you didn't see it. I asked you, did you see it?
I watched the last one. And I turned it on and I was like, next one.
That's a garbage shot.
I always have to block my ball. You could have blocked my ball if you just went on top.
You're guaranteed a tie.
Okay, oh my god.
You double blanked me. You had the X, or you had the Q, the Y, or you had the Q, the J, and the Z, and double blanked me.
We all know that didn't know.
That's some bullshit, son. I think that's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
You're not even fast at first.
Devastatingly bad shot, folks.
Two in a row. Oh. Yikes. Maybe you can bank it sometime. Two in a row.
That's that doesn't count though.
What's the reason why that one didn't count?
Because I was focused on literati, and everybody knows it. You're up, dog.
Oh, nice. Marilyn Monroe's favorite game.
Oh, you got really good start. You got a really good start.
I don't know why you say that.
Dog, you got a really good start. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Okay. That's garbage.
You're still probably going to complain about how I got less.
Yeah, you got the S, dog.
I hate to inform you, but there's S's in the alphabet, and they're also in the Scrabble bag with all the tiles, the letters in them.
Are you still talking?
So when someone gets an S,
Are you still talking? All I know is the previous game, you had the Z, the Q, the J, double blanked me, and you lost by 70 points. But interestingly enough, if somebody were, let me say, interestingly enough, if somebody were to see that game, they'd be like, Rabbi won by 70. That was like not even close. In reality, I could have easily lost that game. Very, very easily. But I didn't.
We'll see what amazing tiles for this game. I'm sure we'll get a nice display of your QI, and your XIs, and your JLs, and your ZAs.
God, no one knows what Z is, dog. I do like Z more than 0, though. Wait, isn't Z 0?
What? Isn't Z 0? No.
In British slang, Z is 0.
I don't know if you understand what the English language is. No.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling you. That's what it is. Everybody
How
knows
words
it.
work. Everyone knows that's not how words work. It never worked like that. You think that in Canada, 0, people just say it's Z?
In Britain, they do.
Okay, then you're in Britain.
You used to.
It's like some literati. Literati language that doesn't.
That if you don't check after the first animal, then the first one is trade. In other words, there's no force saying that this Allah they check the knife in every animal goes to the and to say that the first one.
I have the worst tiles. Once again. 3 games in. Worst tiles ever.
Even the last one, so in order for me to make sure that the last one, the kosher, I have to check the knife. In other words, I'm checking the knife for the future, not for the past. Because for the past, it's okay. We don't care about the past. We're assume that the one you did already is kosher and that the nick happened from something else, a side thing afterward. But if so, if I'm checking the knife for the future, right now, people stop and don't need to show a knife. I'm talking every time. Because you might know. I don't need to show the knife, I'll talk every time. Never be certain. There's a culture that said, this is a box of the performance of the third tells me I could check an animal. I have him on the show, but he owns the fancy. I can look at an animal. I'm telling you later, I checked it, it's cold. There's no agent there. No. I believe on issue. On a single animal, a single person. So then why do I ever have to show the knife to a cop? And we know that you're supposed to show the knife one time.
You're up, dog.
I'll tell you why. It's to give honor to a father. So I didn't understand so I said, please don't give me any honor. Okay?
Do you prefer Labatt or Molson?
So don't be such a tzaddik and a honor. Because then they'll force you to come to you.
Really had much of either, though.
We'll make sure that the nose is in good condition. Now we have a beautiful studio. Actually, we have 8 minutes to do this. Beautiful. We spoke about. Oh, wow.
My favorite beer, I guess it's malt beer and it's cool English.
That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Amazing.
One of the most disgusting things I've ever heard. Dog. Are you proud of that, Clay?
name of Kazakh this, Kazakh this. Kazakh require me. Sometimes Kazakh means something completely different than the Kazakh they were talking about. So just don't confuse it. Kazakh require me, status quo. Whatever the status was until now, we're going to go until further notice. For instance, if the animal is off, someone can say they're going to hide. It's never going to hide, or it's also to eat until it's approved to me that you shafted it. If you shafted it properly, this animal is 100% good, until you can prove to me that there's a nick or something that haven't been forced to eat it. But meanwhile, it's going to be good.
And
Where do I know this?
Well, there was fun.
Let's watch the videotape.
This motherfucker played bat.
Discoloration on his wall. He calls, I bring it on, he calls him invited to check it out. And if he decides this is Pakanega, you have to close the house up, take everything out, close up.
wow. Damn.
So when someone comes to learn, literally, the list means to close the front door. Stone, if it's a grist is a certain size, one grist by
How do you actually contribute to the tile though?
how do I prove that?
What did I just do?
I'll say, not to least Euro. Maybe this is what happened. You have to check this out. As a Remy leaves, check
You didn't contribute to the tile.
My friend, I put down a D that allowed. This is bullshit. Do you know that this is bullshit?
Another good use of a cue.
You think that was a good use of the Q, you said?
I mean, of course, you have to I guess they got the piggyback on the cue that I placed. Whoa.
Two answers to what you say. C'est pas for you. When you walk backwards, that's not a, when the third says to walk out, you walk out. You don't walk backwards. Where do people walk backwards? On the bicycle. So we're going to prove that that's considered walking. That's considered walking by the bicycle. That Rabbi is wrong. Sometimes walking backwards is considered walking. I tell you that now it's my dilemma. What if you're blocked by something, by a door, by a wall? So what? The people they found out about afterwards, you should open up holes in the walls as you're walking out and see through into the bedroom. It's around or behind the door. You should pop a hole in the door so that you can see it as you're walking out.
Dude, I'm getting fucking. I haven't gotten a blank tile in 3 games.
Would you say that's unfair?
Yeah.
And there's a few things in there. The only way to see it for real is to turn on the light or to open up a window or something. That's not considered a nega. Not a nega. Even if you turn on the light and you saw nega, not a nega.
Are you fucking serious? I don't get the Q. I don't get the J. I don't get a blank tile. This game sucks.
I mean, you invited me to play it. You wouldn't be complaining if you had those letters. Let's be honest.
So you're admitting that you have superior letters. I'll wait.
That's not what I said. That objection is just an iCarly explanation. It's not a real word. Fake words, like hard words.
When he leaves, it's the same thing as when he came in. In other words, in the same direction.
Wow.
The same way. Instead of fixing the island, the Persian connection, and he walks backwards out.
Are you fucking serious?
Dingo?
Dingo?
You ready?
Yep.
You ready?
Yep.
I'm just scared. I'm scared, Tyler. Oh, here comes the weather. You're not losing that bad. Not the greatest smile.
So you're admitting that, and that's cool. I'm glad that you have.
I'm not.
No, you have admitted it. You admitted it.
Not
You admitted it. You have superior talent. I know it. You know it. Carly knows it.
I was reminded that when I was about 12 years old, I used to down the secret of Shabbos in Malakatana. Why? Because my friends used to die. And I didn't know how to wake up. So we devised a plan. I tied a rope to my foot and threw it out the window. This shook. I didn't pull it, no, because I was so scared. You know, I gave my foot off or something. I woke up like 2 hours before that.
Do you think you can win?
No.
So it says over
How many things are left?
There's 20 tiles.
Yeah, definitely no.
You're losing by like 20 on 45. I'm gonna get the sucky tie. This is what happens. I win. I start winning. And then it's like, oh wow. Why am I winning? And it's like, okay, we gotta get this. We have to give this guy the world's shittiest tiles. Oh, 50. Ooh. Okay, now you might have pulled it. That was pretty low. You're not going to congratulate me for having 50 points without using XI and XU. Maybe this is what happened. I don't know if you noticed, this hides everywhere. This cow hides behind him. He's sitting on the outside. He's a cut. So he's eating his cheesecake, and hundreds of people. What? This is dietetic cheesecake. He goes, they carry me doors and around and they can be quite quick. How? So what I was going to say, listen, you don't have to come on the Chazaka. He has first-hand information. What it is? But he points out, for that, I don't need 100 people like in the video. One person that was there at the time that did the Hezger will tell you that it was good. It didn't grow. Rabbi, have a wonderful day. I'll see you. Maybe in a week. Don't fall off. But not for Monday morning we'll be here.
How many things are left?
8.
I got double blank. Dude, that's 3 games in a row.
Maybe it's like a skill issue or something.
It's not a skill issue. This game is corrupt.
There's a no. It's so close. But the upper right is literally impossible to build.
I can't believe we got in 3 games. I did not get a single blank.
Love it. Different people. Wow, there's a lot of guests here. Also, شوية يتلاشى فيها يشوف عن شاشة بوش وشاشة بين باينة. And it's very weird to have in the room because you have to iron up. It's a big Swiss. He brought his nephews. What's their names? What? The twins? What they have at home?
Wow.
How many tiles are left?
This, I don't know if I showed you guys. Rabbi side. Mexico.
One.
Garbage.
I'm sure. Is now vamos a combinar los videos, mi voz y todos los views, los ejemplos, las animaciones, los chistes, las historias, las imágenes, todo será en español.
I've never seen a door like this where it's like it's literally impossible to build like on that giant chunk of it.
Well, that's because this game is rigged.
I'm pretty sure I was the first person in this Discord call to say that the game was rigged.
You've never been double blank 3 games in a row.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
Maybe that is true.
Name one time that you've ever known anybody to get double blanked 3 games in a row. Oh, wait.
Listen also from us for the guests, hopefully, or a lot of the guests, parents, the Betterman family. Official
Double blank 3 games in a row, dog. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Double blank 3 games in a row. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do you think Marlon Hell would be upset by that?
No, we're playing another game after this just to make sure that like I don't have some kind of setting on that says don't give me blanks. I didn't get the Q. I didn't get the J. I didn't have any blanks. This
I
game.
mean, if ifs and buts were candy, we don't know.
That's not a thing. That's garbage.
It is in Canada.
Well, guess what? You can go enjoy your fucking car milk bar and your fucking Labatt's and Molson and your fucking Saturday night in Canada and go suck a dick. You don't even watch Saturday night hockey night in Canada. You don't even watch it. You didn't even know it was a thing.
You got the X and the
Doug, I got zero.
and S. You have like multiple S's.
Dude,
And you're combining that thing.
Dog.
You just got all the skills.
no, not even close.
Maybe what? It's not like I have the X exactly. Yeah, it's like balanced, literally balanced. The value
How
that
many
you-
blanks did I
harder
have?
to play than a Z.
How many blanks did I have? How many?
J is harder to play than an X. There's a value that eight.
How many blanks did I
You're
have?
complaining about the
How many blanks did I have? I just please answer me that question.
okay. No, that I agree.
And we're playing again just to see if I get any blanks. I don't even care about winning. I just care about the blanks.
This was such a weird game. It was like two parallel diagonals. And it might be the first game we've ever played where no triple word in the corners was scored. That's fascinating.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, you wouldn't because you're not as sick as I am. I'm going to take a whiz. BRB, baby.
You're not a guest. How are you? I know. We had Rabbi, not a guest either. No, he's a guest there. What's your name? From Morocco, Shalom. Oh, really? We're playing me. Is he here? You left him. You all of you? What about you? What's your name? You look like a first attacker. Wow. You're kind of brother, really? Wow, he's my rep for so many years. Wow. He's moving here. He told me that he's moving like a while ago. So then we got it. So what are you doing with you do the shit? It's time to kick. What's going on? Wow. Okay, now it's coming together there. All right, you love it. So let's do about kicking here, bro. He's you're not like him because he's just true on them also. And all sorts of politicians.
How is this game not over?
Okay, fine. We'll invite you later. What about you? His uncle. But the guy himself didn't show up there.
Probably will be in there.
You know the story. I'm just going to say it once. He came to my house, opened the door, asked me for sorry, want to ask me.
Okay, if I get double blanked here,
Crazy board.
it is a crazy boy. You're up, dog.
Vastly outperformed.
Dude, I got double blanked. Marlon Hill.
Why don't you go first, or do you want me to go first?
What's your name?
Wow.
Marlon Hill would say, Rabbi, the double blanking has to come to an end.
I see that line, all of a sudden you're not related anymore. I'm scared of him. Okay, Givaldi, what's your name? Someone you're from? German. Beautiful. Who say Shalom Aleichem real quickly? We got to start the share. What's your name? What was that? Manchester. Givaldi, Shalom Aleichem. Who's talking? Oh, wow. Should be a Victor's nephew. Victor sits over in Hebrew. Oh, Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Why do you look very familiar? You're here the other day, no? Not really? Okay, got it. Go ahead. Hey, what? How was my childhood? You choosing now? It's amazing. It's much amazing. I'll tell you, I was going to talk many to you. Now they ask. I
Are you fucking serious? Riser. Riser. Are you fucking serious?
Like you have to build on piggyback.
Riser, I'm asking you a question. Are you serious? I hope you know that this game is rigged.
And before I start, let's see. I figured out who sent me the wax that
It is rigged. I know. Joey Diaz knows it. Dead Mouse knows it.
The chicken was a nice. I'll read tomorrow. He said not to read it. So I forgot his name, and he's in a corner. He has a chicken thing.
That's not a
Nice.
That's not a word.
Nixie or night.
It's not a word. I don't care what you think it is.
You're still tacking on an S to it, though. That's wow. I gave you that.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna sit here and talk about history? Ancient history. I did not know I was in a Riser history lecture. I thought this was about the here and now and the future. Because I talk about the future. I'm the greatest future discusser in the history of the world. Actually, you know that girl who was in here, Holly? Do I have to ask you this fucking question again, Zoo? You know that girl who was in here, Holly, who I was talking to? The chick who was on camera when you came in?
Yeah.
She's really big into transhumanism. Like, she's probably the woman I know who's most into transhumanism.
What the fuck is transhumanism again? Just like, West to like not die or upload as it uploading online.
Are you proud of the way that you've played this game thus far?
That's too bad. That's it was a word.
You have the Z.
What are you talking about?
If you remember, I looked here and showed Shiva is now this is you're supposed to make a sign on one of them. Which one should you make the sign on? The movements or the inflations? Most people do inflations, no? Everybody agrees.
Okay, so we were talking about the fighter and the kid. So I just want to give you a breakdown. The fighter and the
Where you were.
I love how much you reject it. You have no idea how much pleasure that gives me. Well, let's talk Joe Rogan first. Do you remember the red Joe Rogan said that nobody talks about anymore during COVID?
Red Joe Rogan.
It looks like a space capsule.
Like, can I saw a little podcast?
It's in Austin. It's red.
I might need more time here.
It's red.
Like his old podcast studio.
It's red. Yeah, you'll know if you don't know what I'm referencing. You would know it right away.
Are you talking about his podcast studio or no?
It is a podcast studio.
Okay. Like where he filmed all the old podcasts?
No, this one is from. It's in. It's in Austin, but it's like red. Like the fact that you're like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, tells me that you don't know what it is, which is cool.
You're doing a pretty horrible job of explaining it.
It's all I have to do is tell you it's the red one. Like there's nothing else I have to say. If you don't know what I'm referencing, like everybody calls it the red Joe Rogan set. It looks like it's from a space capsule. He interviewed Kanye West there. He did it during the pandemic, so it was his shows during like 2001 to 2002 or 2021 to 2022. After you go here, I'm going to give you the opportunity to type into Google Red Joe Rogan set. That's all you have to type in. And it'll be like, oh no, I've never seen this one. Look up Red Joe Rogan set.
You said it looks like a spaceship?
Yeah. Red?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know
That's what I was
what?
thinking, but it doesn't really look like a space. It just looks like a studio. I wouldn't say that looks like a spaceship at all. It's literally a red room of TVs.
Okay, I mean, it kind of looks like a spaceship craft thing. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. I should have just dominated you. I have you double blanked. And I didn't even play my blank. Anyway, that Red Joe Rogan set, I think I'm going to host a podcast with her someday just to make you aware of it. Okay, so the fighter and the kid, they still haven't stated whether they're going to do, like, continue the.
Yeah, you didn't have your right to rant about that shit until you had a better audience. But go on. You can waste your credits now.
No, I'm not wasting credits. This is just you. It was important to you to know that Eric Griffin was no longer going to be doing his show alone, or I shouldn't say alone, but are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious, dog?
What we call flanking, and next to the ribs over there.
Are you
This is the video that I want to show you. There's a guy,
fucking
Taylor.
I got a better one for you next time.
Let's see it. Give it to me.
So that Taylor, that piece right over there is Taylor.
I'm not impressed. I'm already not impressed. I'm already
Okay.
not impressed. Not impressed at all. I like that you thought you could impress me, but you didn't. I know you didn't. Lucy Snorbush knows you didn't. Lucy Snorbush knows you didn't. Lucy Snorbush knows you didn't. Hey, 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 hey.
This is illegal.
Dude, I told you so much Fighting the Kid knowledge today. They had more developments today than have happened in the last 6 months. Glue? Is that what is so supposed to be so groundbreaking?
Yeah, it is. It is. Scientists are going to be happy. Israelis come, land on Earth, billionaires. They're like, wow, that's a great word. Glue? For like 12 points?
Do you have a Z?
There's 36 tiles in the bag. And what is this like? That's gotta be like cheating, right?
It's not.
It's like in poker when you're like, what hand do you have? These cards aren't
Nobody says that.
everyone.
Nobody says that.
Yeah, because they know that it's you'll get thrown out.
No.
So you want me to have this Z or something? Would that make you happy?
I just asked a question, that's all.
I know I have a shitload of eyes that I can't seem to get rid of. I can tell you that.
You're up, Doug. Why is it that I'm so fast and you are not?
When you're making up like are there words for a living? Or do you have the cue?
Double blank, double blank, double blank, double blank, double blank.
What can we do?
And then he comes in there, but this is the part. He comes in as if he's the Rabbi, and the Rabbi is the Talmud. And he starts there, and then when he starts,
You're up, big dog.
the Rabbi could jump in and take over, whatever. That's something. Okay, fine. Anybody needs to know? There's actually a course that teaches you 12 different things. Besides me, that but you do how to do football, how to do Torah. It's like it's like a year-and-a-half course. I do want to say that. It's not a course where you learn these three things. You learn how to sign your name, you become a doctor. You should learn these three things. Some people, they go straight. Let me go to the course of Talmud Chacham. Okay. Hanani Bashlemi and Shmid Rabbi Amar Akeshu Shalafu. She learned how to do the Dalit of the Shalrosh. I learned this. It's actually a little video here. I don't know if I can read over there.
Stupid happening.
That's what we're able to find.
I find the last game that we played to be fascinating. That we didn't get the corner on anything. That's never happened. That was incredible. How many things remain? Oh, baby. See what happens when I don't get double blanked? I'm able to turn it off. Even though this motherfucker got the Z, and they got the J. They had the Z, they had the dog. You have the Z. You have the J.
Tomorrow I'm going to see a bunch of people with half short coming out, all messed up.
You're not denying it.
Anyways, it's Kedai to learn.
I don't have any fucking good tile, I'll tell you that. Yeah, how many fucking assets was okay, yeah, that's utter crap.
In addition to the three things that Rap said,
Wait, did I get double blanked? No, but yeah, I did.
I told you, you got double blanked.
Yeah.
And see what happens when you get double blanked. Do you see what happens when you get double blanked?
What?
Do you see what happens when you get double blanked?
The game's not over yet.
It's a great trick. A lot of people try to get at it. I know a bunch of stories.
Do you really think that you're going to win?
But this one is
He's got, folks, he's got the Z and he's got the Q. Or no, he's got the Z and he's got the Z and he's got the J. He's got the Z and he's got the J. Folks, are you serious? Are you serious?
I told you it's not over yet. You didn't want to listen to it. I told you. Oh, and you just fucked up tremendously. Oh, you just fucked up tremendously. Oh, good lord. Oh, wait. Maybe you have a bullshit tablet in the corner. Because it's over. You got cocky. Now you're going to have to pull a rabbit out of your ass. Because next turn it's over. Next turn it is over. It's over. The next turn it's over. The turn after that it's still over. The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here. It's over. It's over for the champ. It's over for the champ. It is over for the
Damn.
What did he play? Dog?
He had the Z, he had the J, he had the Z and the J. I don't want.
I got double blind and I still won. You had, I guess, yeah. You had all the S's.
No,
You had every single S.
I didn't.
I literally didn't have a single S. Except for the end, I played bags. But up until that, you played the binds S. You played the Nix's S. You played the Helms S. You played whatever other shitty S.
No one knows. Just play the fucking game, dog. Just you have an invitation. You played the S in bags. You're up.
How do you feel about that?
I let you go first. You're up. I let you go first. If I go first, I always win, no doubt. This game's already over.
So at Rabbi, I just put the arrows there as Misaber 39, okay? Let's just assume that that's the area where you can check. The trachea, obviously, that's the
Yeah, it's a kind of flower, dog.
lung. So the end of where you can check is by the end of the lung, pretty
Not
much.
saying
And on the other side, by the jaw, it's by where the adamant is.
that's the
So
best
if you went
one.
in there, yeah, what does he say? What's your
You know that's one of the best words you've ever seen in your entire life.
Okay, that's just a mistake, yeah. Yes, sir. Brother means this could all be wrong. Let's look at the sugi. The point is that he's checking in the wrong spot. He might kill the animal, but it's in the wrong area where he's allowed to check. There's only a certain area where you're allowed to check. A mice. Another mice. I'm on my fifth mice already. And then no more mice. We gotta go. Wow, we have 10 minutes before the day is kind of shimmer up. The Maskilim wanted to take over the street though in a certain city, and they didn't know what to do. So they wrote to go grab the judge. Ask him what's the street though to get ready for the case. So he said, fine. And he thought about Sharia, Halaga, Grandma, okay. And so his case starts.
You better lose this game. I mean, win this game. You're playing. Let's go for the grab. You have a 40-point advantage. Absolutely.
You know the basics. You want to go and get out of here. And they didn't expect the judge. No, this thing is fine. Michael Mashawa, what are you telling? Why is Rab saying this? It's sure. But the equal. Equal means to use a knife that has a pajima, that has a nick in it. And what happens is, it's going to rake instead of cutting, it's going to rake it's going to rip the tongue. Okay. We learned it, so it's coming up to schneidings, that you need all these things. We're actually cautious, shock on the finish line, shows fine, this is individually, just like 2-3 times. The shock chapir was great. My opinion is even if the shock chapir, because it did 2-3 is always good. And now the shock chapir, this is also good. Since it doesn't know, I love it. Zimming the shotty, sometimes he'll make a mistake, he'll pause, and he'll take a cigarette in between. The drawers, push downward. That's very.
You're up, big dog.
Instead of doing a nice smooth back and forth motion, pushing downward. Based on this Gemara, the Gemara passes that Shaykh needs something called a kapara. It needs like a certificate that knows what he's doing. Simon. He has to take out the Simon. He has to look at the Simon and see whether or not he shifted or right. Yeah, Simon.
Poem. This motherfucker played poem.
Now,
Poem.
does he know that?
Yeah.
Please don't answer, please. But, in other words, if you just wanted to see your
Poem.
cheat, last month, don't answer. But when and you also don't answer because you go to chat Spotify to stop. But
You want to play poem?
on a bird, how much of the Simon do you have to share? A bird does have to Simon. Of course, he has to do that too. How much? I said if you know, you should answer. You can't make it go for. What? So the answer is on a bird, you only have to shove it once in.
You're up, big dog.
On a bird, when you go. I'll go bottom of the show, you have to go take a look at each one, open it up and take a look to see if there's a right. Lachash is after this. One of the guys I'm not saying, we were from Shimon, he shot the people. If he paused enough to inspect, it's possible. My lab, they give you some money. This is the halacha that he's you have to check. What are you checking exactly? Checking to see what. Oh, my law, you need a chacham to check what? United. Tonight, we're talking about the Simon here. So we have a bunch of pictures of our in-house showing where run by fish. Helped us out a lot. He actually, this picture right over
Mel? You want to play Mel?
here.
Are you sure you want to play Mel?
Is it upsetting to you or something?
No, it's just a dog shit word. I wouldn't want to know why someone who is down 48 points would want to play Mel, because it's just not a good play. But I mean, do whatever you want to do. I'm guaranteeing a win. Are you fucking serious? I asked you a question. Are you fucking serious? Are you?
Do you always have an eye? It's so bullshit. Every time I play a cue, it's like you have to have a fucking eye handy, like you're just saving it. Whenever you play a cue, no eye on my back.
Look.
Says tomorrow, we'll see tomorrow, day after, there's an Indian also that you give honor to the Chacham that he should check the knife. The big Indian give him Chacham. You go and show him your knife, take a look at it, that's the way you honor. Says tomorrow, this sounds good for this year. If you have to go to the Chacham to give him your knife, so one Chacham lives 45 minutes away, one lives 2 minutes away. So then you have different time limits. Ella today, because he himself, the structure himself.
How many things are remaining?
He takes a look and he checks out his knife. So that's normal. Whatever it takes for trying to produce the knife. Says the Lord, look for that knife. So I want to go through this.
That's a deceptive practice.
Well, let me get my word first to give you an accurate measurement. 32.
Asked me a question, and I saw that he didn't know the basics of this stuff. So,
Trying to distract me.
Do you think I was trying to distract you? Do you think I was trying to distract you? Do you think I would try to distract you?
I don't think
You're up, big dog.
I thought that okay. Mix you up with somebody else. Okay, sorry. So you say no. Good thing you came there. What about a dead cow? Dead cow. Coming or not coming? If you shut the property, no. But if you tell me to drop dead, yeah. What about a dead cow? So I think what people get to do because of the Shemona Shrub. So just remember, everything was found with the sukkah. A dead horse gives you trouble. A dead cow gives you trouble. Unless you sheft it, then it's not, then it doesn't get trouble. A dead calf is common. Everything is common. Besides smaller animals like shrutzes, then you only have shwena shrutzes. Only those. For all larger animals, everyone, the dog, the pig, the camel, they're all in common, they all have it. Okay, great. So, says the Gemara, it's very important to remember that. Because a dead cow, if a cow walks into the slot place and drops dead from a heart attack, sees its friends dying there one after another,
You're up, big dog.
but hey, you sheft it, and let's say you find a giant, or let's say you sheft the cow, and you find a giant hole in its heart. This big, its hole is larger than its heart. The hole in the heart is larger than the heart. It's not possible, but let's say
One of the worst plays we've ever seen.
No, that was so far.
So we know that he's got an X. We know he's got the.
I don't even guess.
No, you're always wrong. We know that he's got the J.
You are wrong every season.
We know he has the J, folks. I get the V, and I get the C.
He's wrong. You're not good at guessing. You're terrible at guessing. When I can actually tell which style you have. That's the difference between me and you.
Oh, dog. Being able to get rid of a V and a C in the same one, and I get a fucking V. I want to get to a point. Dude, how is V is only worth 4? Should be worth 6, at least. As should C. C should be worth 6 as well.
An animal is an Abram and a Chai. As it's alive, it's Abram and a Chai.
I like how you just keep rotating tiles.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple technique.
That's all you do. That's all you do. That's how you got that fucking Zyglote or whatever from fucking yesterday in the music of New Orleans or whatever bullshit play you had. You're up, big dog. Thank you for helping me get rid of that V because it sucks. Oh, it definitely cost you the game, son. It's over. It's over. How many tiles are left? I want to know how many tiles are left. It's very easy for you to just be like, there are 4 tiles left. There are 8 tiles left.
6.
Garbage.
So just remember this morning tomorrow, because tomorrow we're gonna ask, what do we have? We have this concept that someone has a chazaka, that chazaka continues. It's on this Gemara right here. On the Isser and on the Hefer. Everything is shkita, so it's kosher. Now you have to tell me why, for whatever reason, shkita that I did 20 minutes ago was no. So I'm like, listen, it was an Abram and a Chai. Now it just switched category, but with this will continue. That's how we have to learn it. It's hard to understand, but it doesn't continue to be Abram and a Chai. Abram and a Chai stopped, and it just, but it was awesome. It was awesome. Guys, that's awesome. We continue this, or yes, for a different reason. the Veda. My son has his son. Reno is very good. He's alive.
This motherfucker has the X. This motherfucker has the J. I have to be careful about that.
We're not talking about this, we're talking about football over here. Okay, this is something new.
I have to be very careful of that.
Therefore, I agree with you that this animal that wasn't shed is also to eat.
And I have to make sure not to give him an opportunity to be able to dominate. I have to be very careful with O's and very careful with everything. X's, E's. Yin. This motherfucker wants to play yin. That's not a real word. One of the sickest plays we've ever seen. One of the sickest plays we've ever seen, folks. This motherfucker has an X somewhere. This motherfucker has an X somewhere. An X. People. An X, which could be devastating to the quality of life of the human race. You know it could be devastating to the human quality of life of the human race. I know it could be. You better win on this play. You better win on this play. Folks. It's over.
It's over. The champ is here. The champ is here. Folks, I just want anyone to know, when you're witnessing greatness, you're rocking with the best. I also want everyone to know, that notice this is the first game we've played that was quote unquote somewhat even, where I got a blank and he got a blank, and you see who won. He played quiz. I had the Z, he had the Q. He had the X, I had the J. That was fair. That was the fairest of all the games that we've played. And the champion is here. The champion. I won. My friend. I won. You lost.
Yeah, no one cares. Literally no one cares.
Okay. Now, you should know that I'm going to send you an invitation for mini golf,
And I'm going to dominate you. It's as simple as that. I don't want to hear anything from you. I don't want to hear about your hopes or your dreams. I just want to hear you accepting the invitation and playing. It's already taken you to...
You can't handle the trash talk. It's not a real game.
Doug, are you going to go? You have an invitation. You take too long.
You're too impatient. I'm trying to help you with your patience.
I don't need help with my patience. I just need you to go. You take forever. Dude, Zoot is wearing off on you. Zoot. Do you know who Zoot is? Okay, well, it's charging now.
Calm your horses.
No. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. It was one of the best shots you've ever seen. That's garbage. That's garbage. That's garbage. That's garbage. Terrible shot. Fuck it.
So you see a bird poking the hole, maybe the hole that the bird is poking into was already made, was already there before.
What are you doing? Did you see that play? Did you like my shot? Did you like my shot? Did you like my shot?
This is generally a terrible strategy.
Maybe a snake puts better. Don't even say where. But when it comes to an Isser, I'm not going to be so mad.
Are you proud of that shot?
We're not so macro-lens. When more macro comes to your life, let's say you're driving to Taylor out at 170 miles an hour. So we tell you, be careful. That was for us. We coming down and you show us a guy, it's like,
What, folks? Score.
Your strategy sucks on that hole. It's not a good strategy.
Did you score? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dog?
No, that's terrible. Terrible. It's over.
No, you have a tough shot. You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. That's a miss. Easily.
Oh, straight in.
Stop. iCarly physics. I work with Newtonian physics, dog. You use iCarly physics. You're in the Looney Tunes universe, dog. Get in the water. Too hard.
This is going in the water. If this doesn't go in the water, fucked up.
With another random guy. Next. Send it from the 280. Don't even say, I'm just one point. I want to cheat you. Anyways, why are you so slow today?
Are you fucking serious?
Then what? Then he brings it to me. Somebody just goes, where was the Eid for the book? Where did the Eid happen?
He's putting in cheat codes, folks. He is putting in cheat codes.
That's what we learned now. That in order for it to be a problem, we need to say up it. Most of them, Sheriff would be pulled
another one in the water.
A weasel holding a tail rat, the mouse, is dead, this thing. Even though its eyes are open, it looks so cute. Now, we don't know if it's dead tail touched the bread, the food, whatever it is. The cold on my left is a Gabi Detroit. No, I have to tell you. Mike's a Charlotte today after cheers. You don't really have some doctor. I understand. It's this weasel. It's holding a dead mouse. So then the weasel has
I guarantee you that.
when it touches its own fault, when it
This is like 3 in a row.
it should make the fruit pump.
No, it's not.
What's the answer, everyone say? Animals cannot become calm when they are alive. I was thinking you're learning the theory, my good cheer, because we gotta brush up on where you study this here.
What a water bump. What a water bump. One of the great water bumps in the history of the game, folks. Stop.
I'm saying a lot of people, and then tomorrow just pops out of the as the vampire is reading, right? It popped 100%. What? Yashan, I didn't see Yashan. It popped for you, I didn't see. You also have seen it. Sure, you can put it in
Terrible shot. It's in the water. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. This is beautiful, though. Are you proud of that shot? That's in the water, dog. There's a chance here. I want it.
Bank it off that time.
A person that you could talk with without the conversation and ask her or ask him. Over here, since you can't ask him, he's a red.
That's 2 in a row.
And of course you can, that's why something's fun.
That's 3 in a row.
No, it's not. I won the previous one.
I didn't. You did not beat me in you go.
We tied.
That never.
I'm waiting on you. Did you know I'm waiting on you? Short.
Calm down.
Short. Too hard. The absolute perfect shot. Do you think that was the perfect shot?
No, the perfect shot is when you go up and cut your inside.
Do you think you could make this shot? That's not good. That's not a good shot.
Yeah, I just helped you.
One of the best shots I've ever seen. You're done. Doug. Doug, do you see how good this shot is? Thanks for the help. My ball's in the hole. Your ball sucks. Dog.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if we get lucky. The strategy sucks.
What are your thoughts on my shot? Would you like to be interviewed?
I can make this in 2, so it's not.
You can't. That's not going to happen, dog. You will not make this shot in 2. That's too far. Way too hard. Way too hard.
Are you fucking serious?
Big dog, where's your lead, son? Where's your lead, son? It's over for you. It's over for you. No, you can't. It's over. It's over. It's over for Riser. It's over for Riser. My worst hole. Do you know that this is my worst hole? Hit my ball, baby. Hit my ball.
That's not it. That's not it. That is not it.
I'm so bad at this hole.
That's just not it, dude.
Are you proud of that shot?
No, I won't.
Are you fucking serious? Now I see what you do.
Oh, sorry, man. This is my technique.
Did I steal it? Did I steal it?
I guarantee you will. So you steal my Literati words. Am I crazy?
Dude, I think use that fucking jambalaya word, bro. It's over.
Let me go first.
No.
No, we go first.
Why would I let you go first? I earned it.
No, you hosted them.
You went first, dog.
Even I knew that's not. That's the crazy part.
Short. He left it short, folks. He left it short. Oh, fortunate. Do you think I can make this?
It's an easy shot. Wow.
Are you proud of your shots? That's kind of a hard shot. He left it short, folks. Unbelievable. Hit the corner. What a shot. It's over, folks. The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here. It's over, baby. One in a row. Riser has officially lost one in a row. What do you want me to do about it? You're up. Everybody's waiting on you. The champ is here. That's already a bad shot. He already took the worst shot ever. Garbage. Oh. I don't know if that's a good shot.
That shot sucks.
It does, no doubt. No doubt. Water. Tree and water. Water. Stop. I'm not gonna fuck around with that. You could fuck me too hard. Fuck. Oh, fuck you.
It's like a high IQ water gun stalemate.
That was bullshit, dog.
Let's see what I want. 0 6 I'll go for that.
Because I just made a hole in one, bitch. Why wouldn't you go for that one?
I thought the pink tape would stop.
Well, you thought wrong, son. One of the best shots.
That's the wrong way to go. That's literally the incorrect way to go. You literally have no angle down even try to make it. Alright, that's an easy second shot in the hole. But you have no angle. Your angle is down. You're down. The game is over. Champ is here. Boom. Just no more bullshit.
Get right in his fucking way.
You wish.
Are you proud of your shot?
No, the worst
One of the best shots, I think. Dude, you haven't even seen The Big Lebowski. That's a garbage shot. No. See, the answer to that is no.
That was terrible. Do you want another shot at it? You want another shot?
Hit my ball. You don't have the balls to hit my ball. You didn't have the balls to hit my ball. Purposefully. I didn't care. Purposefully, I didn't care. Didn't even care. I won the last game. And I won when we were not double, whatever. You know what hole we haven't played in a long time? It's that one that's like straight away. Like, there's black on the left side and the right side. You have to hit it. The one that you're really good at with the iPad.
I don't know. You would say that hole comes out. But that seems like a fine shadow French theory.
Fine shadow French theory is a funny thing. Are you gonna go though? That's my question. You got a chicken in the way. Are you gonna go? Do you know? Do you know that? Because it's garbage. I'll make it right now. Everybody knows that. What a shot! Perfect. All right, I'm sending you an invite. I'm sending you an invite, and Doug, this game is over. Doug, are you like thinking that? Are you thinking that that's a cool story? Are you thinking that is a cool story? Too hard. Hit the tree. Hit the tree. I could tell it. I could tell that shot soft. Garbage. Garbage shot. Do you see how far away your ball is?
Dude, you're gonna lose this.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
This guy up there. I am. Wow.
I'm better at this hole than you are. You're done. You're done.
This hole is evil.
You don't like it because it's all skill.
No, I had to go first. It's a disadvantage.
I don't want to copy your dog shit shot. Now you have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. You're done. You're done. You're done. Riser. You're done.
I didn't think that you could make it.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem, dog.
I know they're updating the arrow.
Dog, that sounds like a you problem.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I didn't know that they were adjusting the arrows.
Is that my fault?
What's with these cowardice shots?
That was a bad play on my part. One of the worst plays I could have ever had.
Terrible. 4 out of 5 games. Terrible. The kid is terrible.
Everybody agrees with you. Do you think Big Bound Breakdown, watch tomorrow, you're like, you come in here and it's gone viral. It's like the people consider it to be like modern day brilliance. Way too hard. Garbage. Remember when you used to think going the top way was the way to go?
I'm literally going there right now.
Let's see it, dog. Let's see your dog shit way of going. Are you fucking serious? You think that was good? Dog, do you think that was good? Stop. Stop. Go the top way. You said you're going the top way.
No, I have to go the bottom.
No, you don't have to. Go the top way, like you said you were. Oh, garbage. Garbage. He's short, folks. He's short. He's given up the game.
That's trash.
He's given up the game.
Oh my god.
Ice.
Alright, here. This is a good one. Terrible. Even worse.
Dude, this is hard.
So bad.
Stop. That was a good shot.
Yeah, that one up on the water is pretty good.
What's his A bullshit?
If you get a hole in one on this.
You're not getting a hole in one of this. That's a garbage shot. Garbage.
Well, you're gonna lie about me?
Stop.
That's not gonna work. That will not work. Stay. Stay. Are you fucking serious? It goes back to my last shot.
Hit the tree.
Now you're done. What? Fuck. No.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. Champ is here. You got outplayed. That was a chess game, and you lost. You got outplayed.
You won't even play the
Dude, last time I played you in chess, I won. The time
I'm
before.
in chess right now.
Fuck you. Fuck your. I'm too distracted
No,
to play that game.
there's no
Dog, you have an invitation. And I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. It's a find the hole, your favorite hole. No one wants to play that shitty ass game now. Dog, do you know what mini golf is? Yes or no? Do you know what mini golf is?
I'm not testing the part. I decline. I'm not testing the part.
This is garbage. This is garbage. I just want everybody to know that I won the last mini golf game. I won the last literati game. I'm the greatest person. Nobody pays attention to that. I want to watch Gumball 3000 with Jackass.
If you play chess,
Oh, fuck no. Doug, I'm telling you this right now. I will not play chess with you until I go viral. You're so sweet. So here's my question to you. What was it like? What was it like to get outplayed on the last mini golf? What was it like to get outplayed on the last mini golf?
Are you gonna join chess?
No. Doug, do you know what it means to say?
Chess actually is not. You don't have to take it seriously.
I take it very seriously, and I have all kinds of distractions.
You don't have any distractions. There's no time limit. Take 5 hours to play each turn anyway.
Do you know that I'm the champion of chess?
You don't have the balls to do it. Crazy. All bar, no bite. All bar, no bite.
Do you know I'm the best?
Waiting for opponent. Garbage. Brennan Shaw.
Why would you?
Brennan Roberts. You're the Joe. This was Joe Rogan, and he was Brennan Shaw. Yes.
Okay, then I'm Joe Rogan. All right, pull it up, Jamie. Dog.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm Brennan Shaw.
That's not a compliment.
No, I'm just the most amount of times as a guest.
Do you want me to? I'm going to ask you a serious question here. And you can answer the question in any way you wish.
Join the chess game if you want.
Uh-oh. I'm not playing that. Dog, I beat you the last time we played. Why would I want to play again? Why would I want to play again? How did I cheat?
They didn't know we were taking 10 minutes a turn. Like one piece. One move, one minute piece.
Is that my fault?
Yeah, you didn't disclose that you're going to take an hour to play the game.
You knew that there wasn't a timer.
No,
Dog,
just,
you knew there wasn't a timer.
real talk, it doesn't matter if you're just
No, it absolutely matters. Because I have a win hanging over your head. Even after you're like, I'm better than you are at chess. You never played chess. And I'm like, dude, we used to play chess. And it came down to,
we didn't used to play chess.
yes, we did.
Literally, maybe like 1 or 2 games.
We played like 15 games together. And
Do you know how many stupid mini golf games we played?
yeah,
Like 1,000.
because mini golf takes skill.
No, chess takes. You said the last game was a chess move whenever you want. So
Yeah.
I'm not talking. I just joined. Stop being.
Dog, you won't even watch. Dog,
I'm going to attack you, but you're at attacking yourself right now in your form action.
by saying I'm the best,
You can't win. You can't win.
I won against you the last time we played. Dog, the last time we played, I won. What more about this do you need to understand?
The last 4 out of 5 mini golf games.
That's incorrect. You won the last 4 out of 6, which isn't even that good. That's 66%. That's failing.
What's your score? Like 33%? That's double fail.
Hold on, but if we go back to the previous games, I won at least 2 in a row. So that means I've won.
Rage quit the call when you mentioned TFAK if we don't know this stupid chess game.
So I just don't have to mention that.
Yeah, well, that's impossible.
How about I say this? I'll play you in Carom.
No, we're playing a game that also starts with a C.
Nope. Carom, I'm sending you an invite, dog.
Alright, I'm gonna go play chess online.
Okay.
Best wishes to you.
Why don't you just join this stupid game?
Why don't you just play Carom?
No, just play one chess game.
Why do you want me to?
It's way funner than Carom. It's way funner than mini golf.
Funner is not a word.
What?
Funner is not a word. It's more fun.
Why shouldn't funner be a word? Give me 5 good reasons why funner shouldn't be a word.
No, I think it should be.
Exactly.
Okay. So if you're gonna leave, then go ahead and leave. I'm the champion.
I'm waiting for opponent.
Okay. You're gonna be waiting a long time. I told you, I'm not playing chess again with you until I go viral. I beat you the last time we played. I have retired as a champion.
This is iCarly garbage.
I've retired as a champion. I just had a distraction come in right now. You have to understand, if I'm going to play chess, I want no distractions.
There's no distraction.
Dog.
As a BS excuse.
Dog.
You know,
Look.
excuse.
Are you ready to play Karen yet?
That's a BS excuse.
You wouldn't even watch Jackass if I played chess with you.
I would watch it.
You're garbage.
One game,
That's
I'd
garbage.
watch it.
No.
I watch Michael and Jackass with you if you play chess.
While tempting and religious.
Now you're pushing. I'll watch the Brennan Shaw special.
That's 24 minutes. Okay, you'd have to watch wait, don't leave if I mention this, because this is on the topic. It's called 24 Hours of Gringo Poppy. It stars the folks
I'm
from...
not watching 24 hours of that shit. No way. What are you smoking?
Why wouldn't you? It's called... It's a podcast. It's a podcast, a video podcast of two guys who are commenting on the Gringo Poppy. It's not just watching the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours. It's two guys who stay up for 24 hours and they comment on it.
I think me just watching the Gringo Poppy was more than a fair, generous offer.
No.
And now you're like just saying I need to watch an entire day's worth of Gringo Poppy dog shit.
But you could do other things. You could program your robot.
So you don't want to play chess.
No,
And you're too afraid.
I don't know about that.
Well, you are too afraid. That's why we're not playing.
Do you think I'm the best player ever?
I think that everyone in the future is going to know that you're too afraid to play Rise in chess.
Dog, they're gonna know, and they already know that I'm the champion. That I won in literati, that I won in mini golf, that I won the last time we played chess, and I'm the best of.
Cherry pickers fallacy.
It's not. The last time we played chess, I beat you. The last time we played chess, I beat you.
That's not big enough sample size.
It's all I need. You didn't remember playing chess with me earlier. And I would tell you, dude, when we play, if I go first, I win. If you go first, you win. It just went back and forth like that. Roll the tape.
Look, I'll just go.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
These are some major texts about
I'm not watching Michael
literature,
I'm not watching
All of the texts I did not want here that I'll put here for next time is
the
a
Jackass thing. I will watch it and I purposely did not invite you to watch it. Brennan Shaw, this is the thing and then whatever. What's his new thing called?
It's called Big Brown Breakdown.
Yeah, never watched that shit either.
You wouldn't watch it anyway. And on top of that, there's a live one. Dog, there's a live one in approximately actually 6 hours. It debuts. Aren't you excited?
I'll be like a friend relationship is a bit of a compromise. I don't really give a fuck about this fighter and kid shit, but I listen to it because I know that you, for whatever reason, care about it. But then it's like I asked for one thing, one little dinky chess game.
Dog, I beat you. The last time we played chess, I was the champion. I remember exactly what happened.
Doing it again, one in a row.
I-
You know how many times I've beaten you? Like 6 times in a row, Karen. 8 times in a row at mini golf. 9 times in a row. Marlon Hill knows that you're too afraid to play chess.
Look, all I know is this. All I-
Bob Lazar is just one day gonna go not condone your behavior.
Bob Lazar is going to love me like the son he never had.
Yeah, and then he's gonna finally get to the part of the tape where you cower out on the game of chess and go, wow, that Rabbi guy, no scrotum, no balls.
He would say this. Bob Lazar would say this. Rabbi already beat you. Why does Rabbi have to beat you again?
Okay, so Rabbi is playing up any excuse because he knows he's gonna lose. He's so afraid he's gonna lose. You know, it doesn't even matter if you lose. Like, it really doesn't matter. Like, why are you so afraid of losing?
Big dog. I'm the winner.
Alright.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Goodbye.
Sweet dreams, big man.
So you need to definitely put on your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechelo Grammatik online. So if you really want to get into them, I can include them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link on the chat. You can really want to read some of this American literature, but I've included some links here for various studies of the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out, just a moment, when I do some questions and answers, I can jump out and grab a couple links to folks if you want to check out the Shir Choma, the measurement of mysticism, or the Hechelo Grammatik, the largest text of the American Bible tradition. So now this week, right, we have a bridge, and that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic, and Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish business. In fact, when we talk about Kabbalah Maasit, Kabbalah Maasit is just basically Jewish magic, practical Kabbalah, doing of Kabbalah. Practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we'll turn to on Wednesday, which is briefly enough, 3 days from now. We'll turn to that on Wednesday to go with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Kill 20 time KTT. Look at this athleticism from the West Side Pimp 6 hours till.
So this comes with the set. This is a wax seal. So it has everything water and it's delicate over here. You press it. And then you take the you put this on the hot wax and you can seal it. This is stuff. We're talking about branding. You have to branding and it's perfect size, because this is the size I'm talking about, the one I'm talking about. It's a British.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly. In some ways, they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being. But proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shirokoma mysticism are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's simply not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. There's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hexalog or Merkava literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and decoder rings, and not really decoder rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you're a little kid, you would sit in the big kid chair, you would sit in, like, the big people chair, and you'd be, like, real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's, like, really worn out, it's like 3D recliner that's super comfortable, that your, like, granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. When you consider the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you can do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring, right? You measure it in this parasol version unit, 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. It's that eyebrow, left ear, right ear, all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although really it's a very bizarre form of literature, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that my mind actually might be arguing against the Merkava or Koma literature in the Guide Complex. That might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the Guide Complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Jonathan Kellner makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated, undercloaked. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I happen to believe that it's true, at least in some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think that these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's a C student and asks, they see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam. Right? It's like, they're that. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, well, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say I would have done it if I could just learn a little more by summoning an angel. I would have done that. And so just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts are gone. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survivors, right? We write a book now on the pirates of Egypt.
The guy is talking why because the thing came second, and the then you have a situation where it's because it came second always wins. But if the second thing was defeated, so the
Mr. Shah, sorry for your loss. Alright guys, welcome back to the Papa Verse. Let's just jump into the show. Let's talk about Jay Moore discovering the T-Back Gate fans. So Jay Moore, as some of you guys know, he's the guy that slapped all school pigs wheel for Kreischer. And so about a month ago, he went on Finally Kid podcast. Actually, it was quite positively received by most of the fans. Based off of the comments down below on the video here, like most of them were like the best T-Pack episode in a long time, 59 likes, and it keeps going on. Pretty funny show. Now, Jay Moore points out that he might have seen a clip from somewhere, and he does read comments, and he says this about the fans. I had so much fun last time, and you guys, George and Chin, do a good job of like editing the clips and everything. Man, George does it all. And but then I'm like, I posted, collaborate. Then I read the comments. I was like, dear fans, like you, us. Oh my God! Yeah. I was like, oh, I remember this world. Those are fans. You know, it's a hate relationship. Fans. Exactly for the listeners. Typically, I'm like, all Brandon does is fucking try to help others on his own business. Yeah, just think it's cocky from there. Oh, we do. Whenever Brendan does something really nice, he tells us. I don't think that's it. I think we'll play Adams. What is that a little? It's like Rip there, right? Because he knows damn well Brennan did not have an NFL career. You almost did the NFL, right? Yeah, so I had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, they're like, well, settle stuff like this. You realize I'm like 20 years ago, back in the day. Yeah. I do think that if people saw the show, they had the scenes like, I don't think it mattered. Yeah, no, they were kids. No, those people can't learn. Some people just hate kids. Some people hate for that. Reggie. Words are. I do think that if people saw the show, they didn't have the scenes. They were like, don't go to the bathroom there because you pissed them. And they said that the subreddit, the Finally Kid subreddit knows Brendan. They follow him like Jim Carrey in the Truman Show, right?
Yeah.
We are living. Brendan is living fascinating, and he's also very funny on accident at times, which the people can kind of take from and make fun of and have fun with. Jay Moore, I feel like he doesn't understand the hate because I feel like he doesn't get hate. He's quite moderate. I would say he doesn't really get much hate. I've never seen a lot of Jay Moore hate. I mean, the only thing they like about him is that he talked about slapping their price shirt.
And he said, I told him my dick's so big, she had to get an episiotomy before having sex with me. I didn't know what an episiotomy was. I said, what's an episiotomy? And she whispered in my ear, and I started laughing, and I was like, shut the fuck up, that happened to you? And she was like, yeah, and he just smacked me. He was like, don't you ever talk to my wife like that? And I was like, what?
And that's what they seem to enjoy, like people that, I guess, they don't hate them, but they find them annoying, and then they get, I guess they get a little bit of their comeuppance and like being a certain way. They can take that, and that's like how it was like last week with Brandon and Alex Stein. Alex Stein isn't a very well-loved person on both ends, but people can like that part of Alex Stein and his little comedic tomfoolery and ambushing Brandon and naming the waters, as they say.
I'm with the man! I'm with the
I'll be honest, I watched the episode, the first episode, and then this other episode that they did together recently. I feel like Jay Moore does try to bring in the comedy, and Brendan and Brian are they're still on their, that's us, like this is our style, and even Jay is like, oh, you guys are talking about the weather, or you guys are talking about the politics, I don't want to talk about that, let's talk about something more fun, let's talk about old stories. This is where I'm like, when we were talking about politics earlier, I just tapped out completely, because it just doesn't fucking, and that's where it gets dicey for Brian and Brendan. They tell the same story sometimes, and some of the people feel like they're not true, especially the one with him and Brendan talking about him eating Michael Irving.
I go to SB like Super Bowl party with 10 people walk in. It's a like Rabbi talk because he's the life of the party. And he sees me and goes, shut up, get over here, baby. Like, oh, what's up? There's all these people who come and grab his hand, he grabs my head, and we pull me down and kisses the top of my head. How do you know that, Dick? We did the tournament together, the charity tournament together.
The people on the subreddit find like certain patterns that Brendan does when he's telling the story about certain somebody or certain celebrity. Idumbo, Cake Days says, check. Famous celebrity, check. Tons of people around, check. Papa yelled for my name, check. Tim Tebow, check. Tons of people around, check. Super Bowl, check. Fidgeting while trying to think of details. Tiger kind of with this comment here says, here he is telling the story with the classic B-Shot mention.
This is what I said. I was at a party with Tim Tebow. We went to this Super Bowl party where they think the story got started out. Right now. This is a 10 out of 10.
Hang on, Super Bowl party. Little change of the story there.
We did the tournament together, the charity tournament together. This party knows me from my fighting days. And at the time I was still fighting, I went to this party. And there's like, the Deion Sanders, Charles Deleuze. And I'm walking for everyone goes, Big Sean. I'm like, I don't want attention. I'm like, oh no. And I'm like, hey, what's up? And instead of going for a high five, he grabs my head, pushes me down, and kisses me on top of the head. I was so convinced. We've been there. That's how we've told.
When he punched him down, he did this.
Like Kobayashi.
Mr. Shop. All right, next one. This is about Eric Griffin. Seems like he has a problem with YouTube. Let's just jump right into the clip. This clip is called Montez blames the YouTube algorithm for 1,000 people watching of 71K subs. Meanwhile, 1.8 million views with 1.8 million subs. All right, let's watch this clip.
YouTube. Somebody just checked and said, over 71,000 subs and only 100 viewers. Who you telling, man? That's exactly how I feel. I don't know, where is everybody? They just don't come by, you know? Don't watch it later. I mean, the YouTube algorithm, I want to talk about it. I don't know what it is. It's like I don't think they allow people to go viral anymore. I don't think they're letting like here, you know 71,000 people said, oh, you know what, I'm interested in you. So boom, and then YouTube goes, okay, I know these people are interested in you, but we're not going to tell them. I'm like, hey, I'm here, but we're not going to really announce it. We're not going to get it to them because so it's like you have to pay for that. I don't know. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
Like if you don't make content on YouTube, I'd say he's a little disappointed with how he's not a draw. Basically, he's not that entertaining. But when he does bring on certain people, he does get like 100K, 50K. But he's just not appealing to a lot of people. But he does have a subscriber count. There's a difference between having people just subscribe to you, right? And then like sometimes people just see you uploading, but they're like, I don't feel like Eric. Like most of Eric's recent uploads are like live shows, and his like regular podcast or whatever, they do like 10K, 5K. When he does bring up different comedians and stand-ups, he does like 50 or 100. But then when it's just himself, it's like 10K, whatever, right? So I can understand he's a little butthurt by that, but that's just YouTube, man. It's just whether or not people that really like you, they're gonna find you. And then they also YouTube does be like, okay, here it is, but they don't really shout it out to you because they're probably also subscribed to like 100 different channels that are like, well, I guess you don't really like Eric, so we're gonna show you Eric all the time, right? See, that one with Neo, it has like Thompson. So of course, like you bring another popular comedian like Thompson also makes the same numbers as Neo. Maybe not as much, but he does go in like big numbers, and he has like a podcast network. So there's like obvious like a way more bigger fan base on both of these two guys, and then when they come together, it's just combined. Now, when it's Eric, it's like, okay, 10, 20, 30, maybe he might follow you to another show that you're hearing. So, like, Eric, chill out. Where is everybody? Stay your life. Even Papa thinks that Eric ain't doing so well in his view count. Here's this one post that I saw on the subreddit. Papa gives his brilliant view on why the new Flash movie didn't do well, and then gives some praise to Eric's solo podcast.
I'm doing it just eating dick in the hot tubs. You know why? Oh, you know why? Because it's flat. Only gay kids are into Flash.
Let's see. Really? Yeah, but it's not the reason. Nobody knew about Guardians of the Galaxy until it came out.
Wow, my abs. I don't appreciate it.
So the thing about that is like it's a lot of movies that are kind of popular right now. A lot of people don't seem to want to go to theaters right now. Even The Machine flopped. All the movies are kind of not doing so well right now. So I'll bring it down. But you know, Ezra Miller is he's got a little bit of baggage, right? Like, those videos of him just like jerking people out. He's all crazy. And now he's trying to get rehab and stuff. gonna pull that Chris D'Elia, apology.
No, but for the 70 year there, it was.
Let's go back.
I appreciate everyone who talks about this for more people listen there, right?
Oh, that.
No, but for the 70 year there, it was.
It's close. So 100 more. Kind of undershot there, but yes, seems like Eric got a little booger by that. And like, dude, come on, chill out. Like, I get it. You've been in movies, you've been in workaholics, and now your popularity is low on YouTube, and it kind of hurts the ego a bit, right? You think you're a lot more popular than you think you are. Well, yeah, maybe do better things, try something new.
Where is everybody?
Let's look at Eric's, because I mentioned that some of the ones that he was with, like Rick Glassman, 30K, still not good. An older Rick Glassman a year ago, 56, which is like the most he's done. What did I see? Oh, here, Andrew Santino, 130, 2 years ago, though. Even when he wasn't in the golden hour, he was still racking up 10K, 6K. So I would have thought that people had problems with him teaming up with Chris D'Elia, and Chris D'Elia has baggage as well that people don't like, and people have mentioned to Eric Griffin, like, what are you doing? Is it because of the money? And Eric is like, nope. So you would think that maybe they can like a little bit, like, because now he's got like 5K. Not even 1,000 on this one, just a regular YouTuber. But look, it's not so bad. Like 5 months ago, short, and now he's just doing lives. 6 days ago, reaching almost 5K, 13 almost reaching 5K. But like live is tough. It's just more tough. Maybe it just doesn't appeal to more people. People just watch your show a little bit and just hop off. Who knows how big? He's just doing stuff like good numbers, all these considered for like low tier YouTuber, right? Even some Twitch streamers get that. They get that amount, and it's pretty good for them. But he thinks he should be bigger. I think that's the bigger thing that he's like aiming for, or like he thinks that he should have, deserve, is DC be more popular. That's just how things are, man. Okay, guys, last one. Theo Vaughn posted on Instagram, probably 2 days ago, that his episode with Roseanne Barr got taken off of YouTube for hate speech. Now, then Elon says comedy is legal on this platform. So it's kind of funny to say that, Elon, because earlier you had some sort of problem, or it's going to be a new thing that's happening on Twitter. But honestly, I'm not on Twitter. But when I hear this type of things, I'm like, what's going on? Like, why is it getting worse now? Like, now you have to pay $8 or like a subscription or something, and then also get like limited amounts of tweets or whatever you can see. This video kind of explaining it more than I can.
Policy change has been implemented. Once tweeted that a new temporary limits policy has been used. Under the new policy, verified accounts can read up to 6,000 posts a day. Non-verified accounts can only read 600 tweets. So once a user reaches that limit, they won't be able to see any more tweets for the day.
Here's the clip. It's from TMZ. You're able to find the clip or save the clip. Roseanne Barr, son defends comments denying the Holocaust. She's being sarcastic. Also, it's a joke. It's funny because every time we hear from Roseanne, it doesn't sound like a joke. Like, if it's a bit, it's like, haha, this is made up, or haha, the election was rigged, or haha, like, it's just like, or like Alex Jones, saying there's prices accurate. And you show that it's true, right? Like, for the majority, they like to play on the, it's conservatives and they're getting attacked and we're always the victims and whatnot. But it's like, dude, like, it's YouTube. This is like, they got rules. Like, when I upload things, I know they're gonna be like removed if I talk about certain things or like, you know, hate on something, like discriminate or hate. Those are the rules of YouTube. But if you want to make money, like Bill makes money on YouTube, you have to follow the guidelines and the rules to get ads and get paid for the views that you get. And if you risk that, you don't follow the guidelines. It's not if you want to make money adding to certain things, like still keep on live. There was like an ISIS video with Coca-Cola ad, like who doesn't want to sponsor ISIS? That was the main point of the apocalypse. That's what a lot of sponsors, a lot of advertisers did. They don't want to be associated with it.
Nobody got it. That's the truth. Should have 6 should have now.
Okay, see, this is where you should mess up. Like, this is not serious. Like, this is not a joke. Leo kind of tries to, like, make it into a joke, but it's obviously it's like too dark, and it's hard to get out of that position.
Never happened. But it never happened. Just like rap.
Yeah. What does that mean? Yeah, black people started rock and roll. Yeah, what else? Brazilians or whatever, Mexicans started soccer. What?
Something over there. I'm just saying.
So that's the joke, right? Like,
and people should be glad that it's Jewish too, because if Jews were not controlling Hollywood, all you'd have was fucking fishing shows.
yeah, they don't like you because you're not Jewish, or Rabbi, they don't like you because you're not black. Well, what's the joke? I don't understand. I think she's just making a statement there. For the people that are trying to defend it, it's like, yeah, it is what it is. Maybe next time, I don't know, Theo has to kind of cut that piece out if he doesn't want it to get flagged by YouTube. Because he could just put it out there, doesn't get, there's no problem with it, so getting sponsored, and then boom, they rewatch it and they find that certain part of the clip and it entirely gets removed. I had my video of like the one with Mark Harley and his wife, and they're just like, oh, we're just gonna remove it. We didn't give you a strike. So they're kind of like, okay, we just didn't mean it. So based off the post that we did, they have to remove that video. So I feel like, okay, whatever, I need something to strike, whatever. For Theo, I feel like, okay, maybe getting him a strike was a little too rough. Because it is like he is doing a comedy show, and he goes in and goes a little nuts. It's like hopefully he's like hopefully it kind of slips right through. And it's kind of see it as a joke, but they didn't see it that way. So like, that one's pretty tough. When you strike, you can't upload for whatever. Well, look, it's gonna get taken off. And just hopefully he doesn't bring in like very much like controversial or sort of cancelable, and just say something crazy.
La persona
not
está
expect
excelente,
for
porque
them
estoy
to say
seguido
something
de nuevo
crazy.
en DUI.
They do that shit all the time. For her son to be like, yeah,
Just the 2 months of
this was just
living
being funny.
in Lebanon.
And then if you guys want to watch the whole content, they put the whole context there. But to say that, oh, like, you didn't have that, but it's
things in the down.
being killed now, that's crazy. That's not a joke.
Every single day.
It's not the man, it's a hard decision. It's just like so crazy that she did that, and now like they're like, oh well, it's censorship. You can't say anything nowadays. Okay, you're lying. I'm gonna end this right here because it's such a weird thing that happens to me, but it's no surprise. Alright, I'll see you guys next time.
Michael Chesel turned over Cleveland Seal, more than 40 people joined the Cleveland Seal. Unbelievable, a voice act. Cleveland Seal, Manchester Seal. Romeo, Leah and Hart. What's this? Manchester. Wow. We got instruments going. Look, they're all wearing MDY shirts over there. Unbelievable. Look at that. Wow. Woo. Manchester. Welcome on. Tractors out. Welcome on. She released me the cabello. Beautiful. Oh, this is also not in English. So we gotta get this in English. This is a new satellite case we buy for kids. This I looked at yesterday. It's very important. But this is a what? 21 is English. Oh. How did he start? He was singing and I got up and started cheering. Okay, what's up? This doesn't happen often. From a common learner, I just got this morning. My father, actually didn't learn her, was with you yesterday. I want to tell you a story that will cause a lot of people. We discussed for him and for Shama. This is him. He came to the Shabbaton. Yeah, one of the wheelchair. This past Sunday, he was lying in his an oxygen, a respirator. My mother, my brother was standing next to him. He started pointing concerning his ear. He was trying to tell us they wanted to hear something. Man, my brother asked him, "You want to hear a shear?" He says, "Yes." "You want to hear the shear?"
Surprise, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no. You want to hear a shear?
There's metal detectors in this bitch. Is it okay if I see my least favorite race here tonight?
Yeah. So he's lying there.
Blacks, Latinos, Hawaiians, Indians, Asians, thank you. I'd imagine if I were sitting where you are right now, and I bought a ticket to a Tony Angelou show, I'd probably thinking to myself, Tony, where are those Jujubes? And now I'm the ambassador to Puerto Rico.
And I want to say thank you in his name and the name of the Holy Shukaya. Okay. with the respirator, I'm not going to say that because I didn't need them to learn the good news. I'm ready to hear it.
This is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get it up for Tony and Let's remember the best fucking night of their lives. And in all the land, how about you make some noise for them? Feels good in here tonight. You are at the number one live podcast in the world. Kill Tony brought to you this week by Netflix. Everyone, the roast of Kevin Hart is out now on Netflix. Believe it or not, isn't that incredible? Right on cue. And Kill Tony Mania shot live in Las Vegas on April 20th is also out. So go over to Netflix, check out all your favorite things. Shout out to Asphalt 3D, who makes a bunch of quirky, awesome 3D things. You know, there's a special thing behind the scenes here that you guys don't know. When I take the names, I put them on a special thing with little magnets, and I know it was 1st and 6th and 7th all the way through to 9, and then I usually pick 10 or 11 just for shits and giggles. These little mic stands, there's the little clip on the mic. It's all made by Asphalt 3D, so a hand for them. Netflix, you love Netflix, you all have money, they're here. Madison Square Garden, August 7th and August 8th. A lot of other fun things happening. Tickets at TonyHitchClub.com. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible for you right now. Starting something new is terrifying. I remember thinking, what if this fails? What if I put all this work in for nothing? Who's going to want to watch an open mic on YouTube hosted by a roast god and a sound effects guy? But taking that leap ended up being one of the best decisions I ever made. It also helps when you have a partner like Shopify on your side to help. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like mine to brands just getting started. Right, man? They make it all too easy. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build an online store that matches your brand style. Need to accelerate efficiency? Shopify's AI tool can help you write product descriptions, page headlines, and enhance product images. Wow, good job. And did I mention that iconic purple shop paper? It's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. From marketing to managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise. It's time to turn those what-ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/GoTony. Go to shopify.com/GoTony. That's shopify.com/GoTony. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, every single week I book 2 of the funniest guests in the world this week. No different, well, 1 guest this week. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for him. He has a brand new special out on YouTube. You know him, you love him. Make some noise for the great Brad Williams, everybody. Come on in, have a seat there. Live on Short Street is on youtube.com/Brad Williams Comedy.
Yeah, that's right. I'm actually not Brad. I'm just a new character from Adam Ray. Very advanced costume. Very advanced. Jeez, that makeup is incredible. How did he squeeze into that thing? I love the booster seat on the chair, Tony. I really appreciate that.
It's amazing.
We're going to have so much fun tonight. It's been a while since you've been on the show. Normally, I book a second guest, but I mean, oh shit. We know what this means. Normally, a big second guest pops up on stage for the lights come back on. Let's see what happens here. Alright. Wait, who's that? Wait, who the fuck is that? It's Teddy.
Timmy No Breaks. To the audience. Oh my God. The iconic Timmy No Breaks. One of the biggest comedians in the history of the show is joining us for his first time ever on panel.
We do both look like reject Jeff Dunham puppets. This guy juice box. That actually sounds delicious.
Heidi, if you can get Brad a juice box, that'd be great. Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest stars in the history of this show. Biggest on YouTube. YouTube.com/Timmy No Breaks. How exciting is this?
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. We turned my microphone up and everybody's else down. Also, why is my branding just gold?
What do you want to switch? Yeah, okay.
He was the son of the mayor's father. In other words, was his brother-in-law. In short, literally, he was the mayor's brother-in-law. Not a simple man.
Whatever you want, Timmy, you can go do it. Wow, you literally don't know how to do this.
Did you talk to me like that? I'm going to give you just all days. Cut it short, you bitch.
Whatever Timmy wants, as you know, historically, I let him do, and this show's history is the true alpha dog. How about one more time for the best Sam band in all the land? Raul, Carlos Sosa, or as I call them, Trace Leches. With Michael Gonzalez, they make up Nachos Mel Grande. This is the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and this is T-Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys fans of the show and all that T-Madness? There's also a fucking robot here for some reason. I don't know why. I think the band got paid a certain amount of money or something. So Neo, everybody. That's important that we say his name. There's a robot here. Okay, hi. Hello, Neo. You know how to wave. Hello, Neo. There you go. All right. Brad and Timmy, you guys know how the show works. Over 200 plus, maybe 3. Feels heavy tonight. There is a lot of names in this book that signed up for the opportunity to get 60 seconds on the stage. The other time is up when you're the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood mayor, which rudely interrupts them. And cuts them off, and then I conduct an interview. The entire thing is improvised. Absolutely anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Guys, we're gonna get it started with one of our new elite regulars. Now, he is a brand spanking new regular, made a regular just last week. He was the first ever person upgraded from a golden ticket winner to a regular. You've seen him before. You know him. You love him. Now writing a brand new minute every single week. This is the first time he's ever been on the show. Waking up that day knowing he was going to be on the show. His first appearance as a regular. Make some noise for the great Pat O'Neill, everybody.
You ever notice how girls named America are always fucking Mexican? Think that's enough to fool us? Nice try. We've got problems in this country, folks. How do we stop homelessness? We tried fentanyl now. Always somebody cigarette fucking lace. You're not supposed to call them homeless anymore, right? They prefer the term toilet protesters or something. It's hard to keep track of. People want to change the name of everything now. A few years ago, we got rid of the Redskins. Again. Second time's a charm. Something I think we need to change the name of is the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Whoa! What year is it? It should be the National Association for the Advancement of African American People. The NAACP. Or more easily said, the NAACP.
Unbelievable, my friend. You are so damn funny. Just are so funny. The American joke, the fentanyl joke, the Redskins joke, and the Navy joke, all the way through, batting 1,000. I want to talk to one of my, absolute biggest superstars to see his thoughts on not only Pat O'Neill's set, but the regular ship that he has listened to. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a show going on. Amazing. Brad, you ever seen anybody quite like Pat O'Neill? I'm really trigger you or something, or was it just did you do like all the Adderall all at once? How do you end up looking like that exactly?
Adderall, I consider a drug, but yeah, I stopped drinking. Things weren't going well drinking for Stopped that, and cocaine closes your nose, and I like to breathe when I sleep.
Very good.
So, I say I've been looking up to this man for some time now, nearly 2 months.
This is my make-a-wish. Pat O'Neill, you're absolutely fantastic. Pat, you look like you have about 5 of me buried in your basement.
Well, I do.
Take that again.
Take that
roast again. Take it again.
What happened up there?
I just want it hit, so I think if you take it again, you say that's a punchline. Let
me just say, the only reason I don't think it hit is because I don't think it's believable that Pat O'Neill has a basement. That's the only part I think was missing. If you would have said it is like a ducks or something like that.
So you used it, so I think you should take it from the top. And I think you should maybe act out a basement, be like, I'm gonna basement. I'm giving it from you.
I think you should take that from the top. Do the act out again.
Well, you take it in the bottom.
You son of a bitch. Neil, you got the show jump started. Thank you so much. Regular feeling undeniable force of nature. We're gonna keep it moving. It's an interesting name. Thanks so much for your first fucking ball tonight. You guys know how this works. We meet them all together. Anything can happen. Could be the next superstar. Could be a one and out crazy person. Anything can happen. Thanks so much for your first fucking ball tonight. It's Darian and Terry, everybody. Darian and
Imagine if you looked at a world that made you take a test to prove that you are not gay. And all they had to do was get you off in public, and you had to take the test. Same with Charles Scott. Kind of like, hey, bro, I think you're gay. There's no way that I'm gay. I have a wife and kids. No, I think you're gay. And then they go, well, I was in the crowd around the accused. Test. Also, you find yourself getting convicted from an all-big judge. Yes, I'm been accused of being gay, but it's how you plead? Not guilty. I'm a straight man. Yes, I've been found guilty of being gay. And on the down low, and at the end, I've been sentenced to 2 years in an all-gay facility. Take these smile. Give me all yours. No! Take that. You know who really crazy though, if you're gay, and you let them come out when you're on the court. Oh no, someone wants to strip that away from you. They wanted to do you dirty in front of your friends and family.
all right. Terry and Terry, welcome to the show. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, my first time.
Okay. Oh, wow. I'm not exactly sure where to begin here. Yeah, Timmy.
You're fucking gay. People the whole time. I'm like, have you looked at the fucking man?
It is absolutely incredible. I don't exactly know how to upload this information that I'm gathering here. I mean, where are you from? Let's start there.
I'm from Kansas, but I live here now.
Okay. Why do you look like you went to Miami to get dipped in chocolate?
I like that one actually. You know what? I love the Miami look. I think it's sexy. I think it's sexy for button-ups, and I think this look represents me well.
Okay, Timmy.
Take it, right? Ready? Mr. T-cells. Isn't T-cells like the gay thing?
Yeah.
Fucking great. What's your problem? I just want to know where you shop, because I'm pretty sure your shit would fit me. I love that shit. Like TJ Maxx. Yeah. Yeah, sure. When I say
Terry, how long have you been on stand-up?
this is my first time.
You decided to start on Guilty. Why haven't you done an open mic or anything like that to even prepare? Do you think you might just be doing this for vast amounts of attention?
Well, I always wanted to actually come on the show. It's really fucking fun. It's really fucking fun. So I was just like, and why not start at the top?
I'll tell you why. What if it goes terribly wrong and then you got nothing? What do you do for work? What exactly? What do you manage on OnlyFans for a living?
Actually, I work in the corporate world, so yeah, I work for an insurance company.
Really? Okay, tell us more about your life, Terry.
I do a lot of that. I do a lot of shit too. I have a lot of fun. Basically, either I am working out, doing jujitsu, poppers, training, or just hanging out, chilling.
Instead of one of those things, you could start writing jokes.
I can do that too. Yes.
Do you ever do any big jiu-jitsu tournaments or showcase that skill that you actually practice at work?
Yeah, I do multiple of those. Yeah, I'm a multiple-time champion jiu-jitsu.
Oh my god, okay, there you go, that's interesting. Tell me that before I fuck with you, Chief. I'm getting closest to him. That's not exactly how jiu-jitsu works to me. It doesn't mean you gay knowing jiu-jitsu. What would you do to Timmy if you made you mad? What would your first move be? Alright, perfect. Terry, have you ever had to use your world championship knowledge in jiu-jitsu out there on the streets? Has anybody fucked with you? Is this what you're doing with the hair and the shirt and everything? Are you baiting people into calling you gay and being like, what the fuck did you say? Get over here.
I've never actually had to fight somebody in the streets of Austin, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't think people want to get it, but at the same time, like, people do stuff for it.
Right. And these world championships, you won them on an elite level, or is this like some kind of tournament you threw together?
In the backyard? No. Yeah, I've been doing jail for months. Yeah, so I'm on jail for world champion and purple belt, brown belt, and I just got my black belt in December.
My jiu-jitsu people are telling me that is legit.
Yeah.
Amazing. What else would we find interesting about you, Terry? Do you know how to swim?
Oh, fuck.
So the enemy that could beat you is that in which is the most present element on the planet.
Well, that's the funny part about that shit, man. I really do live up to that whole stereotype. I cannot fucking swim to save my life.
Johnny knows it out here. Have you ever almost gotten in trouble? Do you like go into the water up to your waist or something like that?
It's so crazy. Like, in college, we used to do this thing. I wrestling college, but we go to the YMCA, and my coach is like, all right, guys, we're going to go and do swimming workouts. We're going to do something real. And I'm like, we already wrestle. Like, fucking real, man, that's real. But we go there, and then, like, we jump in the pool. And he was like, trying to have us do laps. I did one fucking lap. He's like, have us do laps in a deep end. I break out. I go over to the lady, and I was like, hey, look at the float. I can't have my buttons on. And he's just like, I didn't take those off. It's like, you want that? So I just do the workout with fucking floaties. But it was cool.
Let me ask you this. Other than not being able to swim, what else do you think is the blackest thing about you?
That's not priceless.
Damn. Let's see. I think I know. I'm really into hip hop. We'll say that.
You can tell exactly how you said the words hip hop. From the streets.
I just grew up with it in my life. So out from the main streets of Kansas here. Yeah. Well, it goes down to Kansas City area, if you didn't know. So yeah, it's not.
I think you're thinking that the bond is centered and they didn't capture it. And they just like, no, on the outside of the control. Like, you lie. You gotta make you
Little joke look for a big man. Little joke look for a big man. That's by accident. They sound like the president. I'll tell you what. Right there.
I did not want that shit.
Okay, that's not true. That's not a thing. No one talks about that. That's not a thing. What do you want? Do you want something to drink, Timmy? Sure, that's not a thing. No one talks about that. I accidentally sound like the president. I'll tell you what. Right there.
I did not want that shit.
Okay, that's not true. That's not a thing. No one talks about that. That's not a thing. What do you want? Do you want something to drink, Timmy? Sparkling water and garlic bread for Timmy, please. There you go. Sparkling water. Not gay at all. Sparkling water. Just hit yourself in the face with a microphone. Stop building you gay. I think you're Timmy fucking Paul Kings. Did you know that according to CNBC, nearly half of hiring managers say candidates' enthusiasm is the most important factor when they're considering somebody for a role? When you think about it, it makes sense. Hiring can be seriously tough. If you need to hire for your business, how can you separate the candidates who are really excited about your opportunity from the ones that are just
ZipRecruiter's new feature quickly lets you see the most interested qualified candidates first so you can meet the right people faster. And now you can try it for yourself for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Plus, their smart magic technology connects you with qualified candidates instantly. The candidates can even tell you in your own words why they're interested in the job.
Basically, this all means no more wasted time digging through resumes and more time meeting the right people. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, the top candidates are right at the top of the list. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 hiring site based on G2. Use ZipRecruiter and find enthusiastic talents fast. Or find employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Your next rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, who's coming in? This should be interesting. DJ Chaotic, everybody. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, I'll start this off with a confession. I am old. That's true. I've been catfishing women professionally now for a very long time. if I look like a nice employee.
When I get home, I'm gonna use one of those tomatoes.
I can't help that I have a resting ice face.
No, impossible. That's the Bavarian. He's a father. He's a person. He's a savage. He's
And that's my time.
He's a nice person.
I thought that was a minute. I thought I planned that already.
15 seconds.
15 seconds. All right. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So you're out of material.
That's everything else is story.
There you go. Some people say that's my time when it's their time. I was wondering if you had anything else, but that was all the time that you had.
I've rehearsed this so many times, and I swear to God, it was a full minute. But
Have you done stand-up before?
yeah, 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems like
Hey, God, how's it feel being shot?
DJ Chaotic, where have you been doing it for 3 years?
Here in Austin.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
DJ.
You're a DJ.
Yeah.
Are you better at DJing or stand-up?
DJ.
How long have you been a DJ?
13 years.
Okay, that makes sense. What makes you want to do stand-up?
Honestly, I help manage a place called the Green Room in North Austin, and starting that up. We started doing comedy shows, so I got into it like that.
Are you sometimes funny when you're DJing? Like, are you doing things like...
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of weddings and private events, so I slide in some humor whenever it's appropriate.
Jesus Christ. Slippery cigarette. Thank you very much, sir.
Sometimes
What the hell's that fire there? So slippery little cigarette. Timmy, no breaks. You do private gigs sometimes, weddings,
all the time, pictures, weddings, Christian stuff. Mickey lost his thing, but yeah,
almost like that kind of sometimes. What the hell's on fire there? So slippery little cigarette. Timmy, no breaks. You do private gigs sometimes, weddings,
all the time, pictures, weddings, Christian stuff. Mickey lost his thing, but yeah,
Perfect. So DJ Chaotic, what's the craziest thing you play? Like EDM, I'm guessing.
No, I do open format, man. I've been in Texas for a long time, so country, like hip hop, those are like the main genres, you know.
So you play for whatever audience is in front of you.
Yeah.
So if there was a bunch of black people in here right now, what would you play?
Set it off, Lil Wilson, off the jump. That's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's check in with John Dees here. What do you think about Set It Off, Lil Dave C? No good. Is that what you're saying? No.
You don't know Set It Off, Lil Wilson? A white guy talking to a black guy. Like, I mean, it's a shit though. Alright.
You thought that was fucked up.
Yeah, I'm a boy.
If this was a rave, an EDM crowd, what would you play? First song you play? Gotta get it set.
EDM's not really my genre. I'm always this. It's not.
Okay, let's say it was a country bar. What song are you playing?
Sang, Talk, Never Lie. That's
Michael, it's always confirms that.
yeah.
All right, DJ Chaotic. Well, I mean, it really didn't leave that much of an imprint here tonight. I gotta be
Well, I'm from the Cayman Islands. I moved here 15 years ago to be a rapper. That never worked out.
You tried rapping?
Yeah, I did it for a little while. Reggae, rap.
Like, do you hear a verse? You guys want to hear some bad rap?
Instead of rap, it's a reggae shit.
Oh, good. Yeah, I
White guy reggae.
love all kinds of gay, especially reggae. So let's do it. You do it on that one. That was right there. It's Timmy's alley right there. I do win. Give him a little. What kind of reggae beat do you want, Michael?
Yeah, there you go. I'll ride with it.
There you go. Go ride with it. All the way from the Cayman Islands. DJ Chaotic, everybody.
Yo. Pull up in my ride, she took to get inside. She look down and she hide, then we skirt up and we slide. She went like high tide, every time our lips collide. She won't be up inside, cause we love it and provide. She never want fun, cause we never have fun. She say without the toy, she can't even come. She open the door, give her pussy a real joy. Dealing with her in the boy, the bar is up and give her attention. Relieving all her tension, no feelings get concerned, cause that's an apprehension. You guys are pedophiles.
Brad's a grown man. He's not a kid. I think you're confused, Timmy.
42. Yeah, fucking right.
He's 42 inches high. Okay, DJ Chaotic, here's a little joke book. There you go, my friend. We're going to keep moving along. This is crazy so far. A couple people that really fucking suck, and obviously anything can happen out of this. It set it up good. Now you know it's real. Now you know the show is real. When you get that feeling of, holy shit, I think I can do this, that's how you know you're in Kiltony. Make some noise for your next fucking bull. This is Russo, everybody. Here we go.
I know what you guys are thinking. I didn't know getting older meant I was going to look like Alex Jones. Never happened to anybody. I don't like the cool, like, maybe the frog's gay Alex Jones, like the sad divorced dad Alex Jones. I've got it done with the proven folks, okay? I've got them. I like conspiracies. I was watching Clinton testifying for Congress the other day, and he just had a shitty grin on his face the whole time. They're like, Mr. President, do you remember where you were when those pictures were taken? I know it's been a long time. I tried to remember. He's like, oh, no. I remember exactly where I was when those pictures were taken. And that's just him and like I've seen him matching polo shirts. Yeah. And there was you guys hear about there was supposed to be between Donald Trump and Bill Clinton affair. And it's going to be in there like, I did not have sexual relations with Donald Trump. So I think Trump, if he did it, he would have been in there the next day at a press conference like, nobody sucked Bill Clinton's dick better than Donald Trump, folks. Nobody did it. Nobody could do it.
Alright, that's Chris Caruso, everybody.
Hey, Carlos, how's it feel to meet your dad?
Chris Caruso, welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, it is.
Welcome. How long have you been with stand-up?
About 2.5 years.
Where at?
Dayton, Ohio.
Hey, we know Dayton. That's a rough city. You still live there?
Yep.
What do you do for a living in Dayton?
I sell security systems for a living.
Oh, you must be business as well.
Oh, yeah, they love it. Number one for metal theft in the country.
Yeah, like copper? Is that?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. And they're stealing it out of like old houses or something.
Anywhere they can get it.
Wow. Amazing. And so tell us more about your life, Chris. Just everyday thing. You have a family or anything?
I have a son.
Nice. How old's your son?
12 years old.
You still with the baby mama?
Yep.
What happened there? How long was she around for?
A couple of years.
And then you guys just went your separate ways. You stopped back. That's it. You didn't want her around anymore. Is that how it ended, or did she cheat on you or what?
No, it was just mutual.
That's sad. Somehow that's the saddest way. Like, I always like it. Like, yeah, I caught her cheating on me with a giant black guy or something like that. Like a black belt in jiu-jitsu, like a world champion jiu-jitsu black guy with blonde hair or something like that. But it's just really the saddest possible thing nowadays is them just growing apart naturally, Brad. That won't happen with my wife because I can't grow apart. That's true. That is true. There's no growing apart. Yeah.
Oh my God. I didn't know they made that yet.
Absolutely, Timmy.
Do you have any special moves in the metal? I guess for that.
Very good question. What do you motorboat only the tits, or are you an asshole motorboater?
Yeah.
You eat ass? No, you refuse. Have you ever tried it?
Nah, it's not for me, man. Do it. Just try it once or twice. I'm waiting for it, man.
You never put a motherfucker friend man's tits?
I'm gonna pass on that respectfully.
You never tried? You never tongued an ass once? But you've eaten an accident?
That's kind of a weird accent.
Red, I got a question. How'd you accidentally tongue someone's ass off?
It was high level. What's your name?
That's pretty good. That's just a big fucking fuck. You never make those people boy deserve to fucking be in fucking fuck.
That's a good one.
You have eaten pussy before, my crap. Do you enjoy it that?
I don't think anybody really enjoys it, but
Whoa. Everything in Ohio seems worse. This is a very pussy-eating crowd you're in front of today. This crowd loves eating pussy. This guy said shaking his head no. He's disappointed in you. He's saying corrected and he was going, I can't believe it. And then he gave me a thumbs up just to make sure that I know that he's into eating pussy as well. Everybody here is into eating pussy. Can you describe to us exactly what it is that you don't like about eating pussy?
the texture.
The texture of the pussy. This guy over here, you know you're not supposed to actually eat it, right? It's not like oysters or something. You're not supposed to just swallow it down. You're supposed to like lick it and find a pace and a rhythm and like smooch it or something. Seal your lips around it and kind of do a slight sucking in and out motion.
It's supposed to be disgusting.
Yeah, I think so. That's why it only lasted a few years, right? Have you been with other women since? Yeah. Are you currently dating anyone?
No,
Are you on any of the dating apps or anything like that?
not for me.
So when's the last date that you went on? When's the last person? You just meet people like at a department store?
At gas stations is where I like to.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm starting to see why you don't like eating pussy or ass. The gas station pussy can be very tricky. You know what I mean?
That's my best buddy.
Okay, that is. We are best friends. Chris, are you sponsored by Adidas by any chance?
Yes.
They dropped Kanye and they picked up Chris Caruso. Security Solutions out of Dayton, Ohio. Adidas is in absolute shambles right now. They're currently losing money. Their stock is sinking right now. From a non-pussy eating man wearing nothing but Adidas, Nike is skyrocketing as we speak. Nike, the brand of pussy eaters all around the world. When you see a pussy, remember, just do it. All right, Chris, I gotta tell you, we're running out of little checkbooks fast tonight. That was a rough one. Thank you, Chris Caruso. Come back, sign up again. Do it again sometime. Anything can happen. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's actual garlic bread, ladies and gentlemen. And the fucking juice box, everybody. You can't make it out. I swear to God, this show is improvised. Meanwhile, Heidi finds a way. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Website, HeidiOrgina.com. Great stuff over there. Everybody is thrilled. I hope cameras are picking this up. This is Kill Some People. It's like a great moment. It's just a great moment. And it's adorable. I don't know how Heidi does this. It doesn't make any sense. But you would think this is all produced. Shoebox, but not there. Shoebox. It's not me, by the way. It's a blippy juice. Okay, wait. All right. Let's take it easy here. Let's not throw things in the audience. Just a reminder that lawsuits go to JoeRogan.com and not Tommy Hedgecock. All right. Here we go. Your next fucking poll goes by the name of Eric Spicely, everyone. And here we go. Anything can happen.
Yo, what's going on, Austin? How you guys doing? You good? I just moved here, bro. Fucking Friday, man. Yeah. I grew up in America, but for the last 10 years, I've been living up in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Or as our president likes to call it, gay Alaska. Yeah, say what you want about Canadians, man. It's nice being in places that have guns, you know?
I know. They
I
have
feel safe walking around,
the Muslims.
just having these goofy fucking idiots. It's a damn white privilege, bro. Cops are nice to me, they didn't know what race. These ears are from Egypt, so you guys know what that is. Some people think it makes you look tough. Some people think you're just a man. Como se dice? Way wrong. I've been doing it half my life, guys. I've been a black man for years. I can honestly say, to be gay,
You're good, buddy. You did not win a golden ticket. Eric, welcome to the show. How are you? You are a scary looking fellow. Without a doubt, you look like jujitsu. You look like the guy. Jujitsu.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while.
Holy shit. And you really are a black belt, right?
Yeah.
Did you know the black guy with blonde hair that was here earlier? World champion. You ever hear of a guy named Darian Terry? You just noticed him. This episode is chaos. How's the robot doing over here? How we feeling? Yeah, rock and roll. It's actually Aaron Lyle, everybody. Just put a little cloth over his face. Eric, so where are you from again? What you say?
I'm from New York City, but I've been living in Canada for like 10 years.
Why have you been living in Canada for 10 years? Why is it worth it? Did you choose Montreal, Canada?
So I used to fight UFC.
Yeah.
And I got signed, and then I moved there to train TriStar. GSP.
Yeah, GSP's the man. That's awesome. Are you still doing it?
I don't fight anymore now, I just coach and train.
Perfect. Amazing. So the fights in the UFC, what was that like? How did that go? Explain to people. Most of us just picture it, we dream about it, but none of us like, look at this fucking Italian guy. I mean, we watch, we imagine, like that'd be my walking and come out to Phil Collins, Indiana, guys. Yeah, I would do that too. Tell us what it's really like. Training's exhausting, and then what's that like?
It fucking sucks. Yeah. You gotta fight black dudes and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they're crazy, right? And they just shoot low. The Russians just take you down, and now it fucking hurts, and they're throwing elbows and stuff. So, how many fights in the UFC did you have?
I think I hit 8, but the CT is a little earlier than that.
That was your main song that you came out to. Good question.
I used to come out to train in Bay by the Clash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like that, like a weird gay song.
City, right? They're from New York, right?
I don't
You're right about that. Okay, maybe not. They have a song about New York. Okay, Eric's spicy. So, 8 fights. What if you had to guess what your record is?
I was, I think 2 and 5, so I'm at 7 fights.
Yeah, it's very hard.
It's a tough one.
A lot of people don't know Kill Tony's Ari Maddie. Not in the UFC, didn't make it to the UFC, but in the lesser league, small time, with 3. Yeah, go right ahead.
How much time do you have? About 15 minutes. I'm going to be doing the Satan Jack open mic in a couple days. You want to do 3 on that? Yeah, that sounds good.
There you go. Eric, so tell us more about your normal life. I mean, you seem like you would be good with the ladies, right? They normally are into some scary orangutan looking man.
It's mostly dudes, honestly. Yeah, it's mostly appropriate, so their boyfriends can fucking hit on the edge. Yeah, mostly dudes. So everybody in town is like, what's up, bro? Head nod.
Right. That's making nothing game on it.
Or it's like chicks that want to get like fucked up. Like they're like, yo, I want you to punch me in the fuck. Oh, wow. I like that.
Eric, what else about your life would we find surprising? Any other fun facts about Eric Spicely?
I used to do pro wrestling.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I made it to WWE.
How long were you there for?
No, I just got a tryout. I didn't make it until I was in school. Basically, told me I got steroids.
They had a wrestler named Hornswoggle that was a dwarf, so I think it's just because you sucked.
Holy shit.
We all look alike.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
Is there any truth to the fact that training for the WWE is harder than training for the UFC?
I thought it was much harder for sure.
A lot of puking and stuff, right?
I mean, I do a lot of cardio and stuff. It's just a lot to remember. Getting punched in the face is like you're on autopilot. You just train it. Like, this is like choreography and fucking, you know what I mean?
Well, Eric, how long have you been on stand-up?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay.
Well, you call it the talent. I can't tell you're fucking with me.
No, I like your shit. I like your face, you know, well, your face is fucked up, but like, you got like the main stuff, maybe some free really good. Killed it off steps here.
Keep writing, Eric, and it's a little joke for you this time, but who knows what can happen next time. There goes Eric Spicely, everybody. Holy Eric's record with bucket full 4-4 tonight. There's some napkins for you. He's got one garlic knot left. He's truly committed to this bit. He's literally eating garlic knots, everybody. Thanks so much for your next bucket full, everyone. It's Louis Cervantes, everybody.
Hell yeah. I have a problem with talking to girls. Not really good at flirting. Like, for instance, this morning I was leaving the gym. I saw this really hot girl walking towards me. I was like, I'm gonna talk to her. I'm gonna do it. So I held the door for her, and she walked by. She goes, "Thank you so much." She looks down at my feet. She goes, "I really like your shoes." And verbatim, what I said back was, "I bought them." Single forever. My last girlfriend wasn't really my type. Like, she's in hypothetical situations. Like, one time we were watching 50 First Dates with Adam Sandler, and she goes, "You like this movie?" And I go, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, let me ask you something. If I lost my memory, would you stick around and tell me? Would you leave like an asshole?" And that's how she said it, so I knew what she wanted to hear. I was like, "I'd stick around and remind you of all the cool things we used to do, you know? And at the end of every night, I'd remind you how much you begged for me and all."
Louis Cervantes, everybody.
Carlos, how big is your fucking family?
This is incredible what's happening here.
I like those guys.
There's a lot of the same guy. You do jiu-jitsu at all, Louis?
No, and honestly, man, like, I've only been in Austin for a year, and when I got here, I realized this was like the style. I've been doing this since I was 11, so it kind of pissed me the fuck off. I don't like it.
You started shaving your head at 11.
At 11 years old, yeah.
Incredible. What made you do it all the way back then?
My cousin did it. He actually came home from the Navy Thanksgiving one night and surprised everybody. And at the time, I had long, luscious, curly, beautiful hair, and he took me to the garage and shaved it off because he's a dickhead. I don't know.
Mexicans love landscape.
That's right.
Louis, what do you do for work?
I'm an AV at the movie center.
Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. The arena?
The area, yeah.
Nice. Absolutely amazing. For those of you wondering what that question was, here in Austin, for some reason, there's like 15 different nudie things, and it's crazy.
Yeah, I just work at the arena, though.
That's awesome. That's fucking fantastic. How long have you been doing that?
Not that long. I've been giving the year like since beginning of January.
What are some of your favorite shows that you've done so far?
Oh, man. I just did George Strait.
Nice. Yeah, he was here this weekend.
George Strait was pretty fun.
Yeah.
He did the round, so he just had a good stage in the middle.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
That's awesome. Fun gig. If you're doing AV in Austin, that's the place to be going.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I mean, I heard Austin was Music City, but it's like every fucking door along
Yeah, it's crazy. It's very special. And people get confused. Nashville often gets that credit. That's really literally basically only country music, whereas here it's all different kinds of music.
Yeah, all genres.
Yep. So, Lewis, you from Boston?
No, I'm from the Bay Area, California.
Okay, how long have you been here?
Since March last year.
Okay, so you got that job at the movie center pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had it before I moved here, but yeah.
Great. What was it like that beginning period before you had that job?
Just a lot of kind of figuring out Austin, figuring out what I want to do, and figuring out the comedy scene, just kind of doing side hustle stuff. I learned some door dashing, of course, just to stay
What are some things that surprise you about Austin that are different than the Bay Area, other than less gay men shitting on the sidewalk?
And a lot less gay men, still people shitting on the sidewalk. That's something I'm trying to get used to. Is the homeless here a little more aggressive than back home.
It's me every time.
You had really good delivery.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it was so good. I thought it was DiGiorno's. So every time I say DiGiorno's, I get $100. So I'm like, I say it a couple more times, but really, it was a good delivery.
Thanks, Timmy.
Yeah, no problem. And also, it looks like you have a dickhead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Lewis, tell us something about your life that would surprise us.
It's true. I do look like a dickhead. It's not lying. A lot of people don't know that I'm 80%, or I have 80% hearing in my right ear and 60 in my left from a skydiving accident.
What was the accident?
I went up congested and jumped from 18,000 feet congested, and it blew out both my eardrums.
Oh,
That's really lame. I was really fucking hit another guy in the head. He's the door, man. You killed him. Come on.
You're staring on us.
your stereo must be annoying though for like movies and shit. Right here, really the job that you do for a living at the arena, that must be hard.
Yeah,
I mean, you going into it with fucking bad hearing is like finding out that your Uber driver is T Madness. It's like you're like really getting away with murder over there.
You know, I guess that just shows how good I am at my job.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. What's your love life like?
Non-existent.
Why is that?
I don't know. Probably because I look like a dickhead.
No, last date that you went on, what was that like?
We went and got something to eat and talked most of the time. Couldn't get a kiss or a hand hold or nothing. No hug. Yeah. Wow. No hand hold. No hug.
I would not be so hard on yourself. You know, Brad has a wife.
Yes.
There's hope for you.
Thanks, Rabbi.
And you told punchlines. It was so nice to hear fucking real punchlines from a comedian out here tonight. So, so stuff full of punchlines. I thought it was like kind of stuff to join us.
Yeah.
Wow. Lewis, here you go. Here's a big joke book. We're going to keep it moving along. We're going to all right, another Pokemon. We're flying through them tonight. Make some noise for your next comedian, everybody. It's Michael K. Here comes Michael K. Everyone, here we go. The band's playing music.
So, I was thinking a lot about addiction recently. A lot of people addicted to alcohol. They won't admit that they have a problem with it. I'm not an alcoholic, but I am a shopaholic. Where I spend way too much money at the liquor store and get drunk all the time. I used to do a lot of drugs, actually. Let's hear for drugs. I used to use this thing called Silver. You guys know what that is? Yeah, all right, nice. It was a dark net marketplace where you could get anything you want shipped straight into your house using cryptocurrency, right? You can send it anonymous, and since they cut out the middleman, like the prices were so low and the quality was super high, you can get a gram of the most beautiful uncut cocaine straight from Bolivia for like 50 Bitcoin.
And the name of the reason why.
I don't know if you guys are up to date with the current price of Bitcoin. This was 15 years ago. Let me put it this way. Have you ever partied so hard that you snorted a Lamborghini? Because I snorted 4 Lamborghini dealerships, the top 4 in North America. There you go, Michael K. Very interesting. Is that true? Like, is that real stuff? That's unfortunately very true, yeah. Wow. So that was back then, huh? Yeah, that was very early in the space. Is it only cocaine that you would buy off of that? I haven't done it since then because it was so good. I couldn't be able to do it again. Really? Just so nice. Wow. Amazing stuff. So it was just cocaine that you didn't buy off? Out of curiosity. I don't really understand the internet. I actually understand that shit to me where I live, Japan. Did you find any Bitcoins? Oh, yeah. No, so I have like a whole Bitcoin saga after that, just because. Can you tell us about it? Yeah, it's really long, but so I used to work for this exchange that was called Mt. Gox. It had 90% of the world's exchange. You guys know Mt. Gox? Oh, fuck. So I was the guy who put out all the shitty press releases telling you why you couldn't have your money. Sorry about that. The guy who was running it, he lost 600,000 Bitcoin. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And that's like tens of billions of dollars? Billions. Oh, shit. Billions. Yeah, you have no idea. I don't know anything about that. So I got subpoenaed by the Southern District of New York. That was fun. Amazing. Yeah. So it's made you rich, and then it caused a lot of trouble. I did all right. It happened. I got subpoenaed the day my first child was born. So it was a perfect away message. Like, sorry, my daughter's born. I can't respond to your subpoena. Wow. I didn't respond to the subpoena. How many kids do you have now? 3. You still with the baby mama? Not for the first 2, but for the third one. Okay, so you have a new baby mama. Yeah, we're gonna call her that. So the third kid is with your wife? Yeah, my partner. Her back is okay. Oh, okay. She's Japanese. Yeah. Very nice. Is she here? How old is she? Ask me to ask that. Red Man wants to know? Yeah. So where'd you meet her? Like a sushi restaurant or something? We were working together. What do you do in Japan? Well, I'm producing comedy shows, actually. We're on tour with Kansai, actually. Kansai Yasuda? Yeah. So Kansai's on our tour. We're doing... He was supposed to be here, but we couldn't get his visa in time. So he's stuck in Canada. Yeah. Our president's a little tough on that right now. Yeah. Don't talk about it like that. Don't do that. So you're doing American, you're doing English-speaking comedy shows in Tokyo. Yeah, what Japanese shows? Wow, you can speak Japanese fluently? I speak quite all right. I've been there for 22 years. Oh, amazing. Can we hear some jokes in Japanese? Yeah, can we just... I don't know any Japanese jokes. Oh, can you just say it? I'm not even going to embarrass myself. Can you just yell out like the Godzilla in Japanese? Godzilla. Oh, that's very that's it. I'm a regular Kansai. We're doing a U.S. tour now with everybody all around for next month. Japanese comedians. See, love Japanese stuff. Just a little bit over. Can you just say a sentence in Japanese? Anything at all? You've been there 22 years. It doesn't have to be a joke. It can be anything. It's super nice. Oh, okay, go. Yeah. Think it over for a second. After I ask the question, you go ahead. It makes sense. Perfect. I have to go on my phone, so that's so here's what I did. I wanted this. You're gonna kill if you do this. I think it's an experiment. Okay, I'm gonna be this comedian. I've been doing it for 10 months, and so I want you to English words with a Japanese accent. That I excel at. Okay, let's hear it. What do you want to hear? I don't give a fuck. Really, anybody might do this. The key with Japanese is not just the word. My name is Mike. Okay, add audience laughter and publish for that. Yeah. How about an actual sentence in Japanese? That makes really anything. You've been there 22 fucking years.
Sometimes the easiest thing to just say.
What does that mean?
Just like weird.
Sounds so very because of enough. That's a long idea.
Everything I know about you, Kim Condon recently went there, and I've always wanted to go there so bad. Is the audience mostly like military or?
No. We have a lot of like tourists now, but there's a pretty solid like local contingent. It's packed like every night a week. We have 3 shows a night.
So your other 2 kids are Japanese as well. So 3 Japanese kids.
3, yeah, have to.
They're very smart. How old's the oldest one? 12. So is it smarter than you yet?
Oh yeah, she's definitely smarter than me. I'm not the smartest.
This kid,
Is she bigger than Brad?
Well, he's sitting down. I can't really tell, but maybe.
Maybe it's literally the same height whether he's sitting or standing.
That's my fucking boy. Literally. I floated. We almost accidentally ate your ass.
a lot of these videos are unique.
Michael, you're leaving here with a medium-sized job. Congratulations. Welcome to Pennsylvania.
Terrific number of people. Usually have 2,000.
Great man. Let's stay.
Very crazy amount of sets going out all over the world.
Okay.
These are just
There you go. Timmy's going to take a shit.
of the sizes and some that
It's nice for your next fucking poll, everybody. Very rough handwriting here, so I'm just gonna
every single one.
basically guess. Makes it nice for high soup. Your nice soup.
So I was coming here in Japan for 23 years. Yeah, I was never successful in Japan. Yeah, but I gave up my entire career everything to take to get degree in here, right? Yeah, sometimes my American friend call me You know the last guy, right? You came here with Michael K. You're part of the tour or whatever, or is that just a complete coincidence? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Bring Michael K back up. I think we found a good purpose for Michael K. We're going to use him as a translator to talk to the actual funny comedian that we found out of the book. It's incredible. Michael K. Michael, is this guy on the tour that you brought from? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Kino, can you get that? There we go. Yeah, he's on the tour.
Amazing. This guy's fucking hilarious.
Nice guy is huge in Japan.
Amazing.
He's the man.
How do you say his name?
Nice guy.
Daisuke. Oh my goodness, amazing. Daisuke. Welcome. Ohio. I'm from Ohio. Okay. Ohio, you're from. Okay, me too. Okay. Daisuke. So we're gonna kind of use you as a translator because he's got the 1-minute set. He's definitely a kamikaze, and I'm gonna ask him some questions here. Daisuke. What do you love about America? Also, come on. Luca knows how to speak fucking Japanese. Whatsoever. It's like the only thing I know how to do is order a beer, Tony. Deer the head. Feel straight fucking into it when you're under actual pressure. Yeah, so too. Everything so too, you know? So too, TOO, right? So yeah, American and Japanese, so different. Everything too. So yeah, but so homeless, too homeless. You know, gay people too gay. Yeah, everything too. Yes, it is 2 inches. Timmy No brings us back, everybody. How we doing? Oh, Timmy. Nice guy. What the fuck did you just call me? I think he called you Andrew Nice Guy. All right, let's talk about it for a second here, Nice Guy. Yeah. So, how long have you been doing stand-up? 23 in Japan. 23 Japanese years. I'm there. I moved there in New York 2 years ago. You live in New York now? Yeah, now New York. And I started learning English in 2 years. You just learned English 2 years ago. And everything memorized now. Amazing. Everything. And you lived in Japan for how long? I've been there 22 years. Couldn't give us a fucking sentence. Japanese. All right. So nice guy. What do you do for work? You make all your money doing comedy? Yeah, just comedy. You make money doing that? Yeah. So in Japan, so every story, every semester I go to Japan. And then, so and then in Japan, I make money, he's really a star in Japan, so he sells hard tickets in Japan. He goes back to Japan for a month at a time, just tours the whole time. He goes back to New York. Wow, I love this in New York. Amazing. What an amazing anomaly you are. Nice kid. So, 23, how old are you? 25. This is incredible. Nice gang. Are you in love? Do you have kids? Do you have a family or anything? Or do you just so do you get a lot of action in Japan? I bet there's a lot of fans that like to bang you after shows. Am I correct? Can you translate that for me? Hello. So when I came here, right. In where you come from, what do they do with when babies are born that come out like Brad? I just turned on the screen. Brad. Translate it, Japanese people say, I gotta go to Japan, guys. Yeah. You might be on it, giant. I love it. This is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna sit in the chair, my legs are gonna touch the ground. Fucking sweet. Nice game. What is your favorite American cuisine? And when you translate, Michael, speak into the microphone. Just say it. Ask into the microphone. Amazing. Please say fluent fucking Japanese. Oh, for the drugs, I'll make Scotland.
love it. What is your favorite thing to eat when you're in Japan? Favorite Japanese cuisine and sushi. He doesn't understand it if you just used to do Italian on him. Japanese cuisine. You like nigiri? Nigiri. I like shrimp. Shrimp.
And then the price family.
Why'd you refuse me? Do you have any Japanese or American comedians that you look up to or that got you into comedy?
Great question, man. The rare, unbelievably great question.
Wow.
Yeah, so Japanese comedian. Yeah. Sometimes Japanese comedian go downtown. Yes, very American. 5 years ago, I watched YouTube. George Clooney. Yeah, because of George Clooney. I love that. That's a great answer from my great friend. I'm going to hand for Red Man Anthony. Let me ask you this. I'm curious. How many of these kamikazes did you bring with you to kill Tony tonight?
Including Kansai and
Okay, very good. So there might be more. I love it. There might be more selected later, but I'm very glad to meet you guys, gang.
Is there any females?
Yes. Really, there is. Nice gay. I'm going to give you a big kill Tony choke. I'm making a good one here. There you go, my friend. I'm going to hand the kill Tony Thank you. Oh, yeah. Are you here on Thursday? Yeah. Why don't you invite him to the Tower Week? So what the fuck does that mean? Tower House. Oh my god, you sold out to that. No, I just picked people like Jeremiah got it. Oh, got it. It's very exciting for the show. It's amazing you can't give this guy fucking 5 minutes, but okay. Go ahead. So, just to make sure, your Instagram is DAISUKE. Yeah. So another name you, Muramoto Daisuke. Okay. Okay, see you one day. Yeah, there it is. Muramoto Daisuke 1125. If anyone's looking for the money type password, it's on the back of the router. Muramoto Daisuke 1125. All lowercase letters. Good fucking luck. It's the first time someone's sold negative tickets from a promotion on this show. Comedian Daisuke. That's it again.
What sort of comedians do you look up to?
All right. Every single fucking one. Alright, look, I'm even moving here. I like your shit, gentlemen. Your thing's fucking cool. This looks like a real American name. Everybody makes noise for Remington Fleet Windsor, everyone. Oh my goodness. How the hell are y'all doing? Alright, that's enough crowd work. I want to preface this first joke by saying that I do not condone police brutality. I think it is not cool. However, if you think about it, where would rap music be if cops were always nice to black people? There'd be no Tupac, no Biggie, no Ice Cube, no Ice Cube. Do you want to live in a world without the movie Armageddon?
I was giving my roommate a ride the other day, and she was like, "Remington, why is your car so clean?" And I was like, "Well, I lit her."
Very good.
Punchlines, we haven't really seen anything quite like it tonight, believe it or not. We're an hour and some change into the show. I worked really hard on that. I didn't want to disappoint you, sir. You're amazing. How long have you been on stand-up? I started right after all the COVID restrictions lifted, so where at? Woodrow's in South Park Meadows. I was the door guy there. You're in Austin. Yes, sir. Amazing that you have gone under the radar this long. How long have you been signing up for the show? Since this past New Year's Eve.
Oh, everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Kazoot has finally bestowed upon us their time, their talents, and their efforts. What's up, son? Oh, you can't even fucking hear me. Just one moment.
There's a story about the little guy and he fainted. By mistake,
What up, Pam?
I figured out what we have no ask about.
Okay. Well, before we do that, I just want you to know I appreciate you staying while my computer had to just be refreshed just now. I absolutely cannot fucking stand it when you are like, Rabbi, and I'm like, oh, just hold on 1 second, and then you leave. I can't fucking stand it. So if anything, stay in here a little longer than normal. Because that, okay. So go ahead, big dog. What's new?
Is it possible to get a photograph of light in the future?
Anything's possible, big dog.
Is it possible to get a photograph in the future of light?
Dog, anything's possible. Perhaps.
If you can capture light from the future, then you can figure out how to travel.
Perhaps, big dog.
If we can figure out a way how to photograph light in the future, then we can figure out how to travel.
Perhaps, big dog.
We need to ask AI how to do it. Best ways to do it.
No, they can do it. I don't even need AI to do it. I just gotta think about it. It's done. It's already done. I've taken all the pictures of the future of the world that I ever wanted. How do you like that, Zoot?
Those are all the past.
No, they're all in the future. Every single one of them. I don't believe in past pictures as much as I believe in future pictures. Did you love that? So, I mean, when you said we've got to look it up, why don't you just look it up? Do you go up to people and say, we've got to Google something? Okay, so just look it up, big dog. What does it say?
Distance.
He opened up a video.
There's no way to capture light from the future, information from future events and things traveling backward in time in the way that would allow a camera to record it.
You never know.
So distance, size, and galaxies can
can't pay millions of billions of views. The pops.
Doug, your AI sucks. I'm gonna tell you how you can do it right now. You gotta fucking think outside the box, baby. Yo, dog, if we can perhaps in the future bend space time and have wormholes and stuff, if that's possible, then couldn't we take a picture in the future? Interesting thought. If things like traversable wormholes and certain forms of time travel were possible, it raises some wild questions about seeing the future. The catch is the photograph isn't an image floating around waiting to be collected. A camera would receive light from the event to take a picture of the future. Somehow, information from the future would need to reach the camera before the event happens in your present. There are a few possibilities. Physicists have discussed time dilation, which is real. You can effectively travel into the future by moving very fast or being near intense gravity. An astronaut could return and find that years passed on Earth while only months passed for them. But they can't send pictures of Earth of the future back to their earlier self. Wormholes, hypothetical. If a wormhole connected two different times, then in principle, light from the future event might travel through it. A camera pointed into the wormhole could potentially see a future scene. So that's how you could do it, perhaps. Closed time-like curves, a solution in some interpretations of general relativity. These are paths through space-time that loop back in time. If they existed and were stable, information, including images, could potentially travel backward in time. The problem is that all these ideas run into paradoxes. If you take a picture of next week's lottery numbers and use it today, have you changed the future that produced the picture? Physicists don't yet know whether nature allows such situations. Some theories suggest paradoxes are simple, others suggest timelines could branch. So, if wormholes that connect different times really exist and can transmit light, then yes, a photo from the future is one of the things that might be possible in principle. The bigger question isn't the camera, it's whether the laws of physics actually allow future information to reach the past. You're basically bumping into one of the deepest physics questions in physics. Is the future already there to be observed, or is it still being created? We don't have a definitive answer yet. Do you like my AI more or your AI? I'll wait.
Your AI, what are you using?
ChatGPT.
I'm using ChatGPT.
All right, well, I'm not using a dog shit version of it.
Asking dog shit questions.
No, you just didn't ask it in the right way. You had to say the thing about, look, like basically assuming we could bend space time. How is this possible?
Yeah, SpaceX IPO. The IPO for SpaceX, I don't know if it's the about to launch.
Dude, did you see? Like the markets around the world have taken a dive. Dude, they had to close down the South Korean market. Tokyo is taking a dive. Yeah.
The US stock market's
which is a perfect opportunity for it to dive.
Is it possible that he didn't know that he didn't know, and that had he known, he would have eaten it because
I'm going to go to Bloomberg right now. I'm going to tell you what futures say.
In a situation where there's no mashgiach, but if there's a mashgiach, you're allowed to eat kusimim.
S&P futures are up. NASDAQ is up. D500 is up. US 10-year crude oil. Everything's up.
Harry Potter almost went 10 years on Fox today.
What's it at?
What's happening?
That's good. South Korea market, it was down 5%.
The mayor sent the chairman of luggage to buy some wine from the Pussy House.
It plunged over 8% yesterday.
So the famous places. It's not always, but here we have the places mama straight out and small. The first places on the it's easy.
But I think it's okay now. It seems to just be Korea. So what's new, Pim? You doing stand-up tonight? Did you watch Kill Tony, yes or no? Why not?
No, because I'm still coming up with my own shit.
Okay. What's the funniest joke you've come up with in the last month? I'll wait. Duh. What's the funniest joke you've...
It's not even a joke. It's how Tweety Bird, I used to think Tweety Bird was a girl.
Tweety Bird is a girl, isn't she?
No, Tweety Bird's a boy.
Okay.
You didn't know Tweety Bird was a boy?
I kind of figured it was a boy, but then when I look at the eyelashes, it makes it look like a girl.
Tweety Boy is a boy.
Okay. I mean, that is kind of funny.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Emailing Looney Tunes to make Tweety Bird a transgender character.
That's a good one, dude. That's a good one. That's a good joke, dude. That's a good joke, dude. That's funny. That's funny. So, now, dude, that's fucking brilliant. I love that. Okay, so it's that's funny. So, it's something like when I was little, I used to think that Tweety Bird was a girl. And I still don't think I necessarily could be wrong. So I feel so heartfelt about this that I have emailed Warner Brothers about making Tweety Bird the first transgender Looney Tune.
See, not everybody. Very good. This is almost now.
Yeah.
Most of them didn't bow. 2 out of the 12, wherever how many people there. So they made a trigger on their wine because of those 2 people. Why?
I like it. I like it a lot. I just heard a funny joke that was just on Kill Tony. It was the first funny joke of the night. Are you ready to hear it?
Everybody knows it's your mayor.
A guy picks up a girl, and the girl says to the guy, "Wow, your car's really clean." And the guy says to the girl, "It's because I litter." That's a funny joke. You know that's a funny joke. You know that's a funny joke.
How do you know?
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
who do you think will be the Batman villain for Batman 2 next year?
Is it going to be called Batman 2?
That's the title that they've got right now.
Yeah. Who's it
I
supposed
think it's
to
going to be called Batman 2.
The Batman 2?
Yeah.
That's the worst name for a movie ever. Is it... Who's the bad guy going to be? Is it like the Joker or the Penguin?
No, the villain is Matt Reeves, the director, said the villain has never been on screen before.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, doesn't it have to be someone from the universe of Batman?
Yep.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know all the Batman universe characters, so I don't know if I'm the best person to make this decision. Okay, so I'm gonna look up all the Batman villains, and then we'll say what's the best one. List of Batman villains. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm thinking it could be Man with Hush. Red Hood would be cool.
Nobody.
Red Hood is
Okay.
no Red Hood. Red Hood is good evil. They've already got like pretty sure they've got Robin in there, so they have the new Robin versus old Robin, which would be the Red Hood. The Red Hood is the first one.
Okay, so how about Black Mask?
Black Mask.
Yeah. What about Clayface?
Clayface has their own name.
Okay, what about Deadshot?
I'm pretty sure Deadshot's already been in the movie.
What about Firefly?
Yeah.
I think Firefly would be really cool. What do you?
Professor Pig. Mad Hatter.
What about Hugo Strange?
Yeah, that would be. Hugo Strange knows Batman's real identity.
Check this out, Rabbi.
What about Hush?
Yeah, I was going to Hush is new.
Hush sucks. How about Joker?
Joker?
Yeah.
I think Joker is just going to be a side villain, like how the Penguin was the side villain in Batman. The main villain was Riddler, but they had the Penguin as a side villain, and now the Penguin has a TV show that's connected to the same universe.
Who was the Penguin, or who was the Riddler? He sucks. I wanted to be Killer Croc. I wanted to be Killer Croc. I wanted to be Killer Croc.
Why do you think he sucks?
I don't know anything about him. That's why he sucks. What about Killer Croc?
Killer Croc.
Word, dog. That'd be boring. What about Mad Hatter?
That'd be cool.
How about Man Bat?
People are speculating on
He sucks. What about Mr. Freeze was really cool. Penguin was really cool. Poison Ivy was really cool. What about Ra's al Ghul?
Yeah, maybe. Colin Farrell played the Batman.
What about Riddler?
The Riddler was in the first one.
I don't know. Riddler was also in Batman Forever. Or something. Batman
With Jim
Forever.
Carrey as the Riddler.
What about Scarecrow?
Scarecrow is the Batman against.
What about Talia al Ghul?
I don't think they've been used. Don't know much about them.
What about Two-Face?
Two-Face was like the main villain in the Dark Knight series.
What about Scarface?
Scarface?
Yeah.
The ventriloquist?
Yeah,
That'd
dog.
be cool.
Okay, and what about Victor Zez?
Maybe.
Okay. What about Anarchy?
Don't know who that is.
No one knows who that is. All right, I want Crocodile Guy. Who do you want?
I'm the crocodile guy.
Yeah, Killer Croc, dude. Everybody wants Killer Croc.
Red Hood would be cool.
Killer Croc's better, but okay. That's cool.
Red Hood has
Okay, did you watch the NBA Finals last night? Yes or no, and why?
No, I didn't, because I'm in Australia. I don't really follow that closely.
Dude, you guys are really big in basketball. Andrew Bogut, the best athlete in American sports from Australia, perhaps.
How's Josh Giddey doing?
He sucks dick. Everybody hates him, and nobody likes him. No, I don't know how he is. I don't know who that is. No one knows who that is. Are you ready for the World Cup?
Yeah. I've seen videos of Josh Giddey like winning games by the last shot at the buzzer.
Are you excited for the World Cup?
Soccer World Cup?
What other World Cup is there?
Like Basketball World Cup. Cricket World Cup.
Okay, the soccer World Cup, the real World Cup.
Yeah, I guess that's cool, but I always get disappointed by the World Cup because Australia is dog shit.
No, they're not. They're good, dude. No, they're dog shit. But at least they made it. Did you know that Italy didn't even make it?
How did Italy not make it?
They haven't made it in 12 years, dog.
How?
They just keep missing the cut.
How does it run without getting over Italy?
Just what's happened.
How do all these African countries getting over Italy? I think Italy was like one of the biggest soccer nations in the world.
It is. And they've missed the last 3 World Cups.
Why?
They haven't played well enough. They're the first team to have ever won a World Cup to miss 3 in a row. Are you ready to lose?
How many teams are there right in the World Cup?
48.
How do you get into the World Cup?
Like, where's it being? Like, with tickets?
How do you qualify for the World Cup in one country?
You have to play in the playing games, and if you play well enough, then you get in.
And they play, and they're not doing it.
They're out. Are you ready to lose? They lost to like Algeria or some shit.
But back to the socialism source. Just like a drug cannot give up the
Where's the World Cup host position?
North America?
North America.
Yeah, it's in like 12 different cities, including like Mexico City, LA, San Francisco, New York City, Kansas City, Dallas, Miami, Toronto. Dog, are you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I said your invite.
No, you didn't.
Just want to show you this real quick. I got this from YouTube. 2:19 a.m. Just finished the video.
You love it when we started on the front.
I hate it. You're up.
I have a feeling it's 110. Are you fucking kidding me?
Thank you, Zoo.
I got a first shot.
Okay.
Do I take the high risk?
What are you gonna do, Zoo? Are you proud of that shot? Are you proud of that shot? That could be dangerous. What are you gonna do, dude?
Terrible shot. Why? What about me? Just want to know.
Oh, for sure, dog.
I didn't know why you were worried about me. I had a hard shot.
Okay, I mean that's a cool story. You're up.
Not a bad shot. Not a great shot. Not a bad shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
Should I be?
No. Are you serious? Yeah, I am proud of that shot. It's one of the best shots I've ever seen.
So real quickly, there's something called Mike.
Better not.
It's not a screaming word at all. Mike. It's like an amara.
So you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
For the new guys.
Yes.
This is a beautiful chart. Redone. When you have 100 fruit,
Did you call the radio show?
No, that bitch doesn't deserve my time.
And he gives 10%. Well,
I don't know how much it's hosted on the radio show.
yeah, I was just gonna put this on the side. It's a beautiful video. You know what? For the new guys, 6,000 new guys.
Are you gonna make this shot? You're terrible at this hole. This is one of your worst holes. And you're not gonna do well here. You're gonna hit the red ball. Everybody knows it. That was a dog shit shot, Zoo. Oh, look at you, son. Look how good my shot is, dude. Look how, did you see my shot? Dude, did you see my shot? I hate this hole.
The lady takes from the 10 apples he got, he gets 10%. He takes one apple and gives it to the client. That's amazing. Now, so, So the 2% of the client, the first party, there's no problem.
Oh, Zoot.
10% already definitely.
That was devastating.
Rabbi, there's one person in history that should really go back on that.
Everybody should. Everybody deserves a second chance. Zoot.
Such as, let's say, the food store here in Rothschild.
I need the best shot in the history of the game.
So you can't rely on him that he gave tourism license. So you have to walk.
Zoot with the W. Are you proud of yourself?
So that's called.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You love Dice Party, don't you? Zoot, everybody's waiting on you to accept the invitation. I'm waiting on you to accept the invitation. Are you proud of that move? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Worst roll you can have. Actually, probably 1, 1, 1. So maybe just 1, 1, 1. So I don't know why you did that. That was a garbage move. Garbage move. Another garbage move. Terrible. 3, 4. Dude, this sucks.
Now you better roll it back.
Yeah, because I'm a pimp. Are you fucking serious? Give me another 5, baby.
Yes, that's fine.
J. Farrow. J. Michael. How do you know?
There's no list.
What if he just did a surprise? Okay, well, you don't know. I might call him up and ask him to show up and to just do a solid 30 minutes. Give me a 3, baby. Give me a 3, baby. That was dog shit.
This is the point. When you buy ready-made
Garbage. Are you proud of yourself?
I mean, the free the amount of freedom getting pissed off.
What do you want me to do about it? Dude, do you know? Oh, fuck you. You got a full house. Do you know that Brendan Schaub is doing his first ever live stream today?
Yeah, who's hosting tomorrow?
Jay Farrow. Jay Michael.
No,
Who? No one knows who that is.
the Indian guy.
Oh, does she want to fuck? She's not bad looking.
He's getting good.
Why is that?
Their bed is running out.
Oh, poor thing. Dude, are you proud of your role? Dude, are you proud of your role?
full bonus.
It's a whole mix here. Anybody else want to say something later? So, says the Gemara,
How do you like that roll, too?
You know where you're now?
Yeah. But I think I have a better chance of winning.
I just think 1-4 to get the bonus.
That was not good.
The normal people not gonna steal, mix up things.
I got bonus.
Are you sure?
That was shit.
And the spices and some cheese, maybe sweet stuff, even if it's a choice, it's mixed. It says Mapuras over here that you're not about a choice.
Zoot, this is not good.
Back to play.
If you tell a woman to do, I want you to make me a choice. My daughter be a dime. She becomes your steer. You can't tell somebody to do the mixture and say, oh, it's mixed. It's like buying fresh stuff. It's individual stuff, and you order the mix. That's not okay.
I need a 3. I need a 3.
It has a lot of flavor. The handling is also, it's done for flavor in the choice. Flavor is not something that you choose.
Large straight. Large straight. And Zoot has the win. Zoot has the win. Zoot. 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 Zoot has the win. Zoot has the win. Zoot has the win. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot has the win. Are you proud of that move?
I mean, if you roll a 5 times, you can come back. You still got one more chance to roll 5 times. Yeah, if you roll 5 times, you got one
I need 5 6s. I need 5 6s. Yep, but you didn't. 5 6s right here.
You going on 5s or the 4s?
Neither. I'm going for 6s. 1, 2. It's over, folks. Good job, Zoot.
Okay, I'm going to continue watching Kill Tony because I'm a pimp. Best wishes with. Yeah, you go do it. Hey. Shout out to Zoot.
But I kind of left it for people who were living in their cars. Really going for it, because I like the fact that you took time to prepare and get ready for the show. Some people make the absolutely ridiculous, like mentally ill mistake of starting on the show for attention. Some people this. Oh my goodness. You guys are so out of control. Did you jump into the mirror? What happened?
You got cocaine on your nose.
What are you talking about? That's natural. Amazing.
It's pretty good.
I like him. Around him.
You look like Rick. Just Rick.
Yeah. Amazing. So Remington Blake Windsor, you are incredible. If you had to guess how many minutes like that you have, how long would you guess that minute was so smart and funny? I got about 10 ready to go. That's great, man. Fantastic stuff. So Remington, let me ask you this. How do you make money nowadays? I was in the Army, and while I was in, I got an owie. And you did. So I get about as much as a school teacher does for breathing. And thank you for your heroic I wasn't overseas. I got it while I was in the U.S. Cousins still good.
What happened? Can we ask what happened?
It was a training accident. Snow is a lot harder than I thought it was. And I fell off this obstacle course thing and severed all the tendons that connect your collarbone to your shoulder blade.
Yeah, that sucks. That's great, man. That's amazing.
It's,
It's awesome. That's great for you. And anything could have happened. I mean, had you not had that injury, you could have had an even work at home. You might have been injured overseas. Something like that. So, Remington, tell us more about your life. We'd be surprised to know about you. Have any special skills or talents other than being a very good joke writer?
I got kick-ass ankle jewelry.
Whoa. Oh! You gotta be fucking kidding me. Of all the people that we've had up here tonight, there was a guy named DJ Coyote earlier. You were the one who ripped the fucking ankle monitor?
Yes, sir.
What did you do to earn that amazing piece of hardware?
I got 2 DWIs in 14 days.
Oh! Take us through this process. So the first one, let's just go through it. Let's take a guess. Give me a ballpark of what you had to drink that night. I like drinking. I'm a fan of it. I tend to do Crown Royals and Coca-Colas, and I throw in shots of tequila in between.
I had to travel way back to New Braunfels, so I stuck with Dos Equis.
Oh, wow. So how many Dos Equis do you think you had the night of the first DUI? Just a ballpark, fine. 15? 7's okay. Seven's a lot of rat.
That's what I told the cop at least.
Okay. So seriously, it was about that amount?
I mean, I guess when you start in the morning and just...
What did you blow?
Oh, God. I have a question for the Okay, stick with me here because I find DUIs very intriguing. So, how close were you to New Braunfels to home? When you got this DUI?
I was actually turning into my neighborhood. I got pulled over.
And it's normally how it happens. That's why I ask these tough questions.
I got pulled over for not using my blinker. I was in a turn-only lane. I thought it was implied.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, so this is a big one. Do you remember on that first DUI, the moment you knew you were fucked? Was there like a question he asked you that you answered incorrectly and you're like, oh,
Yeah. He was like, where are you coming from? And I said, home. But I was going,
yeah, that'll do it. See, this is interesting now.
they're tricky us. Police.
They are. Okay, so let's switch to the second DUI. 2 DUIs within 14 days. You probably shouldn't have been driving at all this time, right?
No.
There you were. And then how many drinks do you think you had this time? Same amount?
Ballpark, same amount.
How far?
I just like from morning to whenever I go to sleep, just White Claw.
Okay, but I mean, again, 7, that seems like a low amount from morning to night.
It's probably more. That's just where I lose count.
Right, exactly. Okay, so this one, was it a little more like the midway point, or was this also very close to home?
It was midway point.
Yeah.
But, you know, like they ask you for your license and insurance, and he was just like, how much have you had to drink tonight? Like, with his head back. And I said 7.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
And he's like, how long have you been drinking? I said 3.5 hours. Went out to do the sobriety test. CYXWVUT, SRQBO, and FFKJIHGM, ADCBA. And he was like, you have to wait for us to ask that.
When he came in, he was wearing brass knuckles. Wearing brass knuckles?
protection from the homeless. That makes sense. Alright, food from the car. I'm not dangerous.
That makes sense. You have to defend yourself out here on these streets. Have you ever had to use the brass knuckles?
No, not
Yeah,
yet.
very good.
Wait, are you serious? Yeah, like a bit, or is that true?
No, I mean, seriously.
I used to carry a stun gun. Am I the only person that thinks it's fucking crazy to have brass knuckles to just punch him?
No, that's why it was brought to our attention and featured on the show.
I don't reckon I don't really get mugged. Get bear sprays better than
Red walks around with bear spray. Just in case if he wants to freshen his breath a little bit. Alright, Remington Blake Windsor, I find you so intriguing. I beg you to sign up again and show us another minute. Here's the big notebook, my friend. Thank you so much. One more time for a joke writer, a joke teller, Remington Blake Windsor, everybody. Yeah. Alright, everybody. We are going to switch things over to a golden ticket winner. Now, this isn't just any golden ticket winner. This is a very compelling one. I gave this guy a golden ticket based on the fact that he was funnier in his interview than he was during his set, and almost every answer he gave was hilarious. It's a work in progress. This isn't one of those. He was unbelievably hilarious, and so Tony gave him a golden ticket. This is a young comedian that I think over the years is going to grow into something special, or end up fucking news headlines somewhere. Make some noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. This is the long-awaited return, his first ever golden ticket cash in, the second time ever on the show. Make some noise for Angel Diaz, everybody. Here we go.
Hell yeah! Keep it going for Kill Tony! Fuck yeah! Alright, I have a serious question for everyone involved in this situation right now. Who here likes anime? Yeah, fuck anime, honestly. That shit is fucking gay. Like, honestly, the people who watch anime try so hard to convince you to watch it too that, honestly, it feels like I'm about to go jerk somebody off while watching it. It got to the point where, like, the people, I don't know, man. Like, it kind of throws me off, like, this whole anime thing. Like, the other day, my friend was like, yo, Angel, we should do a couple of bumps of ketamine and go watch anime. And I was like, nigga, do you want me to fuck you in the ass? Like, it got to the point, I don't know, bro. Like, when it comes to this, I don't know, like, the people, like, I don't like the way they draw these women. Like, it's like, yeah, she has big titties. I can see them jiggling. But God, there's a fucking back, like, she's wearing a backpack. Like, there's sluggers in the background. Who the fuck is drawing this shit with a hard dick? Alright, yo, my name is Angel Diaz.
Angel Diaz with another set, much like he had last time. But the interview is always very interesting with you, Angel. You're a very compelling character.
Yeah, I am. I'm a good guy.
How's life been since your last appearance on the show?
Tony, I've been getting hella pussy everywhere. I've been hitting it raw and coming inside all of them.
Whoa, Angel, that's crazy. Why are you doing that, Angel Diaz? You might need this soon.
No, I won't. I'm doing it because it makes me feel good.
Yes.
Yeah, yo, give it up for hitting it without a condom, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. 100%. This crowd is with that. This crowd, the angriest they've been all night is when a guy on stage holding that microphone said that he doesn't eat pussy.
Oh, hell no. Yo, pussy, honestly, I make my girlfriend come every time.
How do you do it, Angel? How do you do it? What's your method?
Alright, so I start off with eating her vagina in like kind of like a slow way. Do you guys want me to do the facial?
Yes.
Thing? Yes. Yeah, yo, like turn around. He had a fat ass.
He does have a fat ass. Brad's got those fucking butter cakes over there. He's got those fucking cupcakes over there, dude. All right, so Angel Diaz, back to you. When you make your women come, when you do that, what's the next thing that you do right after that? Do you tend to, what do you do? It's like you say something, do you do something after they female ejaculate, if you will?
Alright, so when I start eating the vagina, what was that? My bad. So when I start eating the vagina, I be like, yo, bitch, turn around. And then she does, and then I just start eating it from the back, and then I put my finger in her asshole while I'm eating it from the back. And then you get it. You were too excited, actually.
And then what do you do, Angel, after you put the finger in? Our senior straight correspondent, D. Madness, is here. Famously homophobic, but when someone's eating a girl's pussy from the backside, throwing a finger in her ass, he comes back from the bathroom immediately.
Oh, you wanted me to know what I do when you said
you just leave the finger in there.
So I put the finger in there, and then I wiggle it around a little bit, and then alright, so like to the point where it's like I can touch like my own finger through the vagina.
Very good. The old telepathic alien touch. We all know that maneuver.
That's how I know I'm doing it good. You know, like once I feel my own finger.
That's right. Absolutely, Angel. You're doing very good right now. Angel, what else have you been doing? You have any other hobbies that we don't know about, that we didn't find out about last time you were on this show?
Hobbies? Not really. But I got hit by a car like 2 days ago.
Oh, shit. That happens to some of the best comedians in the world. Happened to Sam Kinison, happened to Roseanne Barr, happened to Brad Williams. 4 times. Whoa, man. Well, I mean,
black guys.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so tell us about this car hitting you, Angel. What were you running from at the time?
Actually, I wasn't even running. It was just like, alright, so the lady was fucking Asian.
We know.
Guys, slow down. It was, alright, so like, I'm not like a racist guy or anything, so pretty much I get hit by the car, and then I said, yo, bitch, you don't see? And then I realized that she was Asian. I was like, you know what? Forget it. Actually, I didn't see it. My bad.
Oh my god, it was a kamikaze mission. Angel Diaz, so you're back in New York. That's where you live full time.
Yeah, born and raised.
Yeah. What's going on out there? You having fun out there? What's shaking? You get,
you said was shaking out there?
Yeah, what's going on out there? Well, I don't know the terminology that you kids. Like what's happening?
Okay, so what's happening right now in New York?
Yeah.
Let me think. Let me actually give this like a good thought.
What do you think about this new mayor, Mamdani, that you guys have?
Okay. I actually have a lot of things about to say about this guy.
Great.
Yo, fucking Mamdani, I'm not gonna lie. You know what threw me off about it? It was just like, alright, his heart was in the right place. I'm gonna start off with saying that. But ain't no way you could actually make that stuff happen. This nigga said the bus is free. Like, bro, like you guys are paying taxes. Who is this? And then like, I don't know. Like, yo, fuck on Dom. Nah, I can't say that because I might have to fucking see this guy.
No, you're not gonna see him. By the way, just to point out a crazy fun fact. You said that you can't make the bus free. People have to pay taxes, and somehow you, Angel Diaz, make more economic sense than he does. The mayor of New York, even you, who thinks anime is shaking tits with backpacks and lockers and hits it in the back or eats pussy in the back and feels your own finger, and that's when you know you did a good job. You know that economically it doesn't work to lower taxes and give out the buses for free. You know that that's impossible. Isn't that incredible that you know that and the new mayor doesn't know that, and the majority of New York voted for you?
Guys, I'm gonna start this off stating I'm running for fucking mayor. I'm running. I don't know where. I don't know.
You could actually win. You actually have a chance. All right. Anything else crazy happening in your life, Angel Diaz?
All right, let me see. In Austin, I've been staying with this one chick that like does OnlyFans. And I slept on her floor last night. And you guys, I'm gonna start this off by saying I'm not hitting that, and I don't want to. Like the other day, she was like, "Yo, Angel, I'm gonna go and give this guy a foot job. But the way she said it sounded like she was about to go pick up some fucking change or some bullshit. Like, it was, I don't know, nigga, that's what I've been up to here. I've been staying with this OnlyFans shorty, and I've been trying so hard to not hear that. Like, it got to the point where it's like, I feel like, yeah, she is trying to trick me into hitting that. But nah, I'm not hitting that. Why aren't you hitting? Because she's, damn, I should say this now. What's her screaming? Hold on, Red Man. Jesus fucking Christ. When I ask the question, guys, let the fucking person try to answer for a second. Go. Why would you not hit it with OnlyFans? Yeah, why would you not hit it? Yeah, I'll tell you right now, it's because, like, if I do hit, and like this girl knows what my penis looks like, and like it's gonna make me. I just don't want her to. I just don't want her to like to tell nobody like what exactly it looks like. That's a good answer. That's not a good answer. I like it. Thank you. I think it's his way of being self-deprecating and saying that he doesn't have a penis worth the world knowing about. How would you know? Tony, I will show you my penis right now. No, I get it. I like that. All right. Angel, very, very great interview as always. You're so funny. Thank you for coming back, and we'll see you again soon. Golden ticket winner, first time cash in, Angel Diaz. We'll be back. We're going to keep it moving. All right, your next bucket full. Very high expectations of the name. Make some noise for Ty Funny, everybody. Good that shit, DJ. Got this pink sweater on. I just left a lesbian baby shower. They were all girls. Yeah, my cousin, she's like the stud out of the relationship. That was the first time I got to see it, so I didn't know what to say. I was like, damn, got a nigga pregnant. But her baby mother beefing. So we're not sure if she might be a single mother as of right now. We'll see. I just got fired from my job for stealing my coworker watch. Anybody ever steal a coworker watch before? Just me. I stole my coworker hot pocket out the microwave out the sleeve. You ever help somebody look for some shit that you stole? I came out the break room with the hot pocket and Steve like, yo, nigga steal a hot pocket, Sam. Just go leave the sleeve. Thank you, that's funny. Good minute. Is that a true story? You really stole a hot pocket, or it's just a joke, right? I really stole a hot pocket. My God, what job was this? What kind of job was it? The YMCA, but I was like, oh my. Amazing. What exactly were you doing in the YMCA? I was an aquatic director. You were the aquatic director? You were no fucking way. I can swim better than everybody up here. Are you serious? It is. I used to train with Michael Phelps on the basketball. You trained with Michael Phelps? Yes, sir. Holy shit, that's like me being the basketball man. Or me being Jewish, you know? It's like me being the how to make a woman have an orgasm coach, am I right? So, okay. Being welcome to the show, Ty Funny. How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing it for about 10 years. 10 years? All of it in the Baltimore area? Baltimore, Atlanta, New York. I've been there before. I love it. How long ago were you on the show before? I know. So I was on did the open mic on the other side. At the mothership. Yes, nice. Awesome. So 10 years, you're kind of going around everywhere. Where are you based out of? New York? Right now, Austin, Texas. Oh, nice. How long have you lived here? I just moved down here probably last year. Sweet. Fantastic. How are you making money here? I drive trucks right now. You're a truck driver? Yes, sir. Wow. Amazing. What type of freight are you? Food. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. How many hot pockets are you stealing? At least 80,000. And the load's coming in a little light. I love it, Ty. Take us through some intro
interesting fun facts about being a truck driver because none of us can really even imagine. We just see you guys. I do a thing where I try to make you honk. Do you respond to people that there's other dogs for the kids for sure. Everybody always says that. You would do it for me. Yeah, you would do that. Trick if you do the thing, you cover up your facial hair and then just go like that. I have an unbelievable ratio. I'm sure some of my friends up in the balcony that maybe are watching can attest to this. But a little fun fact about me: you get me sitting shotgun in your car. I go nonstop. Brad Van knows this. We've traveled the country all around. In fact, we used to have to drive from gig to gig like absolute animals. Like paid our dues. In any matter, I have a very high ratio. You don't think you would honk if a guy like me was like, please, come on, sir, please.
If you had kids in the back, I was still kind of like a Jesus freak.
You do look at me a little suspicious sometimes when they do it in that one glimpse.
You're giving Rothschild the Red Man money.
Yes. Giving to Red Man while I'm doing it. Timmy OneNote, everybody. Timmy OneNote, hard at work.
These fucking kids.
It's very hard to do. In fact, I never let Red Man drive a single mile on any of our road trips, correct? In fact, I don't think I let anybody drive.
He was always in control of everything that we ever did.
Correct. Okay, very good. Ty, what do you think is the blackest thing about you? Knowing that you've had to have a job as an aquatic director and can swim better than anybody on stage, which is definitely the whitest thing about you. What do you think is the blackest thing about you? The fact that you swim on the water.
I don't know. I think the blackest thing is that we're probably.
You run late sometimes.
I mean, yeah, for sure.
There you go. That'll work.
When you start there.
So there's a lot.
And I smoke Newports.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Absolutely. Shout out to Newports, official sponsor of Tail Tony. I love it. What's your preferred type of woman right now? What are you into right now?
Anything that's a girl right now. I had this problem one day because actually, like, I was talking to this badass trans nigga for like 3 days. He was a bad bitch. He was a bad bitch. The nigga was a bad bitch.
Take us through this process step by step. Did you immediately know it was a trans? Like,
no, she sent me some titty pictures, so I sent him back the dick pic.
Oh, yeah.
Then he sent me a dick pic. LGBT community.
Did swim away or anything? Amazing. That is so funny, Ty. Yeah, when a chick sends you a dick pic, that's no bueno, dude.
No bueno.
Amazing. And how about here in Austin? Are you doing good with the ladies or whatever here in
I mean,
Austin?
I'm just getting something. So
Absolutely. What's your living situation? You living by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Little studio apartment.
You know it.
And what's the craziest thing? If we were to open your refrigerator door right now, what would be the weirdest thing that we would find in it?
Try that trans man.
You really are a funny guy. Welcome to the Keltoni universe. Here's a big joke. Let's sign up again. Sign up again and come back see us again. We want another minute. One more time for Time Funny, everybody. Here's another fucking poll, everybody. We are coming around the corner. This should be about it. Make some noise for Bobby and lunch, everyone. Bobby,
Boston, Texas, how the hell are you? My name is Bobby Ludlam. That's our first of all being allowed the Lincoln Union Delta Lima Alpha American if you are fucking cops out there. I moved here from California because in California you have to suck dick for stage time. At least that's what I thought. Boy, was I embarrassed. I was trying polyamory, which is Latin for lonely on Friday night. I tried to get my girlfriend to have sex with me in the public restroom. you know, the family restaurant, the public pool. And she said, no, what if we get caught? And I told her, don't worry, I'll just tell them you're my sister. I only play tag with non-binary, so I can call them it. And it time must be a confusing time for the parents of a trans lad. When do you stop tucking him in? I drew an extremely detailed picture of Israel after a drone strike, and I accidentally invented a new form of art called hyper-Israelism. I don't always wear a watch if I want to know what time it is. I pull out my clock and someone says, hey, your clock's out and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I go, thank you very much.
Bobby in London. Amazing. Bobby, where are you from?
From California, Tony. Pomona, California.
Very funny. I love it. How about the accent? Where's that from?
I just picked it up when I was working at Costco recently. Appreciate you guys. True sign of the show here.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. So, Bobby, how long have you been on stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up almost 5 years.
5 years.
So drive back into it.
Yeah, that happens. That Costco will get you. Seriously, where are you from?
Pomona, California.
Yeah, but how do you have that accent?
I don't. That was just for fun.
Really?
Just part of the show, Tony. I started on your show 5 years ago in LA.
Really?
Yes, sir. Been grinding ever since. Trying to do this thing.
Was this during the pandemic?
It was.
And it was one where you like sent in a video?
No, I showed up at the Comedy Mother store, yes.
The comedy store. Yeah, no, I get it. It happens. So this was in the empty main room?
It was right to the camera for my first time.
Wow. An empty room for your first time, and you've been working hard on it since, or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the jokes are very, very smart. Not always absolutely hysterical, but you have a very smart brain.
Thank you.
Yes. Jimmy No Breaks.
Yeah, so you would do an accent, right? It just drives me crazy when people do a character. Be yourself, you know? Cut it out, be yourself. What are you doing? You don't need a fucking character in order to blow up a good dog.
5 years ago, Tony said the same thing. He said, start writing from the heart. You look like a crackhead, right? Like one.
Yeah. Amazing.
Here we are.
So you still live in Pomona?
No. I moved to Chicago for a couple of years, and now I just moved to Austin last week.
Okay.
Been here 1 week.
Wow. So this is your first time signing up for the show?
I signed up 3 weeks ago. I went on a cross-country tour with some friends from California to New York, and we stopped by here and signed up, but didn't get called.
Is that when you decided to move here, or did you already plan on it?
I've been planning on moving here.
Nice. And you plan to move here basically to do stand-up comedy?
Yes, sir.
What do you do to make money?
All kinds of things. Right now, I got a job on Craigslist as a live-in caretaker for a 77-year-old man who has Alzheimer's.
Wow.
And they let me move in with him without even ever meeting me. Yeah. Luckily, I'm not a psycho.
Did they see a picture of you or anything?
I wouldn't have gotten the job.
Wow. Are you afraid they might find out about it from this episode? Perhaps someone's watching.
No, they'll be okay.
Yeah. And even if the guy's watching, he's going to forget about it anyway. Yeah. If he tried to call his family and complain about you, they wouldn't believe him anyway. The guy's having one of his episodes. He said the guy is a fucking Mohawk and speaks with an Irish accent. Amazing. Amazing. So, what's that like? How long have you been with this 77-year-old?
So he has delusions and hallucinations. He's claimed that they're hiding drugs under his living room. He told me that the person who was taking care of him before was doing abortions in the bedroom that I'm currently staying in.
Have you seen any hint of this? Are there any?
A couple nights ago, he woke me up with a knife. So I had a gig at Costco doing food samples, and they told me it would transfer here. But as soon as I got here, I asked for some availability, and they haven't given me anything yet. So I'm currently looking to do all kinds of stuff, construction, should be crazy.
But you have enough to survive for a little bit.
Yeah, survive is dead. Luckily, it doesn't take much for me. I'm kind of a minimalist, so yeah, surviving. There you go.
We love Blue Chew out here on these streets, just to let you know. All right, so Bobby, anything else crazy we should know about you? Any special skills or talents or anything like that?
Yeah, tons of weird stuff. I wrote a few of them down. I could beat any person on the stage at a staring contest except E-Madness. For sure.
What else you got?
It took me 3 years to find out I got shot.
Tell us about that.
So I got in trouble a long time ago. I had to go to jail. I went to jail, and I got released on my own recognizance to prepare for trial. And the first bit of time I was in jail was pretty uncomfortable. I was pretty broke. And I learned one of the things you could do is smuggle things back in with you to jail to make some money. So I got released, and I decided to, smuggle drugs back into jail when I went back in. And as I was getting the intake process, sergeant came out and asked the cop who was intaking us if I'd gone through a full body scanner yet. And he said no, he didn't know how to use it. And the sergeant said, well, time to learn. And they put me through a full body scanner, and the cop said, you ever been shot before? And I thought, man, he was going to shoot me because I was filled with drugs. And I said, no, sir. And he said, all right, I'm calling a detective down to open a case. And I said, why? And he said, what's inside of you? And I almost went, drugs. And he said, you got a bullet in the back of your right kneecap. Did you know that? And I went, what? And he went, have you ever been shot? And I went, oh, yeah, that bullet. Yeah, I got shot. And he said, you forgot? And I said, yeah. He said, get the fuck back in line. And I get back in line, and I'm shaking, like visibly shaking. And there's this gangster dude next to me. He's got LA tattooed on his forehead, but not just the words, but the whole skyline of LA tattooed. And he goes, what are you shaking for, dog? You're a gangster. And I went, what? Anyway, dude, most people get shot, they brag about it. You got shot and forgot. And I said, and I'm also filled with drugs. And he went, what? No, we're going to party when we get in there. Hell yeah, let's go.
Well, Bobby, I like your style, man. It's incredible that you started on an empty stage during the pandemic, during the Comedy Store, and here you are. It wasn't that unbelievable, but I like the fact that you wore a Kill Tony shirt, and that you're that big of a fan, and that you're chasing your dreams. So here's a big joke from welcome to Austin, Texas, Bobby. Welcome, everybody. All right, one last fucking one. We're going into overtime. Is that okay with you guys? You guys still have it covered in there? We're going to sit in a little bit longer. Because why the fuck not? Make some noise for Will Hunsinger, everybody. Will Hunsinger. Here we go.
Feels good to be here, man. I love doing this shit. It's my favorite part of my night every night. It's going to perform for you guys. It's sort of my day job. Everything. My day job, I'm an engineer. I got my degree in aerospace engineering, which is not what you want to hear right now. For that. Because you don't want someone working on airplanes who has other dreams. You understand? We told too many kids they can be anything when they grow up. You know what I mean? That's why the doors are flying off at Boeing. Because somewhere the tour guy just wanted to dance. You know what I'm saying? You don't want dreamers making airplanes, all right? You want autism making airplanes. You want the type of guy where his peas touch his mashed potatoes, he freaks out like that. Just like everything must be symmetrical. And you're like, good, Tyler, good, okay. Calm down. Give him Pokemon cards. We're paying him in Pokemon cards. We got Charizard last week. He finished the whole fucking plane. This kid's incredible. All right.
Folks, look at this butt.
Have you been on this show before, Will? I have. Yeah, I heard a year ago. Yeah.
back, Will. How are you?
Feels good. It's good. I don't know. Last time I was shit my pants. This feels better.
Okay. Tell us about the difference between last time and this time.
Well, last time I was like in a relationship and you started pressing me on sexual shit right away. And I was like, I don't want to embarrass anybody. And now.
And then the gangster keeps up throwing up gang signs for gangs that haven't even been founded. Really? Dog. I know gang signs for gangs that haven't even been founded. For Rizzy? For Shizzy, baby. What is this bullshit?
I'm single, so I'm just like, fuck it, who cares?
Great.
It was like a weird spot.
Were you afraid to answer last time?
I think you were asking me like bad sexual stories, and I was just like, I don't want to say it in front of 3 million people.
So go ahead. What are they now?
Oh God, it's been weird, man. I'll be honest, like the breakup, like we split up like a couple months ago, and it's like not a good one. Like, because like, sometimes you have a breakup and you're like, hell yeah, you know what I mean? Like we've all been in that breakup, and other times you're in the breakup where you're like, man, I'm gonna watch Saving Private Ryan all night tonight. Like that's so it's just been sad, weird shit, you know. Like we were in Tampa the other week. I was doing shows out there, and there's a lot of swingers out there. And this couple came up to me after, and they were like, this one was like, my husband likes to watch. Like, would you be interested in that? And I was like, yeah, he's like, watch me crying her arms down my bitch. I'm like, I'm not down for this shit, dude. I'm not ready. I was like, if he could just sit in that chair and tell me he's proud of me, that would be way. I just need a hug, dude. I'm good. I'm on. Dude, shout out Mojo, man. It works for Coke, Dick, and depression. Did you know that? It's fucking have my back.
Ouija Gold actually does. It has things that affect your mental health that make you better. It is true.
Yeah.
Will, what else is going on in life?
Yeah, I mean, it's been weird running around. Also, I've been there for like a year and a half. Comedy's going good. I'm busy there. You know, I moved here from Vegas. Vegas was fucking nuts. It's kind of good.
What did you do for a living in Vegas?
So, I went to school for aerospace engineering, so I worked for like a jet engine company for a while. And then now I work for the city of Boston for water department. Coaching guys, we're doing our best. It's great. I like it here. But yeah, Vegas is a giant, dangerous chemical plant that's now been like shut down, and that place was fucking sketchy as shit because it was all like condemned, and it was weird. It was weird because like you'd be in these like giant buildings, these giant like chemical buildings and stuff, and then there'd be a chain link fence in the middle of it, and they'd be like, yo, that other half of the building is condemned and radioactive. And I was like, that's a chain link fence, like a whole thing. We're gonna be all right. And then also, like, we're on the same roof, so condemned's not great. I don't like this. But yeah, that place was sketchy as fuck. And I worked for the water department out there for a little while. I used to like go inside of pipes. That's cool. Drive robots and shit. But engineering stuff, you know, that's cool. You know? Yeah.
You inside of pipes? You seem like
you were right on the night. But yeah, we took your work, man. That's perfect.
with the great Timmy No Breaks here.
How you looked up? Hey, pretty good. I got a question for you, please. When death comes, will you be ready to go? Or will you cling to the life because you're dead and you never truly lived?
Perhaps the greatest question in the history of the show. From the elite super regular Timmy No Breaks.
Has he been doing this shit all night? Is this just me? Repeat the question, please, one more time. Can I have it once?
I think he
accidentally answered it by wanting it a little bit more.
I mean, now that I've been in the room with Timmy Newell, I actually feel pretty satisfied. I'll be honest. I feel great being with you, Tim.
Follow-up question: in terms of the bedroom.
Yeah, role play is usually they have me from the jacket and sunglasses, just fucking talking that shit the whole fucking time.
Wow, look at that.
And try masturbating like that.
Well, Hunsinger, anything else crazy we should know about you before letting you go?
I mean, shit. I mean, like I said, it's down bad right now. I wish I had some more crazy shits. But I had a weird sexual interaction with a girl who didn't shave right, and that was weird. That was a few weeks ago.
Tell us about that. What do you mean didn't shave right?
So, like, okay, she thought, like, shaving, you know, like, she shaved, like, I saw her, like, it was like a wedding, and she was like, oh, you're lucky, like, I shaved just for this, and I was like, that's cool, you know, and then she took off her dress, and she had shaved, like, shaved, and then she went up, I went to go down on her, because I'm a gentleman, and then she put her legs, but she didn't shave anywhere underneath. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, she thought shaving was just this. She never did, like, fucking one of these in the shower.
I'll never put my leg up on the table either. Brad Williams, ladies and gentlemen.
So I was down there, and, like, I wanted to go for it, but, like, it was looking at, like a pussy with mutton chops. Like, it was bad, man. It was weird. I didn't like it. I don't know. Yeah, that for me, I was like, I'm not fucking anybody for a while. I was like, I'm gonna take a break. Yeah.
Fun times, Will. We're gonna keep it moving along. There you go, show Hunsinger, ladies and gentlemen. One last phone call. What do you guys say, huh? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is the name that goes by Sean Glazer, everybody. Sean Glazer, everyone. Here we go.
I've been on TikTok way too much to where I'm just like watching ads all the way through. You don't have to do that. You can just keep scrolling. I saw an ad for a product called Boom Stick. Little chapstick size tube. It's got smelling salts in it to wake you up before work. Comes in flavors like mint and mango and citrus. Their tagline: it's legal cocaine. I don't know about you guys. I've done illegal cocaine. It doesn't taste like loose change, and I don't want it. Get that weird bullshit out of here. You have a nickel-flavored boom stick. Saw an ad for a speakeasy. It's a little ironic. I thought they were supposed to be a secret. I feel like Apple would be rolling in his grave if he saw these people selling a martini for $20, calling it a Vader Ginsburg or something gay.
Sean Glazer. Hey, hello, how are you? Welcome. Good. How long have you been on stand-up?
4 years.
How long have you been doing jiu-jitsu?
About 6.
Really?
No, I just lift.
Okay. There you go. Timmy, follow-up question on that since you wanted to start this.
Yeah, you gotta hate it. And I'm not talking about Michiano, so.
Sean, where are you from?
I'm from Illinois.
Nice. I love it.
Yeah, shit out Iowa.
Oh, there you go. You live in Austin now?
Yeah, I moved down a couple months ago.
Well, welcome. What's something crazy we should know about you? We're in overtime right now.
I'm 2 years sober.
Whoa. Give her
Yeah, let's get this party started. Time for
Alright, there he goes, everybody. Sean Glazer, everybody. He's the lady of the book. Here you go, buddy. Alright. Hey, take get to 780 episodes or whatever, sometimes you just get to do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? All right. William was dealing with a family tragedy. Ari Maddie is doing sold-out shows around the world. Timmy Dobriggs is sitting right here. Hendrick is dealing with a family something. It's all true. Everything I'm saying is true. So, to close tonight's show, I decided to go with an old veteran of the game, the true legend of the Killtony universe, who I'm sure has a rock-solid brand new minute for us. Here to close us out, family style, America's favorite uncle. Make some noise for David Jolly, everybody.
White people in Puerto Rico! Hell yeah, man. I've been thinking about life lately, man. I've been thinking about my Aunt Rose a lot. She was one of my favorite people on earth. She had dementia. Y'all know how dementia works, right? When they get older, they live in the best moments of their life. And I talked to my Aunt Rose, and she would say something like, "Hey, David, you want to go on the hayride?" And I'm like, "Hayride? Who this bitch went to school with? Huckleberry Finn?" But the crazy part about dementia is it ain't never gonna change. We're gonna be dealing with dementia in 40 years. But can you imagine them kids from today with dementia in 40 years? Somebody grandma jump up at Thanksgiving. Give me a mop and a sock for this wet ass pussy. Grandma, get that baby out of the mashed potatoes. 6'7". Thank y'all been a whole bunch of fun, man.
Jolly, 55 seconds for David Jolly. Great stuff, David. Timmy Dobriggs.
Yeah, how's SNL going?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Timmy, you're my favorite homosexual, man. I swear to God.
Okay. You're gonna regret that.
No, I'm not. All right.
Yeah, the fuck out. Call me something.
I love you, man. You are man.
All right. Well, David, how's life going?
Man, I'm great, man. You know, got me a new set of teeth on the road every weekend. You know, got a girl. You know, like pretty good. What? A girl that's black? I don't know. I mean, I ain't gonna say her name. Relax, Tom. My mama live down here, though. Remember you talked to my mama that day on the phone?
Yes, I did talk to
Yeah, I moved my mom in with me, so yeah, things going pretty good. Moving from Florida, so she can be a little easier on her, you know what I mean? She from Orlando, you know, we from Orlando, but I moved to here around like Thanksgiving. So, you know, she just get on my fucking nerves every day.
Yeah, tell us about that. What's mama do?
You know, she cooking and cleaning shit up. You know, I usually wash like once a week, but every time I come home now, she just washing shit. You know what I mean?
What's mom cooking?
Chicken, spaghetti, and chicken. You know, chicken. We love that chicken.
Chicken and the spaghetti.
Yeah, sometime together.
I promise you that was not on purpose. In his defense, the soundboard is labeled in alphabetical order, and chicken and chip are right next to it. I'm looking at it, they're right. Turn the fucking thing up. I don't know why you pretend like you're outside. See, they're right next to each other. Right next to crow and dog. Right?
And your girlfriend.
He's saying that your girlfriend is a fat black woman.
Hey man, you're a fat white man, red man. How about you? We usually friends, red man. I can't wait to diabetes catch up with your ass. You're dating a skinny black woman. She like a thick one, you know. She can see her feet, motherfucker, you know what I mean? She ain't that big, you know.
Where'd you meet her at?
I met her in life. I'm just saying, like, in a store, like, you know, I just bought the old school style of internet, you know, like, what the baby girl.
What store was it?
Ross. You got Ross, man? Fucking, I love Ross, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the wine you think about?
This big old dick.
is it, David? If you could,
Whoa, Tony, you freaking Freddy motherfucker, you all right?
just give us a number, David. Just give us
35 inches.
Just try to. Hold on, let me find out.
I haven't been in a while, you know.
Okay. All right, David. Anything else, Grace? We should know right before letting out.
Not really.
Oh, did you get that wacky shirt? Did you steal that off of a giant teddy bear or something? Like, what is that?
You know, this ain't a Coco out there on the clearance, right?
Okay.
I like it. It's a nice shirt. I purchased this shirt from the local outlet. All right.
David Jolly, we love you. Thank you so much. There you go, David Jolly. We did it. That's an episode of Sony brought to you by Netflix. Roasted Kevin Hart is out. Kill Sony Media is out. Get tickets for Madison Square Garden August 7th and 8th. Two totally different shows. You can get combo tickets. Stay and come to both nights. That's what I would do because if you're not a real fan. Shout out to Asphalt 3D one more time. Brad Williams, new special live on Short Streets on YouTube.com/Brad Comedy. Thank you, Brad, for joining us. The legend, Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. It's on YouTube, youtube.com/Timmy No Breaks. One episode.
I'll be in San Diego July 9th or 11th at the AmericanComedyCon.com. I love you. I love you, Dan.
How about one more time for the robot joining us? Playing the tambourine, everybody. All right. Let's check into the art of Chris Rogers over there. Let's see what he drew tonight. Oh, Brad and Timmy. Amazing. Amazing stuff. That looks good. All right. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
he's only woman for one thing, not the whole party. That's what he else. It says this word that we could agree. The woman was over at the base. Hello, but look at a murmur and that's the eye. Murmur and this behind is one thing. It's not two separate things. It's not a murmur. Well, somebody does this. He's a murmur now with his Zara. He's not the focus for that. What is the focus for that? Rashi says it here. It's beautiful Rashi. He says, and we do all that. You know the right way to show the murmur go back. Look when I put out the young people with the honey. These are very severe. Or what are we really talking? Okay. I found a really shout that we call it. The sound is like you know, why? Why are we talking something about this one? You told us what it is. You're using another entity. Shabbos Shabbos. What do you think of myself? What is the Shabbos? This is Rabbi. This man on my home. And you don't even look for why you're really checking for someone who's walking away from you. You're saying that the woman is in the end. That's why I'm not resting. I don't believe in that. It's very severe. How long? What is he going to make? We're going to have a result of it. We're about 13. It's just said. The word movement over here. Movement. The first one we have to say, we have to write over here. And then movement, lava, result. That's what you can say. And what do you want? And this cannot be in the part. You see, now, if you're not, instead of putting it in the result, can it be in the part? What? Maybe the news will be tomorrow. We get out of there. We say, no, but you said it. I don't know what it's all let's go back. I don't know what it's all about. If you look at a lot of the world going to live around somebody who doesn't result not be able to take it. And love them. I'm not the green the whole fucking head that you could be the party. You could be from now on. Not the moment. You live in another part. That people say, when you come to live from now on, not the moment. It's really true. Oh! The Shimon. The name of True Life Fund. So I just got to remind you, yes, he sent in a thing. He's dedicated. It's myself. It's not Gaiva, it's wow. I don't think you can say nice for Gaiva. This is a 4 years ago. It's 4 recruits on the back. I love it. And before those weeks, he called up, he had to back with him. Mentioned every time that he came to my friends. He stopped and he died with a rubber. 4 to 2 daughters. In the name, and I said to this dude, look back on like whatever 4 years ago. Shit, we got to sit over there. And then on the 4th one, I said, well, let's do this to Kamana. And one of the interesting things, his daughter is the first 9 months later, the mom from there, so like, what? Okay. Sure enough, for 9 months later, came and went, and no phone call. So no, and then it's like, you know, can't make this stuff up. They're like, hey man, my daughter gave birth to us. Exactly a year later, he says, I want to tell you something else. It's even better. My other daughter gave birth 9 months after like wedding. I just didn't want to tell you. I don't want to mess up the whole thing. My other daughter. This is a picture. I went to visit that. I couldn't believe it. So when I was in New York, I went to visit that baby. But here's a picture of that kid. Today it's his Galactic. The kid is 3 years old today. That's his own person. Not a young. The story is young. She made up. Neither. I was wondering the same thing. I was a little deflated. It is. Okay. Right there. But please let me refer to myself. Everybody wants to
Mr. Shop. Sorry for your loss. Mr. Shop. All right, guys, we'll go back to the show. Let's just jump right into it. So let's pick Brendan and Brian to kick off.
podcast. The Fire Kid is going dark next week. There will be no episodes.
Because Calvin had to go to some shows there.
And Jordan. In the Middle East, fighting a good fight. Mr. Shaw.
So during Brendan's week off, Brendan goes to the normal world show, podcast, whatever it is, Dave Manson.
Comedian, former MMA fighter, Mr. Brandon Trump. They're just
Brandon Trump. Mr. Shaw. Now, if you don't know who Dave Landau is, Dave Landau used to work for Steven Crowder. And if you guys know Steven Crowder, Brian Callen now works for him. Or I don't know what's going on because I don't watch that show. People are saying he's not working there no more. Other people say he's like behind a paywall. You gotta pay to see him, which is kind of funny.
You know, when you said you're going on Crowder, I thought more.
The reason why Dave Landau left Steven Crowder is because of numerous things, because of money, because of the way he was treated, because he was disrespected, he felt like Demon was a narcissist, and there's all of this that he talks about during his little podcast run, outing Steven Crowder.
It became a little weird because the light was put in where it was his rant button, and it was basically a Dave Jones talk.
Don't think ladies. I'm not sure think ladies eat.
Like, it was his rant button, and it was basically a Dave Jones talk.
You know, it's kind of funny that Brendan went to Dave Landau's show because, you know, I'm guessing Dave doesn't care that Brian Callen took his spot. He doesn't really care. Maybe in a way, like, Brendan is kind of scouting Dave Landau to see maybe if he can take over Callen's spot. Who knows, you know? But he's going to be treated the same way that Steven treated him as his little sidekick. Basically like a punching bag.
What you told him, right? You don't get it here from me.
Yeah.
You can get on plane flight to Dallas. You get there from ground. Right? What if I twist my shirt from the ground? Like, no, it's not like that. Like, I'm sad because you give, basically.
Now, I don't know much about Alex Stein. The only time I've acknowledged him was the time that I saw him talk to BGL when BGL exposed Brendan, and then Alex Stein seems to know his love on the Friendly Kid subreddit. He knows Pia Chase, he knows all his cats, he knows Dicey Dice, he knows the Addies and the Baddies, everything, right? So he's quite knowledgeable on the lore of Brendan Shaw and the people that don't like him and his ridiculous stories. Here's that clip with him and BGL talking about those ridiculous stories. If you guys can remember, it was when Brendan talked about he was like working at a job at a grocery store and he was like bored, so he went to the restroom and he crunched up the magazines and later blamed it on the Down syndrome autistic kid, which was, you know, dumb.
Brendan told a story that I didn't tell. I didn't even make it true. He said the story that he worked in a grocery store, and then he tore up all the magazines, and then he blamed it on an autistic person. I was like, if I was to say that, and it found law, I still would say it.
And also the whole douchey roommate, classic So now let's get to the clip where Alex Stein ambushes Brendan Shaw. Here is the title of this post. Alex Stein 99 gets Dicey Dice blocked. Alex Stein posted on his Twitter, on YouTube as well. Things get dicey and Brendan Shaw after I crashed the whole world set tonight at Dave Landau at UTR Black Garrett. Alright, let's stop it there because that was the most important stuff. Most important part. So let's rewind that. Rewind time. Roy Nelson. If you guys remember Roy Nelson, he was his opponent for the Ultimate Fighter. Ultimately, he was the loser of that event, and Roy Nelson won all the money and all the contracts, knocking out Brandon Schaub in the most amazing way, or devastating, in the most devastating way. Oh, shoot! Dicey. That's his catchphrase. Brandon Schaub is a legend. The Addies and the Baddies.
I wonder if he got me wrong. It definitely got me.
If you guys don't know why the people on the subreddit call themselves the Lewis Cat, it's because of this. Danny Lucas says, "Oh, he named the waters the deepest, darkest waters." Definitely did. So now, like, I was looking at the comments and to see like what some people think of Alex Stein. Some people don't like him. Some people think he's annoying, but they kind of like this kind of stunt that he did on Brendan to Russia. And it seems like this is the type of things that he does outside in the real world. He's kind of like a comedian. He's known for like harassing people on the street. And one of the people that he harassed was AOC. And I was looking at his videos and I stumbled across it. And yes, it's kind of cringy and it's very borderline weird, but it is a little funny. On a dark kind of way, it's funny, but it's messed up. But it's hard to like this guy, but people seem to like it when it's Brandon. There are people also saying that he has balls. He's got nuts of steel to approach Brandon in that way. But Brandon, I feel like he's not the guy to do anything unprofessional, attack somebody. I'm pretty sure he's not really a fighter like that. He's always said like, I don't really like engage in fights, so it would kind of make sense if you just take it and be like, whatever. Maybe look, this kind of publicity, here's Alex Stein's YouTube channel. He's got 325 subscribers. What I like a lot of it is like there are a lot of like clips from like a longer version video you probably put somewhere else. Maybe that's just it. I'm not so sure about this guy. I did stumble upon the AOC video. A lot of his videos are kind of wild, Here's the one that he did with Brendan. Things get nice with Brendan Schaub. Now it seems like he likes to attack both sides, which I think that's kind of fair. We don't usually see this type of comedian or comic where he might be like he's kind of ambushing or saying ridiculous things.
About your invitation, I've never known before. It's just ridiculous that you guys are persecuting him because he's a black man. That's why you guys are doing this. That's why you're bringing so much attention to here. It was absolutely unreal the amount of security that he went through compared to the amount of security that I went through. And this is my wife's boyfriend. I mean, the things that he does to my wife is incredible. We're talking about transportation.
And so, like, there's one that's out of pocket with AOC. AOC, we don't know much about her. She's like, the Congresswoman. All right, let's just watch the clip of AOC.
Imagine if you had to go into work every day to a place where everybody wants to take it up. And instead of focusing your attention on important things like nutrition, you have to deal with this.
dedicated to MDY. I can see the sign on the wall with a beautiful flat screen TV.
That's Alex Stein right
There's a
there.
seal over there in Hollywood, Florida. Dallas seal. Beautiful turnout of 20 plus people. Dallas. $0 Savannah tried to put it to work. He's passed 1,633 days, 4 years, 5 months, 21 days. That's truly meant. This is from an 18-year-old in London, Italian spirit. The other day, Italian staff pays you shown up with unwavering dedication. Not just to teach, but to give your time, energy, clarity, art. That time really doesn't pass by. It becomes part of our life, people's lives, build something lasting not only now with this connection and sense of purpose. It stands out, it's just the number of days, or those days that we're going up again and again, no matter what, and getting your best time.
It's kind of funny because Alex Stein kind of says, hey, I did not say
1,633 days,
but did say all those other things. She's a fine ass Latina.
What is he giving me? But it's him.
Hey.
But I'm not. I just
like that. But yes, the crazy stuff. He does these kinds of things. AOC has been in the radar, and during that Capitol riots, we can remember she said this statement that she was fearing for her well-being because she thinks some of the Republicans or the right wing, they're like infatuated with her. She thinks they might do the worst thing.
This is one of the shortest emails
she could have been in trouble if it would have been a real more threatening issue.
I didn't think that I was just going
so first of all, I gotta tell you, this is incredible stuff.
well. So what sounds like what you're telling me right now is that you didn't
It's just the first shit that I looked at had close to 300 views.
You know, they kind of make fun of her for that. It's like, how you're stupid, you're ridiculous, you think you're all that. Here's what Alex Stein actually said.
My favorite big pretty Latina. I love your ass. You're my favorite. She was a cute lady. She's still beautiful.
So like he says some out of pocket things. He compliments her at first.
My favorite big pretty Latina. I love your ass. You're my favorite. She was a cute lady. She's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress.
6,000 people joined.
Look at that booty on
You understand the number?
That's my favorite
Over
big pretty Latina.
6,000 between Hebrew
I love it.
and
See,
English.
nice to meet you.
It's a
Look
crazy
how
number.
sexy she looks in that
Big
dress.
Brother got a pizza.
Ooh, I love it. See, I got 6,000 people.
The interaction between them is way different than what she described on her video, on her personal video.
That's how we get
Like she said, oh, like he was threatening me, but she's like, let's just take a selfie. Kind of weird, right? If you're scared of this man, then why are you gonna take a selfie with him? Like, heard him talk to you earlier and say,
She was a cute lady, and she's still beautiful.
then when she's upstairs, she's like, oh, this guy said I had a juicy booty.
I know I missed something here. There's a bunch of these.
AOC, what are we doing
It's
here?
interesting.
So yeah, that's
to be
it's a little
this
funny
guy,
little get
this guy made
from
a
Alex
net
Stein
I
there.
remember learning
Like,
about it in his life.
it's like, I didn't say big. I didn't say that.
43 years old.
But I wanted to think I'm serious. I wanted to think I actually like this. Now, did I take it to the line? Yeah. Did I take it across the line? No. She would claim that ass. And I said, you know, I didn't even say those words.
I don't think that calling AOC a big Latina solved or did anything that was wrong. It actually got her to come out, issue a prominent statement that January 6th was that police officers in the building opened the door. That would not have happened were it not for some
Alex Stein goes a lot to the Republican shows, like internet shows,
He said he's never going to
things
learn
like that. Because normal world is they banned out and they banned out is associated with the conservatives. I think whenever Brendan speaks, you kind of know he's like Republican. I think he kind of likes to say that he's like in the middle, kind of Republican. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to get some people
This
from
guy does the document
the right side for him to get a little bit more viewership on his shows or his podcast, get more people. Like, will this work? Are the conservatives going to be aware of who Brendan is?
Brandon Schwab.
Are they ever going to discover the
tremendous
subreddit?
job in the coffee station every day, in the morning,
Like,
in
who
the
knows?
evening.
Maybe they might like
So
him.
there he is.
You
He's
know, Rumble or Kick. Somebody gives him a deal. He's like, hey, man, I've been OG in this podcast game. I've gotten my 1,000 hours of podcasting. So I deserve the biggest bump. Hey, I'm about to say, no, Brendan, you don't. The man has survived all these other problems with his podcasting. He's still there. Let's go to the next one.
So this
So
is
we have some very funky guests here. Starting with, what's up? What's your name?
and Sam Morrill.
Rabbi
So Yanis Pappas and Paul Versi are the guests for this episode. They talk about Chris D'Elia and how he still manages to sell out tickets even though
This
he's
is
like
a
quote
mikvah.
unquote canceled, right? So this is
Or
called
some mikvah with the
If it's over a joke and you're going to possibly inflate, your ticket sales, but if it's over something behavioral, you're finished.
kind of finished. I mean, I could be a man who sold that shit on the weekend. After the letdown, it's something. Whoa! I didn't know that. Damn. Wow. It's not like getting football is quite that like flag is really big. I assume because why wouldn't these kind of like quality big leaders? Because they're probably like, we don't really know, we don't even know who Chris is or anything about him, or maybe they don't even care about Chris's past because they're like, hey, man, he's not in jail. To say that he's doing right, or the things that he alleged of. Wow, his fans don't care. Now listen, and San Francisco has 4 shows in the middle school too. When you call Black Friday shop ratios a little too early to store. You like saying it's there's a definitely an overcorrection, but as long as we can realize it's an overcorrection, it's okay. He's really like the guy who gets. So Yanis here points out that regardless of whatever he did, there are women that are still seeing him in the correct.
I think all I'm saying is this because I'm preaching, like, get just as angry as the dudes who are maybe still toward selling out 2 shows a week.
I'm very angry now. You know who's going to that show, ironically?
His mother ended up
Finding him when he made it. He said check goes away, right?
He probably saved it. The kids screaming for it.
You gotta know that's gonna happen. So let's look at the comments here. From Nate 1020 says, makes the you gotta know that's gonna happen. It seems like Ryan is looking right at him, almost like he knew they had dinner together more than twice. You don't know that reference. That's the day that Chris D'Elia got exposed and they didn't know what to say. They just, Brendan was like, I can't talk. Ryan had his like eyelid surgery, so he had glasses on and his eyes were swollen.
This guy started wearing my sunglasses. I had him on his lieutenant operation. Oh my gosh, you haven't seen my eyes? Oh,
Quite a crazy scene. Speaking about Ryan knowing Chris might have been up to something good. I mean, there's other examples that the subreddit have pointed out. Like one good example is Theo Vaughn and Andrew Santino discuss Chris D'Elia and that's it, dude. Somebody said he's been like obsessed with the internet. He does such strange things. We go to this coffee shop sometimes, and they have his order ready before. He comes in because he goes all the time. Yeah. So that's really cool. He goes, yeah, but I take care of him. I said, what do you mean you take care of him? He says, I take care of him. Yeah, he pays the rent. See, I mean, look, you can see this as a joke, right? Like, oh, it's a joke. The 2 girls that work there pays their rent, pays for their kids. For taking that store of worker to their family. Janice over on his he's got too much money. And so this should be a message to your fans. Chris. You go see him, pretend you're a fan, go and understand him. Psych. Gonna address the 17-year-old girl, dude, go into this place, fuck him, and then steal a bunch of shit. Wait, he doesn't steal it. You see that? That's a strange one. Address the 17-year-old girl, dude. Kind of hits a little bit of a magic note.
some people, you know, they try to deal, like say, hey, maybe he didn't really know, he was just joking, making jokes, and it's because also, like, Chris's gimmick on TV is that he's always that character. He's like typecasted in Hollywood as that character. They rip on him like that because that's something that's like widely known. Like, you know, Bert Kreischer being an alcoholic, Joe Rogan doing DMT, Theo Vaughn, known as the Rat King, and you know, he's like, oh, I was, they told me I was born with Down syndrome, but I
Cure Down syndrome, bro. I beat it. I beat it. There's a lot of ways my time that I beat Down syndrome.
it's just like, you know, they have their own kind of like characteristics, kind of comedy that can describe them in a way you'd be like, oh, the Bert Kreischer takes off his shirt, and then Chris D'Elia had the worst of all of them, which is
Actually, that's funny. Chris is so far from being a pedophile. Just turned 18 that morning. Yeah, when was your birthday? Chris is so far from being a pedophile. Everyone should know this on the internet, by the way. He won't fuck someone under 16. You have no chance. I've never seen Chris hanging out with a woman under 16 in my entire life. He is at 43 years. Yeah, he stays 43 years outside of possible pedophile. Yeah, he loves it. And then it's at 60. I think that's to keep him safe more famous he gets. Now, he will adopt it. You see that? Now that was weird. 60. I think that's to keep him safe more famous he gets.
Big bad. Just sit there. So they went on him hard, and they're like, nah. He's actually he goes for the look. But then also I just said, hey man, I went to hang out with this guy.
I don't, you know, do I like Chris D'Elia? He's like mustard. Yeah, he's like mustard. If it's on there, it's fine. I'll have it. Yeah, if it's put it on. Yeah, I'll put it on once in a while. But when I see it, I go.
It's a little weird. You can make up your own minds about this. But yes, there's like there seems to be people being like, hey, like they kind of knew about this stuff. Some of them kind of like maybe like they saw things and they were like not really sure. Maybe they're like, hey man, that chick was they just don't want to say, you know, these guys, they sticking with Theo Vaughn. There's a clip that I saw on subreddit. It said PSA, this is dangerous. That's a can't take it. Always keep a safe distance from Pat Patrick, or at least put on a protective critical contact. That's why she's Theo Vaughn looking weird. That's when they said there's something weird going on with Theo, and it seems like Theo is acting weird, more weird than usual, which to say what he's actually being at moment. But this is what they think is kind of strange. Theo,
He went to South Korea, everybody. He's in South Korea. You can't make this shit up. He's in South Korea. And he's going to miss tonight's episode. But it's the way it's young man. Very well. This guy's made a golden penalty on the field. Taking it too far on red man. 5 minutes of silence.
Anything less than Giants, you might eat.
A second ago. This is Devilia's first time on the show. I didn't know if I'd seen this name before. His voice for Matt. Then no.
so yeah, that's kind of strange.
And if he eats it, I'll call it with the level of production. He eats it, you can eat it.
But he, of course, glasses are these just like fake frames.
He says he's on a diet, whatever it's
You don't just see without glasses. Every
What's
frame is
missing right over here? If you look at this
And that
chart right
is-
over here, what's missing?
He starts moving his ear around.
Nick Leslie.
Taking it too far on red man. 5 minutes of silence.
You saw standing there staring.
Another fucking a second ago. This is Devilia's first time.
After the fact, all of a sudden, he finds a dead animal.
Another fucking a second ago. This is Devilia's first.
Look at that.
Okay, so Nick Leslie
Is he messing around with us?
one day he comes, one day he doesn't, one day he
There's a lot of rumors about him
one day
being
he
down
doesn't come at all. That's a good
It's like a zombie.
What's that love? Nick Leslie.
But hey,
So yesterday we saw, I'm not quite sure
to say,
And he already explains why we have this
I mean, you could just be alright, just goofing around. I don't know that. Here's a comment. Let's go to the comment section, guys. Big Shoe says he's fucking moved to the tits here. Shoes maybe is my guess. Quiet follow gives so it makes somebody justify shoes as some kind of a spiritual thing, not an escape addiction thing. So who knows where his head's at these days? But I do know this fella don't look good, not too good. Alright, guys. I'm gonna end this right now. Let me know what you guys thought about this. And like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
It's smaller bird. What do? Prepare a relationship lesson when you chop off a head. The medicine that you give it to him, I probably won't do that from today. You do a taste test. Which is, I don't know. The second, third, you eat it raw, you give it this. The week for the chilies.
Mr. Shab,
It's 10 birds.
sorry for your loss.
Always take your life.
Alright, guys, welcome back to the show. Now let's just jump right into it. So it appears that the latest episode of My Companion with Pauly Shore, Ishmo, Eric Griffin is gone from YouTube, gone from the internet. Still, I think it's still looking for a podcast. So what led to the episode being deleted? Well, apparently it's because of Pauly Shore. So what did Pauly Shore do to get Brendan's episode removed from YouTube? Like, what was the cause of this? Well, first let's talk about Pauly Shore, because for some reason he started doing a little podcast run, and he stopped by the Friendly Kid podcast. Brandon wasn't there, so instead of Brandon being there, it was Brian Callen. So Brian Callen co-hosted with Pauly Shore, and this is probably the best bit that we got from Pauly being in the podcast.
And I mean, is it Brandon's not here? He would fuck up this whole episode. He'd be like, hey, like, what about the plus? You know what I mean? Look at my ear, bro. Check out my ear, dude. We're gonna party in Vegas.
That's a great British impersonation. That's good voice.
He's actually very funny. Brandon, I know.
Right, okay, then he gives him a little.
Because the original color is not sure the world.
Based off of this, you kind of assume that he did not hang out or they did not do nothing after this because he did not show up in another episode or he didn't show up on Pauly's podcast. So it seems like they don't really have like a big connection. Like they didn't make a connection. They don't have any kind of rift between them. Regardless, Brendan invited Pauly Shore to the Fight Companion with Ryan, Ishmo, and Eric Griffin. And as I said before, Brian could not make it, so instead Brendan was left alone because it seems like to me that he needs somebody to bounce off with, like to make fun of, to make himself seem a little bit more better, funnier, and that person is Brian Callen. His dead horse basically keeps on all the time. So then like Pauly goes on the show, he's really bored, doesn't like wants to be there. Here's some of the screenshots I showed before. Here's the Kid Summer and saving some of the clips. That's nice, right? It's 8:45, to 10:30. But you're out of here by
On the show. And they're serving the rear part of the animal.
No, we'll have to delete some of the things that are on this video because of YouTube community guidelines. It shows a lot of good stuff that I have to tell you that I do not approve of. This channel does not approve of doing any form of drugs. YouTube, hear me out, please. Don't delete this.
this video, they're right now they're kind of leading up and they took one of my videos down.
And then now everyone will be like, oh man, is there anything like
I don't know if this happened on accident. If you purposely, that's
okay? Stay away.
shots purposely. Yeah, that's rounded.
Well, I mean, that's in anything. You get to,
Yeah, but then it's tough.
Anyway, a lot of people don't know because we don't have
Yeah, of course he likes it. The dog's not even finding the beak, so why is it being so hard?
we don't have to do it well. Now, if somebody's not going to do it well, but the people that really are good at it, and you need it, no problem for you to well, if I say, somebody said, no,
yeah, the Southern is also using snow of doing some lower sugar there too.
So we have a problem. Each one is have a problem with audience. How come we can't be without duration? I can't be without conversation. All my laws will say so that bias, what's the even do with one brother? Brother says, look, since the end of the right, so that he's great on the environment, then he says, this mantra that if you have a guy that constantly comes in there,
it's weird in comparison to the last guy. This guy has
one time I had to find
somebody else. Like, you didn't say the last guy. This is.
all about people that see one of the kid standing and staring at the entire time. Maybe. Anything less than that, you can't
This
even
guy's so
only people would taste that.
He's like an EDC. So yeah, they're pointing out the little facial movements and now all that stuff. It's quite obvious. You do that sort of stuff. It's a shop. Now, Wally did have a couple of moments like this one. Wally gives him one of the cold shoulders. Let's play that one. Because he gave it a lot. It looks like he's in trouble. It looks like he's breaking his ass. Oh, really? He just completely ignores it. Wally just seems so done with the show. It just seems like there's no chemistry between Brandon and Holly. There seems to be some sort of issue. Maybe because of Bobby B and Holly really likes Bobby and probably has some sort of resentment towards Brendan for bullying him. But when he talks to Brian, they did not really talk about that. Maybe would have got more. It would have been an interesting talk, and they would have talked about that Bobby stuff. See if Holly heard about it or got any word about it. It could have been an interesting conversation, but they didn't do it. Probably too much of a touchy subject for Brian there. Here's another banger. Holly about to get good douche. Let's play this one.
The guys, another black pepper and said, oh, that's the one I got accepted. Tell me that.
Bring me the bedroom. That's what they say.
You stay like that, meaning there's probably some good man. Check, oh, boy, you're ready to go. Fellas was really happy. There's a few good ones. Jordan,
Brandon's basically getting those Vietnam flashbacks of Bradley Morton asking him about the chat too. He's like, hey man, let me look at the comments on the like event. He's like, whoa, don't run into the moment here. Oh, Sean's gonna hit. You don't want to see the chat. I want to see the chat, bro. I love the chat. This kid's got a chat. Oh, hell no. Give me the chat. Don't tell us so we can just keep going. Don't tell us because we just want to keep it a thing. Don't tell us we want to keep it a thing. Yeah. Don't chat. Here is where Polly finally makes his escape. This post is called "The Music Makes His Escape." Let's watch that. Yeah, he sounds very excited.
Is this a good game? Those are the graphics. Hard, but yeah, how many sad things coming up? Put your face on. Put your face on.
Well, sure, everybody's talking about the ball.
How dare you?
He really wanted to be there. He wanted to watch the main event.
So much. Yeah, but we didn't bring down the main event. It was just a good time.
Come on.
Let's just like this slice of pizza.
Imagine Brennan trying to analyze the fight while watching the fight. So, of course, Brennan is trying to copy Joe Rogan, old fight companion, and is trying to kind of emulate that, but there are no connections being made, and the vibe sucks in that room. That's why the whole vibe sucks. That's why Paul right away. And as soon as the main event was about to start, he just left and said, "Hey man, I gotta do this show, man. I also gotta take care of my dog." Mr. Shaw, now let's get to the juicy part of it, because this is where Brendan does his usual ad read, and this one is probably one of his biggest sponsors. Happy Info. Here is that clip, the infamous Happy Info ad read from the Clean app. So glad that they saved this. Let's watch this.
Make sure he doesn't. Make sure he doesn't cut to me when I'm yawning. I know, but he's doing a switcher. He just don't cut to me.
You need that nice more balance with feelings.
I like a line of coke, too.
No, don't do that. What about going on?
Wait, you gotta cut that part out.
You're good, man. We're live, right?
This is a live read doing an ad, a legit ad for a company, and they're talking about drugs. Obviously, why didn't you delete this part? Because, I think it's because of the sponsorship. It was like, oh, we're sponsoring this episode, so we're not going to pay you for this episode. So delete it. But I think I don't know, maybe because he just didn't want to cut out the ad parts in it. He would have still left it there, but he just completely deleted it all at once. So,
Wait, you gotta cut that part out.
No, you're good, man. We're live, right? It's all good.
I don't know what kind of situation Brennan's got himself into. Doing a live read with a chaotic man with Pauly Shore completely ruining your financial situation.
That's that nice balance. Good.
It's also Saturday night. People usually do coke.
Right, super nice. That's always Happy Info, yeah. I wrote this good, but it's different, right? I would never touch shots, a bunch of some rappers. They have powders, shots for you. Trust me, Happy Info. Thick 23. Turns it on for life. That's Happy Info. Thick 23.
And now
it's coming up. So I like sauce.
Yeah.
But also for those students too.
For sure, Pauly was on this episode. Maybe the show.
But also for those students too.
You start going to the wrong place. Instead of going straight down, you go like this. So here you have a little bit of a.
Like at YouTube, he's talking about Coca-Cola Classic. Most classic. There's no way that the sponsor was happy with that ad read, and so it wasn't better because it just seems that way, right? So Brian Campbell shows the episode of the Calabasas fight being taken down, and he shows them
Like somebody made his compilation of clips, and it's just so hilarious to just see Luke's reaction to this because he's like, "You're talking about MMA. What the heck are you doing? Let's look at this. DC showing you where the last Calabasas companion was taken down, sniff, dicey, sniff, dicey.
Oh, look, this happened on podcast. Calabasas companion all the shore and the schwab. This is the schwab. We got a right next week. Nice to see you, man.
This is the I'm with you, bro. So who's carrying?
We don't know. Just call it the floor. Yeah. Want some more? No. Bring back the other guy.
So they posted this thing is they're getting the source from the thing channel.
They don't keep and are in the Torah. There's three things. Something that's in the Torah and they keep. Something in the Torah they don't keep. And something they keep that's in the Torah.
Not too late.
Something they have some minute that they keep. It's not in the Torah. Could I eat? Could I do? Could I rely on something that they clear up that's not in the Torah? Something about
what the hell is that? What is it?
We rely on the very macro. On the flip side,
Polish short does like
something that none of us see foolish in the
Hey, how about the what?
yeah, man. That's crazy. Let's look at the comments here. Let us go. Okay, 5763 says, why did you clip that? Because BC is the CEO of this bullshit, that's why. So, you guys know the meme, right? Brian Campbell, Eric Lomani, CEOs of this great subreddit. I mean, guys, that's just one way of getting your whole episode taken off. We failed at reading, really bad at reading. And like here was Chin, one of the producers that works at Think Boy, Brendan, like they all thought that it was gonna be okay for this sponsorship, just okay, like just make it okay. Holly Shore constantly talking about the classic Coca-Cola. Of course not. That's not their brand. So the Theo on subreddit post this clip here of Theo Vaughn being talked about Barstool Sports Dave Portnoy and this other young kid, the BFF's podcast. I have not seen it. And they have Brianna Chicken Fried, who I also don't know much about, but they all seem to be working in the same circle. Theo Vaughn did his run of podcasts, and he also went on Barstool. And he also talked to Brianna Chicken Fry. As you can see here, it seems like they had a great time. So it seems like the Barstool's team here, or somebody in their crew, was calling out Theo Vaughn. Let's watch this clip. Here's the post thoughts. Theo is just being funny, in my opinion. He doesn't have a hurtful bone in him. Let's look at this clip, see what they say about him.
Brianna Chicken Fry. Oh, nice. Yeah, she's interesting. She's interesting. She's got I didn't say it, but there's a party inside of me that said it. Sometimes there's a party that comes to the service. He's like, guess what I'm gonna say? Yeah, she's that. Is that Charles Oliver? She got it done. Yeah, she did. Well, I think she did. Have Alice and then Michelangelo play or whatever.
Okay. It gets a little ridiculous there in the end. He says he wants a third tip, like in that movie, Total Recall. It seems like Brianna doesn't seem very flattered by the comments made by Theo there.
It's very infatuated by intense. It's tough one. It's tough. Not always surprising. I'm not sitting here to see it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Dave. So, the subreddit, Theo's Long subreddit calls out Brianna Chicken Fry because they seem to be pointing out a little double standard from Brianna here because she says something kind of out of the ordinary, a little spicy, right? You might want to call it. So Starhole Laugh gives us a link to the double standard here that I'm talking about.
What do you fuck me about? I think I know. I do.
Oh,
I'm dead. I don't think I would have.
they don't know. They're not so much on that.
He's hilarious. Is he hilarious? What the fuck? I don't know. Do you fuck me over? Look at the camera over there. Crazy. No, I haven't even turned through. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. I would have married him when I was a kid.
Do you guys think Theo saw this clip and was kind of trying to shoot his shot here in the most ridiculous way? I mean, she said, like, she approved of Theo, right? She said, hey man, I want to do him every day and every night. And all of a sudden, she hears Theo saying she's got these nice movies that she apparently got done. And well, let's try to be fair here for Brianna. Maybe Theo kind of hit a little bit of a trigger for Brianna talking about her books. Maybe she's insecure about it, but also, you know, maybe she didn't really take this serious. Maybe at the moment she was feeling some sort of way and, you know, took it more personal than she should have, because, you know, right at the end of that, Theo goes pretty crazy. And, you know, that's Theo. He's always saying some outlandish shit. Let's look at this clip from Joe Rogan that they put up, Theo. There's nothing better than being in a pool talking to somebody. There's a lot of things better than that. That's a lot of things. That's not even in the top 1,000. All the good things. The smell of fresh baked bread is better than that. Maybe, dude. We're not even eating it. I mean, yeah. If you got a fucking kitchen, Theo's a country boy. He enjoys finding things in life, like going into a gas station and smelling the gasoline in the morning. Simple things like that. You know, going through the field and smelling the fresh manure that they put in. Seems like a lovely day. I don't know. Theo has a lot of crazy lines, a lot of funny quotes like this. My favorite type of weed was cocaine. Yeah. Like, I don't know what kind of angle they're trying to push there. I'm pretty sure Dave was also like, yeah, that's Theo for you. And there's not much to this. It's just, you know, Brianna just seems uncomfortable there. But, you know, I don't think Theo has any ill will towards that. Also, the Theo on subreddit mentions something about Theo, the way he's moving, the way his mouth is kind of moving. They kind of suggest Theo is on one, maybe he's back to his old self. There's this clip that I'm about to show you. Theo reminisces on a different time.
I remember this arm after praying that this big guy, he can take his shirt off and
Just you have to have fun with it. You have to have in mind that it's the same matter. It's a what?
But it seems like the subreddit's problem is that Theo is doing this with his mouth.
He said about you. I like this one. This is a good one that we found.
They're kind of saying that, kind of crunching his jaw there. Let's look at the top comment here. Missed this episode of Boy. Theo is smoking again. Saw him take a few hits of that hitter, Duncan. And he's also, yes, he's smoking cigarettes and he smokes cigars. His 1% economy offers says, looks like a lot more than smoking nowadays. LOL, I haven't watched Big Theo bit in a while, but that jaw is hitting different. With a surprised emoji. And, you know, it keeps going on. Like, this guy says addiction is a bitch. Watching more Theo, he gives it credit pretty often. I mean, he is also touring, so it can be easy for him to get that type of things. And he's also talking to Roseanne, who's a freaking crazy person.
Mr. Shop, last one, guys. So apparently, Toronto Raptor tried to post this on the Joe Rogan Reddit. He said that this video was deleted from the Reddit, from the subreddit. Here's the Toronto Raptor. He says, JR Moss deleted it, so I thought I'd post it here. It got quite, it's getting some attention. Let's look at this clip. Joe Rogan doesn't do ads in podcasts.
This is sad, but I might have a lot of people. They say, I draw always feels like
Strong jawline, that's a human characteristic.
You can just chew gum. I heard that using this really mess up your like jaw muscles is could damage you. I'm not an expert here, but I heard that could happen. These guys are strong now. For the longest time, people thought that it was genetics, their shape, and structure.
So, what's he adding here? He goes, he's better than he's stronger than a regular juice.
Yeah, but they compared it to a freaking Whoopsie. Let's talk about the first one here because I watch Your Mom's House and I know Tom has a mattress that he sponsors every episode. Have you ever tried one of those every episode, Tom starts with, I love my Sapa mattress.
This episode is brought to you by Sapa.
Now, let's talk about the job thing, particularly the athlete part, the fighters. It's going to make them harder to get knocked out, according to Joe. You know, I think if Cody Garbrandt should have used this, he would have still been undefeated in the UFC. If I had a time machine, I should have gotten a package ready and shipped it up to Cody just so he can keep being successful in the UFC. You know, with that workout, that jaw workout, he will never get knocked out.
I like this too. I thought this fight was entertaining. He says he's a sorcerer, they don't get knocked out. He says he's a sorcerer, they don't get knocked out.
We don't get knocked out. I don't know why they deleted this. Did it make Joe look bad? I don't know. That depends on you, right? You think that Joe is making a little bit more extra on the podcast? He is a marketing genius. I mean, not really like a genius per se. He's just like the brand itself, the show itself allows Joe or anybody else to show off their brand, talk about their brand with a wide audience, very diverse audience of people, and maybe giving people shout outs helps him, get it for free. Like, I don't know this thing he's trying to do. Maybe that's the reason. And it's also very annoying too, because I pay for Spotify, and whenever I try to listen to a Joe Rogan episode, and I got the premium, right? Or you got the premium, but regardless if you have the premium or not, they still show you a Joe Rogan ad. Any other podcast you watch, they don't do that. Why? Like, Joe gets like this special treatment. I don't know, maybe it's like other podcasts that got a contract with Spotify, but that kind of pisses me off when I get these random ads, even though I pay for no ads. Kind of seems like false advertising there. But yeah, like that's, besides that, Joe maybe he's trying to get a couple of things. Alright guys, so I'll end this here, guys. Let me know what you guys thought about this. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.
He's not going to use a bad knife. He's not a bad guy. He's just a little Yitzhar press. Yeah, but such a Yitzhar guy that breaks so easily for a cheeseburger, look at my product. He's not going to go out of his way completely to make sure that the knife is good. So you have to give him a good one. Yeah, that's a little bit. That's also part of it. That's why in the video you saw there's a $3.99 burger and a $10.99 burger. They had the $3.99 that's the other store. No, it's not his loss. He's a sergeant. He doesn't care. He's working for you. He doesn't care. I didn't say so I have a right to eat raw, but I want a guy that's off the derrick for one thing. He just eats cheeseburgers with everything he really wears. Still, he shops open. He just eats. It's not right. He can be a good choice. Why? Because it says, if a guy who's like Avera, he has a little type of person, you let him eat his hummus after Pesach. Now, the Israelis got this because they figure out, well, this is the American thing also. What does it mean? That they change out the hummus, so switch it out with the guys. They take the hummus over like a Pesach, or hummus that stays in the Pesach, and they give it to the dogs. And they get in return brand new hummus from the dog. Shehem Machlichim, does it mean they do it 100% or they sometimes do it? Is it a Sonic or a Vada? What is Shehem Machlichim mean? Vada. Good. Shehem Machlichim is Vada. That's what Gemara is going to say in a second. Shehem, they could have said Shani Oimer Machlichim. No. Shehem Machlichim, they do it. This is what they do. So what do you see from me? You see that in a case that the Gemara is going to figure out, because I'm just stopping here to point out. See that if it's easy for them to do something, go do it. They don't do a very deliberately to get you upset. Because it's convenient for them. What if it's easy for them just to switch out the comment to the guy the next day we go to the store? Here, take my comment. Give me new comments. You could rely on it. Sabua, come on, review Yehudi. This goes to the review of the page for Yehudi. All my comments have better than right. Yehudi is of the opinion that comments that we made the whole Pesach, you're not allowed to eat it. I left the car to my Fabrice on Pesach. He goes in and says, you have a whole box of brand new cookies in the front seat. We left to America, like 2 weeks ago. We took the car. I sold it, and he would be coming on Pesach. So that's how much I'm going to Pesach. With Donnie, with the Shema Cleveland, it says that even though it's their rice, according to you, eating that hummus would be their rice. And it says you can rely on it. Why? Because they switch it out. I'm going to show you the day, but we see it. You see that a guy that has a harder problem, he will, if it's easy for him, he'll switch it out. So here also, if it's easy for him, he'll do good shkita. Turning of the global specialist in international financial services, by Kai Midrash, which then even Rossi for that, about kind of six sharp police. As he who told you that goes according to you, that says the right side. There's another from the argument, the Reb Shimon. Oh, Reb Shimon, Mamish, Erev, like Boimer. Mamish is Reb Shimon. Do Reb Shimon. Maybe there's Reb Shimon tomorrow, or what? That 1 year with the Yisrael Dolphins for Reb Shimon. Do Reb Shimon, the whole time, that's the Rabbanon. He said something to Rabbanon. And that's why I can rely on this Palavera. Why? Because we can live with the Rabbanon, the right with the it's a list of their opponents. We allow you to eat this comment. Says we learn on that. I still have to agree about it. With the Evan Amir Shimon say it's only the Rabbanon according to Shimon. But listen to this. Does it say the word Shani Oimer? And now it means maybe he switches, maybe he doesn't. It says a guy that eats cheeseburgers 100% switches out his comment. No. You see that even a guy that does a few favors, you can rely on him 100%. Even under the Rabbanon, not the Rabbanon, makes my right even stronger. You don't say like this, it makes my clear with us. So Badi Machliv, they 100% switch it out, and then I can say, oh, come find them. But the Rabbanon, which I can get involved in Surah. If it's a simple, the Rabbanon Reb Shimon, that you're not letting the hummus after Pesach, they go ahead and they go to the store and they switch it out. Because it's not too much of a tip of the rice, like Rothschild, certainly by the rice. Never say like so. Another right to Rabbi. What? The guy who's right about very like to do the shkita. Everybody's done it to Christ. Everybody can trust. But people who see you, but people are even a person who doesn't have the perspective, he needs from shkita. Rabbi Yisrael Tomer. And even a guy that's off. We have to see what kind of off. So this is my first one. What kind of person doesn't have a bris? He never should make Machmas Milah. Two of his brothers died previously. There's a story, terrible story, like 2 weeks ago in Eretz Yisrael. A kid died during the bris. So they arrested the mile, the whole thing. No, not dirty. Right after. Really? Okay. Okay. I got the details more. The point is, people die for Milah. You know, kids who die for Milah. Now, if 2 brothers die for the Milah, then it's not the mile's fault. It's something in maybe the blood is congealed. Who knows what? They do change the time. It's just like that a few weeks ago. You know, you're going to change band, it depends. Yeah. Okay. Says the Gemara. If he can't perform in prison, if his 2 of his brothers died, so it's not his fault. He's a complete Yisrael. There are some halachas that he can't go to this whole thing, but he's a regular Yisrael. So why can't he do shkita? He can be a regular shofar. He's a guy. His Rashi makes fun of. He doesn't. He's an anti-bris. That's why he doesn't have it. Because some are women with double alcohol, they have a woman with double alcohol. Because he's a single power with bris milah. But like I had a friend, my lady, a good friend, and when he had a kid, he wanted to show me that his mom came in a kid, so then he didn't want to give his kid a bris. He didn't give him a bris. The first week do it, and then we got the next thing we did, he's doing all these Fridays that's like good. Okay, tell me exactly. He's a woman already. He's a woman's mother as well. Okay? So woman already. The son of woman is over there. They have a woman who tells you what? No, it's the same guy. All my stories, your kipper, this is all the same guy. He's a very good friend of mine. I have a lot of trauma for him. Because some of them will never have fun, they have them on their cooler. Yeah. Right, because he gives this good nicest. Amos safe. So we're talking about a guy, what is it? A guy that's he's over one Avera. He doesn't care about one thing, about what's going on. You could rely on him for everything else. It could be a show. We don't have him in the call. Amos safe. So let's see what it says in the end. Now, who's wrong woman? Yisrael, who's off the derek, he's in a lot of your show. I'm moving right to go, but what are you talking about? He's moving the dog around. He's moving for one thing. He doesn't keep shots. The double after, sorry. The double after, not from the table. The double after means we're talking about our cities about the table. No, not from the bench. I don't know our rules. So what's the difference? He doesn't keep Shabbos and he doesn't keep his speed. He doesn't keep one thing in the Torah. So if it says in the great shots, you could be some of the guy that doesn't keep his meal, you're some of the guy that doesn't keep Shabbos. I don't know how. We're talking about a guy who eats trays. When it comes to partial trade, he's not makir on. And that's a big thing. Yet, in trade, we can rely on him to be safe. He eats trade. He doesn't care about trade. That we rely on him about speaking. It's not like, far-fetched thing over there. He doesn't keep Shabbos, but he's doing shit. Within, we can do all wrong. And that's what is big thing. The guy eats trade, but with the other, he only eats trade, not because he's against trade, but because he's about flavor. He likes the way it tastes. So I can rely on him much people. So it's a great ride for us. Loy is not a good ride. I'll tell you that over there when it talks about a woman who's strong, it's talking about a guy that if in fact he's a woman with trade, you cannot rely. Right time up, and I'm 21. Either the large trade or favorite double. When a person does the same Avera over and over, it becomes like a habit to him. Don't forget that third part, somebody here in the channel forgot his name. You want to say it first? Stop it. I don't know understood his part. He says that Doshbach Kavo, you can look at it through the different ways. Some of them step on. Doshbach Kavo also comes from the foundation of a person's body. It's the organs, the body. It's what holds up everything. A lot of times, when it comes to they see the tears showing, You ever see the kavana people have when they see the bracha? It's a lot stronger usually than sometimes. Shifting, slowly. Say bracha, look. Looking at what's that? Why? Because the idea is to be mindful on the things that support us. So, okay, the foundations of our life, the biggest apayra, the process that the shachan in the Torah, those are the things that hold us up. And that's what we should be more mindful of. Okay, so, hello. Remember that these are tremendous things. If I would have asked you maybe in the beginning of this, a guy who does up in his own, you know, goes to Torah the whole day. But at night, he goes and does shtickle up in his own. Could we be your shaykh? Avanzara, from the three chamuras, the worst of the worst. You basically say, I don't believe in Rabbi. I believe in something else. Rabbi says, yeah, not a problem. Because Rabbi allowed to eat the shkita. Why? Rothschild was a king. He was a tzaddik. He tried to get rid of Avodah Zarah. Achab was a big Avodah Zarah. But Gemara understands that the only problem was Avodah Zarah. And in those days, the type of Avodah Zarah was so great. And when they came together to go to war against Aram, it says over there, he benefited from the Suda. He ate his meat. This guy's Avodah Zarah. He ate his meat. Tremendous amount of steak. The love of Shema and everybody that go with it. No, how would you translate in English? No, I wouldn't use that word. He manipulated him. He seduced him. Enticed is the art school word. I know. Well, I like that even more. Persuaded. I don't like entice. You like entice better than persuaded? I didn't like the word. Okay. You see, saying was that he persuaded him, he enticed him in a bad way. Yeah. Okay. Manipulate. I like manipulated. There's more. Yeah. That's later on. We're gonna see that. He says, it says Gemara. How do you know? Maybe he shifted for him. It says, but he made him a lot of things. Like the guy's house, he gave him some guitar fish, he opened the window, threw it out the window, or he put it on there, he gave it to the dog. Because it's right. Who says he ate it? He says in the Gemara, he enticed him, he manipulated him, whatever the word is. So in other words, he actually ate. The good bar, maybe enticed him with the word. So we learned ourselves in the bar. That's David Tyler, I spoke to him yesterday. David Tyler from Miami. Every night there's food in Miami. I said, stop with the food. See if anybody comes for the share, not for the food. He gives the schmack and stuff. No, there's no assault with words. A share alone is not enough. You need to bring food. I was listening, unfortunately, tomorrow on the day of his father's yard site. He says it's not a big deal. It only costs me $1,200 a week. Once in a while. Every day, bless the best of the best. You know, the chicken from there. Pizza, schnitzel from there, sushi from there, everything from there. You know what I get the deal?
It's huge. What?
We get cookies. Very good.
It's 3 cooked in a row. Yes.
That's the deal. That's the thing. Boys.
Insane. Those guys are fucking
to
studs, dude.
manipulate your pussy will have whatever
That's
they want.
that's
So you
that's
I'll get you off the dirt over there. Actually, that's when Flint is included. But there, like, the city is running by it. And you're like, you're back in powerful, but it's the same. And I think, well, you can't eat. That is without food. You're right. But if you put that in powerful, with my little time, then you're right. It's not that. But with human beings, the way to get them, but they also business. You got the restaurant and down. The meal is more.
that's what you say. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Incline to it. Don't need the word. Says Gemara, maybe he drank, maybe he drink the guy next over there. So Gemara, I gotta show you this video. It's a must. Yeah. Very nice. This is a Yoshi. This is on the floor. This is Yoshafa. He's not showing his face. He's a tzad. The tzad is showing his face. Two kings. Yehuda and Yisrael. Look at those shawarma in the background. Oh, so tomorrow we'll have real music. Okay, still at the war. Says Gemara, my wine. Why would you not? So what's the big difference? So he's ate because he's not a woman. Because he did other results. This means there's bad drinking wine, at that point in time in history, it wasn't also you. Maybe the fact that he ate is a raya that maybe I can say that by a Zara, once you do one thing like a Zara, it's also for your dates. If you say it's impossible that he just drank. If you think about it, it's not such a Jewish thing just to drink. They go to a party, they can skip 3-4 hours to drink. It's not such a, maybe I'm making this up. I don't know if people just drink. Before I say more, we'll just finish this. Like he's about me to say what it says. He checked it and he convinced it. So he did it. Rabbi side have a wonderful. Welcome, brother guys. A tremendous mazel tov here in MDY for the first people, Nadav Abikayansky, his son, Zev, who's a part of this year, had his first boy. Today's the Perez. This is Avi's first Anakin. And we have the Zayda, the Alta Zayda, one Alta Zayda is over here. Avi Kamyansky's father, and the second one, so it's a gangster. And you have the whole, and we have the uncle somewhere. Where's the uncle? Oh, it's just a seat over there. We have Ellie, the guy who invented YouTube. היום, ככה עוד 30 יום, שנים 4 שבועות, ושלישה ימים, לא אימר, לא אימר. When this had an opportunity of a lifetime sponsor of Territory, then the official edition of Second School Volume 2. Only 3 fucking available. Half the documents are already sponsored. The Shred for all those who sponsored Volume 1. It's getting better and better. The good news is that we have permission for Volume 2, which is Hated Traders, to put in all those live pictures from Kol HaLashon. You see, as you saw yesterday, some of our pictures, the 3D that we're doing. Rabbi say, here we go. Just 10 years old. When he was 8 years old, he thought it was hard.
It's one of the more step-by-step with charts, pictures, AI videos, and even by concept and living with the market. You even brought live shit. And the best part is they built it anywhere in the world. First time starting is that, but this is the so you can have them track from the beginning together with everyone. And I can do 478 dollars. You can demonstrate. Come talk to thousands of other people, such as truck drivers, businessmen, doctors, rich smart, the tens of thousands of people. Don't worry, no, there's more and less for the Taiwan and those on my dash. And let's hope this day comes soon so we can all hear from the nice quality cheer for us.
All right. We're going to still put him into the contest. We're going to see more of the contest. Rabbi say, this is, I forgot his name. What's the name? Hello. Another one. What's his name? Yitzi from Southside of Lakewood.
Everybody together.
First seal in his life, and many other people, first seal. I don't know how they know the people have been off. That's our tomorrow. Beautiful. You see? Open. Southside barbecue. Southside barbecue in Lakewood. Okay. Good night, Charles. This was Toronto. Ninth grader Mary Stroll. Toronto finished his first stop. Learning some more that area in the West will go to the beginning of an office. We made a family scene last night and created that picture of Yosef. Glad and thank you for inspiring Yosef to grow and his new third and before we give you the Spanish for I will tell that you for many years to come with much appreciation of Zeb Spitz. This Rabbi was on Friday. It's unbelievable. We had over, well, maybe slightly under 500 people live on Zoom and on, well, much more than 500 people on Zoom. It was 250 on YouTube, 250 on Zoom, but check this out. Some of the Zoom, each Zoom, look at this. Look at this, Bnei Brak, Haifa, these are all different satellite locations in the live. Beitar, Jam had that over 40 people in Beitar, they said. The day I post every night looks like that. Stone, Ashdod, what? Erev Shabbos, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Feria, Rechasim, one of them here. This Rabbi size, he got a big round of applause. Eilat, check this out in Eilat. It's unbelievable. Tell Tzion needs a little help. This Rabbi size gave me chills for a second when I heard it, so I'll share it with you. It's very quick and. All right. What? You got the email. I was supposed to email you something. I don't know. Seriously. I don't remember what it was. What was it? Do you remember? Absolutely. Just send me some. Cedar Satellite Phase Learning Satellite Patients in Cedarhurst. Happy birthday to Ari Blumenthal. Special gift from several of the Cedar Satellite Page. Custom art picture of Harav David Spiegel. The Rav of the Stiebel with the 5,000 recently nifter. Spiegel's souls were rebelling in Sherman to Shabbos in October. Yep. Flatbush Seal. Yeah, the MBY coffee. So, the voice said to new people, when we get to the MBY coffee corner and the committee, that's the guy on the left, Shamsi Schlafrak, who dropped us, abandoned us for 2 weeks. Hired by 11-year-old Yankee from our street. Crazy. 11-year-olds are doing there he is again. So here it is. The Flatbush Clever, the holiday, first time within. Bad news for first time within. Your spindle thing that does the loom, unfortunately. What? Let's show your loom. We're gonna be on Lavaga. It's one of your best friends that broke it too. Get over here, best friend. No, it's okay. We'll tell you later. Before it's at Martin religiously, I'll tell you, listen. It's 18 Navanim, literally 18 Navanim. Spirits are Emer, before it's at Martin religiously, official edition of the White Shot for the second. The entire second by Zev and Yao show up. The parrot by the Benedict family. The Daf Gimel, Joel, Rachel Gedalius, the memory of Mary Gedalius, Mariam Bas, Chaim Zalman, Olah Shalom. He also sponsored that base. David Salomon dedicated the receptive sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of every Mary Rip Small Bar for time to life. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's the blue Gemara that MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general receptor, this that we're learning right now. That's the seventh month's David Salmon, with small bar for time to be done. The Policy Balance Foundation, look who came back. Who came back over there? The cheetah guy. The Policy Balance Foundation graduated the consortium and the Lions and only do the sport at PY. Anonymous, that's not what to the guys who they get the Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what the cheetah is called, the new guys. Anonymous from Liverpool, Schneeman, and Reconciliation, Kalevas, Esther. Here we go. Pearl sponsors month. HYK Ventures. Are you Simon? I don't know how to get it. Before Slam Up in Miria. Weekly sponsors. You trying to see this? Moishi Ruki Markovich, proudly supporting the Dafyomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and families. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including Yiddish. Zelig, the Zeitlin family, Mazel Tov, the Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitlin, 14, on their 500th stop. Halfway to MDY, 1K status. Uvalde. Michael Wutheimer, 1 year down, 365 block learned, 23:46 to go. Hey, we don't have much. Yeah, but
So it's
Luke Sally against him tonight.
fully positioned at 57.6 Tuesday tonight.
Okay.
You want to know to show how good about the this is a really good brand. For doing this for 163 days.
My mother, that song, worry about when I played on that song, the devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years in Jonathan Avenaliyah.
37.60 increase your rate in 36.31 36 35.26 235 Anderson 34.56 325 Keenan Anderson 33.66
Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Kolker brought over 200 people to the Dazzles by putting him in the status, he saw they changed his Jewish link over 200 people. What he says in his status, he says that Purim is one of the hardest sections. And no, it's not going to be hard to Hashem. And somebody came over to me after she says, wow, this is a lot easier than that. So that now, this Shomalech, you get your name? From Shomalech and Rebellion. What's your name? The Spring Valley. And you? Yeah, you Shad and Shomalech. I know you, you sit next to me in the show. What's your name?
Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects of starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages are still developing, and there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enabling you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Techia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your inspiration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on American mysticism. And so, to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly. Because in some ways, they're going to link us to the topic we're dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being. But proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, although not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that
that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkabah and Shirokuma mysticism are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. There's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse us out a bit, to maybe jog your memory, the Hexalog or Merkabah literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and code rings, and not really the code rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you're a little kid, you sit in the big kid chair, and you would sit in like the big people like chair, and you'd be like real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in front of God. It's like really worn out, like 3D recliner that's super comfortable that your like granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you can do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? You measure it in this parasol version unit, 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Left eyebrow, right eyebrow, left ear, right ear, all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, or this is very bizarre, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that lycotic actually might be arguing against the Merkabah Shior Koma literature in the guided books. That might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the guided books. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Malcolm Gilder makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I have no belief that it's true. That's the something great. The other form of literature that we talked about where mysticism is what is called the sword Torah mysticism, the prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, or maybe outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hang out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the sword Torah, the prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the first thing that comes to you the day of the exam as a C student and asks things to your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel will help them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they have to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn the Lord from some of these angels, I would have done that. And so just as a last thing for my books, dozens of these manuscripts are on. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survive, right? When you write a book now on the pirates in Egypt, The odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted in Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, the world of the Hashdi Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekel literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekel literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you is a Jewish text written by Jewish people. Right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekel literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what we call quasi-magic. I say quasi-magic because the Psalm Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. When I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly. Right, you can't learn things rapidly. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head or downloading information. Sartor somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed and links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Merkabah mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, the sartorial literature, in which you're bringing down an angel, and that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are what we're going to do tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. For just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails which tell me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast before we jump right in. So I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong or whatever. So 1 second. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good. Great. Just when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. Alright, folks, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years. Maybe more than that. Really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin? Right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural beings. Well, what about prayer? Right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature. About 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars, even today, are throwing ink at trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture, at least, I'm just going to need magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do weird, we do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic. So, right, did it right with witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. What do the witches do? They do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines of draw about what's magic, what's not, what's a miracle, what's not, what's sorcery, what's legitimate religion. The line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control, who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women,
and
the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about. So, I just want to say that what I'm doing here is treating magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several months. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess. That seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's licit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kind of it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads Deuteronomy 18. There will be found among you one who passes his son or fire, locally indigenous Canaanite practice, a kosim of kosamim, a me'onim, a menachesh, a mechasheth, and a fover of a sever, and one who asks of an oath or a gidoni, and the one who seeks the nourishment, right? Now, what you see here, right, is that I maintain all the Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are really. We don't know what any of them are. Right? A me'onim might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean clouds. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. Mechasheth, right? This might come from the word, or snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. And again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud, is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed and what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, and I have to say, this line, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages and the modern period, and specifically women. This famous line reads, females magic doing a person, don't let them live. Right? That's literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not the witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 were executed during the lynchings. And that line justified. They leaned heavily on that line. That was so brief, it's terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Mr. Sheffield to say, hey, by the way, you'll notice for folks who don't understand some Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting men. We do see other things like shave, right? The masculine form over there, the Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does give them both female and male masculine users, but the line in Exodus specifically. So at any rate, what do we do with this Mephibosheth right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim. Right? This is some kind of divination device. I don't know exactly how it works. Speculation about this phenomenon. When I say it worked, I don't know what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sukkah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, there's no male version of Sukkah ritual, there's no man suspected of adultery who put through this, in which a woman is forced to consume a sand, ash, and things that drink this, and assuming that she's committed adultery, it will cause her stomach to become upset, and she would chew dancing. So the Sukkah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sukkah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being Onan or Menachesh, those are forbidden. So, what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues. Right? One of the great moves of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle Light German what the Old Gothic word might be. And it's fantastic. This is a great thing. So, when you find the Akkadian word, for instance, Kishu, which does mean evil magic word, and look at that, right? You find, right, with the word Sheba, right? You see, right? You see the exact same root word, right? The Ka, the Shah, right? And the Gu sound, of course, is unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is a common way of reading the Septuagint. The Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, the Hebrew Bible into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word Makashekha as poison, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poison. So they kind of translate it to make it a bit more rational. So that's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word was, in fact, used a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation. I have a problem with this. That can't work. Now, does the Torah condemn all that? As we see, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by that. You may remember this is an image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitif Hinnom amulet that was found in the grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put this benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are an ancient Near Eastern people, and they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap to this document is that amulet